Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
After Ji Yuan sat down by the fire, they briefly introduced themselves to each other and roughly reported their names and hometowns. Ji Yuan did not dare to say that he ran all the way madly. He used the excuse that he and the merchant team were separated at a fork in the road due to different destinations, and he accidentally took the wrong road afterwards. Even the eyes were blinded to make Ji Yuan's eyes look more normal. Otherwise, wouldn't it be scary to run so far in the mountains with a half-blind self? The hunters were obviously not very interested in how Ji Yuan went astray, but asked about the situation of Chunwei Mansion. Has Mr. ever been to the big ship of Chunwei Mansion? We have been there twice and have never been on it. There is also the Cayamrican in the garden shop. I heard that it is a wine recipe brewed by the emperor. It is delicious. It's the same as fairy wine. Yes, Mr. looks so elegant. He must have built a boat and drank 1,000 days of spring, right? Ji Yuan also laughed when he heard it. I'm afraid everyone is mistaken. How could it be possible for the Emperor Dajin to make the wine himself? It's just because the wine aroused the Emperor's joy back then. So he gave the wine name and a plaque. Oh, that's how it is. That's right. How can the Emperor make wine for others to drink? Ji Yuan waited for them to finish before continuing. I have never sat in this boat, but I have tasted Qian Rikun. The taste is really like the name of the wine, and the sweetness is like spring lingering on the tongue. It's not like he didn't think about giving the four of them a taste of the remaining half of the pot of wine. But in this kind of wilderness, strangers give wine to others. And as a vigilant hunter, he doesn't want to drink it or not. Okay? It's easier to get along better. It's better not to cause embarrassment in vain. Several people shared their longing for Cayamrican and the prosperous place of Chunwei Mansion, and also talked with Ji Yuan about the current situation of Chunwei Mansion. As a hunter in the countryside, even if there are goods, I will go to the county to sell them. Only when there are really big goods in the real year. I have only been to Fuching once or twice. During the conversation, when the chicken and rabbit meat were cooked, Orion took a knife and cut off a rabbit leg and handed it to Ji Yuan. After eating, the atmosphere on both sides became more harmonious. At this time, Ji Yuan took advantage of the opportunity to ask about the situation of the man named Fong Xiu, who was the one who asked to stay. Brother Fong, I see that your eyes are swollen and black. Haven't you had a good rest recently? In fact, several hunters are a little tired. How can they sleep peacefully in the mountains? And their fate is just an excuse. Hey, Mister's right. Recently, I always feel unable to sleep and have nightmares when I fall asleep. It's been more than a month. My mother was worried that I caused something dirty, so she went to the temple to ask for beads, and lost it. He just doesn't have a wife. There was Orion teasing on the side. Go, it's amazing that you have a wife. It's really amazing apparently, the hunters had a good relationship, and they started to make a fuss while teasing, and the man who made fun of Fong Xiu then said that he would help him find matchmaker. Only then did Ji Yuan realize that this man named Fong Xiu was only in his 20s, but he looked like he was 30. Can you tell Ji what he saw in his nightmare? Although Ji is not good at interpreting dreams, he has always been very interested. Ji Yuan waited for the others to finish the quarrel and still asked Fong Xiu about it, but the latter didn't take it seriously. Nightmare is like that. It's either a monster or a ghost. Anyway, I woke up in a cold sweat after being frightened, and it faded during the day. Oh, that's it. Are the things in the dream different every time? Hearing Ji Yuan's question, Fong Xiu recalled it carefully. Mostly I forgot, but it seems that sometimes I can see a pair of bloodshot green eyes. Ji Yuan frowned, noticing that Fong Xiu had goosebumps on his exposed arms when he said this. Brother Fong, did you go to the town god's temple to worship? City god's temple? Our Qingshui County is so small, but there is no town god's temple. There is only an earth temple and a Washan temple. I went to Washan temple to worship Mingwang Buddha. There is no Chengwang temple. Ji Yuan's brows also frowned. Indeed, many small counties do not have city gods. The reason is that there have never been any big figures who can be remembered. Build the temple of the city god. Since the city god's division rarely crosses the border, these counties without a city god are mostly under the control of the city god. It's good to take a trip, and it's conceivable how hard it is to control it. The so-called Buddhist temples are actually more worrying, not because the Dharma is weak, but because there are very few temples with true Dharma. In this world, there is no Tiangong, Xianxian, and no Buddhas of the heavens. Most of the Buddhist statues in the temples are the statues of eminent monks and kings who have been widely spread all over the world. Even if the eminent monk Ming Wang has more incarnations, it is not enough. Talking for a long time had no results, and Ji Yuan had to put it down for the time being. When the night fell and the night was quiet, Ji Yuan, who was sleeping by the fire, opened his eyes, looked at the sleepy Orion, and looked at Feng Xiu, who was drenched in sweat. Asking for a little forehead, the latter's expression quickly calmed down. It's a pity I can't sleep yet. In the early morning of the next day, Ji Yuan followed Orion to check several traps. Although he only caught one row, it was not nothing at all. After everything was tidied up, the few people took Ji Yuan and walked towards home together, and arrived at the fork in the road where they could see their village around noon. Strictly speaking, this village is still in the mountains. From a distance, there are only roads leading to the outside world, and it doesn't look like there are fields around. I don't know if all the villagers are hunters or the fields on the other side. Several people stood at the fork in the road. Feng Xiu simply pointed out the way to Ji Yuan. After all, Ji Yuan was in a hurry to go to Qingshui County. Mr. Ji, you can see the official road 4 or 5 miles east along this road, and then go south along the official road. You will be able to reach Qingshui County before dark. Well, thank you for taking care of me, but Ji wants to go to the village to buy a farm lunch. Is it convenient? Naturally, Ji Yuan would not just leave at this time. There's nothing convenient or inconvenient. Just go to my house to eat. Yes, Mr. Ji can also come to my house. What's the trouble? Let's go together. Isn't this road deer meat just right? Let's go back. Okay, then Ji will interrupt. Hey, why are you so polite? It's rare to come to someone who is knowledgeable. The hunters were very enthusiastic and rushed to the village with their fate. Entering the mountain village, Ji Yuan tried to observe the surroundings as much as possible. Under the warm atmosphere, Ji Yuan took out the treasured Qian Rikun wine and went directly to half of it under a small cup for each person. A few people felt that they had more face and felt that bragging would be more talkative in the future. By the time the crowd dispersed after drinking and eating, the sky had already started to darken. Several families invited Ji Yuan to stay temporarily, so he naturally went to Feng Xiu's house where only mother and son depended on each other. As the mother and son of the Feng family walked on the dark village road, Ji Yuan took a step behind and looked at them carefully. The red light outside Feng Xiu's live fire had covered a layer of black air, and although his mother's live fire was weak, some are not so filthy. Meow! A shrill cat meow sounded from the side. Ji Yuan turned his head to look. There was a black cat lying on the roof over there. It had no evil spirit, just an ordinary animal. The Feng family is just a very ordinary family in the village, and it is not simple in comparison. There is a 2-room main house, a side room, and a firewood room, and Ji Yuan lives in the side room temporarily. In the dead of night, meow, meow, oh, a meow sounded, and Ji Yuan, who was already in a light sleep, opened his eyes at once, sat up, and looked towards the main house through the half-open window. There were at least a dozen wild cats and domestic cats squatting on the roof. They were all ordinary animals, but Ji Yuan felt his scalp tingling. He resisted the pain and gradually opened his eyes to 70%. In the window of the room, there was a small burst of gloomy greenness at some point. What the hell? Ji Yuan sat up quietly, stretched out his middle finger, and lightly dipped a drop of lamp oil on the oil lamp in the house. The manna penetrated into the oil on his fingertips, then clasped his fingers and middle thumbs together and flicked towards Feng's main house. Whoosh! Oil droplets flew into the main house silently. right in the middle of the oil lamp in the house. Boom! The oil lamp splashed at least 20 drops of lamp oil that suddenly disappeared, and in a strange slow motion, it slowly flew out of the lamp and flew around the house. Seeing that the combination of martial arts and Yushui worked, Ji Yuan squinted his eyes, opened the fire pocket, and blew lightly on the tiny sparks, and then he was covered in his sleeves. And when Ji Yuan stretched out his left hand from his sleeve again, he wiped a little black ash with sparks on his hand, but under the effect of cover-up, he couldn't see the fire. Knowing only 4 spells, it is natural to use them to perfection by all means. With a light blow, a handful of black coal ash-hiding sparks flew out of the side room and dispersed into the main room of the Fong family after about 3 breaths. Ji Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and the fire in the artistic conception pill furnace suddenly rose, and the gray eyes seemed to flash a flash of fire. Boom! The main house of the Fong family burst into flames in an instant. A creepy and terrifying scream sounded, and the dark green air entangled with the flames overflowed the window and fled away. But air, is it really a murder of someone? Seeing that thing flying away, Ji Yuan was not in a hurry to chase it. He already knew what it was, and he had a simpler and more effective solution. He didn't have to chase it into the mountains in the middle of the night, so he had better see if something serious happened to Fong Xiao. In the main house of the Fong family on the other side, both the mother and the son had already woken up from the fright. Fong's mother, Ding, threw off the quilt, put on a coat, and hurried to her son's bedroom. When she saw Fong Xiao sitting on the bed with a pale face, trembling slightly, panting, "I beg you, are you okay? What's the matter with you? What happened to that voice just now?" Fong's mother looked around in a panic, sat on the bed, and held her son's face, and found that it was covered with sweat. Mother, I had a nightmare." Fong Xiao spoke incoherently. Just now, it was the same nightmare as in the past, but suddenly there was a bright light in the dream, and endless flames came, and a rotten and terrifying monster appeared in the dream and was burned by the flames. The scream of the monster resounded both in the dream and in the room, waking Fong Xiao awake. At this time, Ji Yuan's flustered voice sounded outside the house along with a knock on the door. "Boom, boom, 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 boom. Brother Fong, Aunt Ding, what happened? Ji heard a scream just now, are you all right? Boom, boom, boom." Hearing Ji Yuan Zhongjing's clear voice outside the house, the 2 people in the house were also a little calmed down, and the noise of many people can always alleviate fear. "Mother, go and open the door for Mr. Ji." Fong Xiao calmed down and said. Ding got up and went to the front hall. He removed the wooden latch and opened the door, and Ji Yuan stood outside with the same astonishment on his face. "Aunt Ding, are you all right?" "It's okay. It's like Xiao had a nightmare." "Really, as long as it's okay, I'll go see Brother Fong." After finishing speaking, Ji Yuan entered Fong Xiao's house with Fong's mother. "Brother Fong, did you have another nightmare just now?" While talking, Ji Yuan turned on the fire folder in the room, and after blowing it on, lit the oil lamp in the room. Seeing the light, Fong Xiao's complexion improved a lot. "It's all right. I'm disturbing Mr. Ji to rest. It's just that I was scared in my dream just now. It's okay." Ding brought a bowl of water to Fong Xiao, but found that his son didn't bring any beads. "My son, Mother begged you for the beads. Why don't you bring them?" Beads this." Ji Yuan hurried out to smooth things over. "It must have fallen into Brother Ding Xing's house." Yes, it must be at Brother Ding's house. Mother, don't worry, you can't lose it. Remember to retrieve it tomorrow. This is your amulet. Do you know?" Ding chattered endlessly here, and Ji Yuan on the other side also confirmed that there was nothing serious about Fong Xiao's return. Although his life and weather were weak, it was just an excessive shock. In the early morning of the second day, Ji Yuan excused himself to walk around after breakfast and quietly found Ding Xing after leaving Fong's house. In Ding's kitchen, Ding Xing, who was drinking porridge, was a little surprised when he heard Ji Yuan's words. "The tomb of the Fong family? Why do you ask this, sir?" At this moment, Ji Yuan was sitting on the small stool of Ding's house, with a smile on his calm face. If Ji said he just wanted to take a look, can Brother Ding be trusted? Ding Xing shook his head. Sir, don't be joking. You and the Fong family just met, so you wouldn't go to pay homage to the ancestors of the Fong family. Because of yesterday's familiarity and out of respect for learned people, now people here change their honorific title to Ji Yuan. Brother Ding heard the screams from the direction of the Fong family last night, right? Yes, I was just about to ask you, sir, what was the noise over there last night? I thought it was a wild beast, but now it seems that it really came from Fong Chio's house. Hee, let's go. You will know when the time comes. Although Ji Yuan didn't say much anymore, he had a convincing feeling. Ding Xing was puzzled and curious, and quickly finished his porridge, and then took Ji Yuan to the back mountain outside the village along another path in the village. The road was not too far away. The two of them climbed and walked for about a quarter of an hour, and they could see tombs that appeared from time to time, and at the corner of a small mountain depression, they saw several tombs of the Fong family. Mr. Ji, this is it, hiss. Why is it so cold? Ding Xing, holding a hatchet, pointed to these mounds and rubbed his hands together as he spoke. Ding Xing was not afraid of any sabotage caused by Ji Yuan. Firstly, he believed in Ji Yuan. Secondly, the thighs of this scholar-like man might not be as thick as his Ding Xing's arm. What bad things could he do to get past his Ding or Iron? Ji Yuan approached, glanced at the 4 earthen graves here, and then walked to the westernmost and lowest grave, and reached out to touch a handful of tiny black ash in front of the tombstone. Looking up at the inscription, he wrote, "The tomb of my father Fong Shenghan and my son Fong Chioli. Brother Ding, stay away, don't get your clothes wet." As a reminder, Ji Yuan stretched out his right hand and pointed at the tomb. A shuzi appeared in front of the sword finger, and then pulled it out. Kla-la-la-la, wet. With the sound of water, Ding Xing, who was still a little puzzled at first, was shocked to see dirty water flowing out of Fong Fu's tomb, like a muddy water dragon being pulled, coming out 1 foot from the ground and running along a slope fall to the other side of the mountain. The surroundings became even colder, and at the same time, an unbearable stench radiated out, making him want to vomit. Ho ho! A hoarse voice came from the tomb, and Ding Xing, who was terrified and disgusted, froze in fright. He backed away in a hurry and almost tripped over the rocks on the ground. Gee, Mr. Ji, don't be afraid, I'll be fine. With his right hand, Ji Yuan draws out all the sewage, and then with his left hand, he picks up a burning lamp wick like a flower with a layer of lamp oil on it. The wick, carrying a steady and unquenchable flame, flew with the wind and entered the tomb from the small hole just broken by the water. Boom! There was a burst of fire inside, and the flames faintly penetrated the opening of the tomb. Hoa! The terrifying howls in the tomb ranged from hoarse to sharp, and Ding Xing, who was pale and stiff, couldn't help but cover his ears. After about a dozen breaths, all movement subsided. Ji Yuan sighed lightly. It really was a corpse. There's a saying in heretics. Those who have a corpse, some are real, and some are false, evil spirits, harming descendants. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. All right, Brother Ding, let's go. In the future, you can mention to Brother Fong Chio to relocate your father's burial and change to a sunny place with a slightly higher terrain. Of course, it's okay if you don't change it. That's right. Don't mention this matter to others. Hey. Take it down, Mr. Hey. Wait for me. Ding Xing's feet were trembling at this moment. He hurriedly followed Ji Yuan, who had already left quickly, for fear of being left here alone. Ji Yuan walked in front. Ding Xing followed closely behind. The latter was still trembling with fear, while the former also harbored doubts in his heart. The originally colorless virtual child in his sleeve had turned into a black virtual child. Sure enough, he became a sunspot again. For Ji Yuan, the matter was over, so he naturally bid farewell to the 4 familiar residents. And for the 4 families, this was not sudden. After all, Ji Yuan was going to go the official road of Qingshui County. The villagers were enthusiastic and deliberately sent Ji Yuan to the previous fork in the road, and Ding Xing insisted on giving Ji Yuan a sauced rabbit leg wrapped in big bamboo leaves. Okay, everyone, let's send it here, and Brother Fong, go to the Washan Temple to pay homage and also go to the Earth Temple to offer incense. I believe that the problem of nightmares will also get better. Okay, I will listen to sir, Fang Qiu replied with a smile, thinking that Ji Yuan reminded him to hurry up and buy a new beaded bead. Then everyone, there will be a time later. Ji Yuan solemnly bowed his hands to the four families, causing them to hurriedly salute in substandard gestures, saying things like take care and slack wind. Looking at the back of Ji Yuan going away, Ding Xing looked at Fang Qiu and said suddenly, Fang Qiu, you kowtowed twice to Mr. Fang Qiu was at a loss. Kowtow? Why? Mr. Ji is a nice person and knowledgeable, but there's no need to kowtow to him, since the others don't do much respect either. It's okay, no problem. Ding Xing prevaricated and secretly decided to go after Mr. Ji quietly after everyone left. Thinking of this, he was really excited. It's just that when Ding Xing left the village quietly, he ran for a full hour and still couldn't find Ji Yuan's figure. Walking on the official road of Qingshui County, Ji Yuan has no intention of going to Qingshui Town. The route has already been clarified in Washan Village, and the gray cloth bag that is swelled twice contains several pieces of dry biscuits and a piece of sauced rabbit leg from Ding Xing. As far as fate is concerned, there is no need to go to Qingshui County at all. Just go straight along the official road. I have to say that although Ji Yuan did have the idea of saving trouble, in fact, Ding Xing pursued in the wrong direction at first. So Ding Xing, who didn't believe in evil, went directly to Qingshui County and still couldn't find Ji Yuan. In Ning'an County School, children are reciting articles to books, looking at the present and learning from the past. Learn more and learn more, learn from time to time, and persevere. A gentleman stands up, can speak, and be kind. This group of children was big and small. The youngest was under 10 years old, and the oldest was 14 or 15 years old. They looked like little adults, shaking their heads and reciting seriously. Stop! Yin Zhaoxian, who was holding a book and listening carefully, paced around the children and didn't speak until he went back to the master's table. The entire school fell silent all of a sudden, and many children became a little nervous because today the master is going to test and teach homework. Even Yin Xing is not so calm. Yin Zhaoxian turned his head to look at the 30 or 40 children, big and small, with childish and nervous faces. Today's exam is different from the past. I'll change the topic. The teaching test this time was not a temporary idea. The earliest idea came from a chat with Ji Yuan in Juanxiaoga one day. The content of the discussion was a Bukzheng Sun chapter brought by Yin Zhaoxian, which belongs to teaching people to fear the government and know the law. Law-abiding teaching must read. The direction of this kind of book itself is correct, but in the end, the content of knowing the law and abiding by the law is far less than the content of respecting the dignitaries, and the central idea of flattering the powerful is a bit blatant in the end. At that time, Ji Yuan was already acquainted with Yin Zhaoxian and understood his character. So he asked Master Yin what he thought of this book and why such a book was always one of the 6 must-study books with a sneer. Even if it is not changed, why no one adapts it? Do they not want to or dare not? At that time, not only did Yin Zhaoxian be questioned, but also Mr. Yin's previous awkward feeling about this book was pointed out to the point. It was the first time that Mr. Yin thought about the subtleties between officialdom and people's livelihood from the perspective of ordinary people. Some rebels discussed with Ji Yuan for a long time. Thinking of these memories, Master Yin smiled and looked at these children who Ji Yuan called the seeds of the community. I've heard that there are phoenix trees in the North Sea, standing 30,000 feet in the middle of the sea, which is the habitat of the phoenix. There are many mountainous islands in the sea area, and all the birds of the phoenix live here. In the distance, there are Nanshan, and there are storks on the Nanshan, which is the Nanshan group. The head of the bird, Yin Zhaoxian's unfolding, made many children look at each other in blank dismay, feeling excited about listening to magical stories. The phoenix is ethereal and likes to roam, and the stork takes the place of the flock of birds, eats fish and shrimps with all kinds of fruits, and despises the flock of bird for a long time, and regards itself as a little phoenix, enjoying the pleasure of stepping on the nest and pecking its feathers. As Yin Zhaoxian unfolded his topic in a mythical way, The children in the school listened more seriously than ever before. After Yin Zhaoxian finished telling the whole fabricated story, he looked at the children with a smile on his face. Do you think that the storks and birds have ever happened? If you replace the storks with your body, what's the answer? You must know that when Yin Zhaoxian asked questions before, he just asked symbolically if anyone wanted to answer, and no child would volunteer. Even Yin Xing was the same. But at this time, even though not many people dared to speak directly, this was just a habitual behavior. Yin Zhaoxian had already felt the unprecedented eagerness to try from the performance and relaxation of the children who dared to look directly at him. Okay, Yin Xing, you answer first. It's master. Yin Xing got up and answered according to his natural judgment, expressing his sympathy for the birds and his reproach for the storks. Afterwards, Yin Zhaoxian called several students who had enough expressive ability, because the students who answered before were not criticized regardless of their views, so everyone stood up and answered with confidence. This discussion went on for a long time, and Yin Zhaoxian was also very satisfied with the atmosphere of the school. Mr. Ji's so-called entertaining, it's really effective. When everyone had finished their answers, Yin Zhaoxian sat back at the teacher's desk and said to the dozens of students in front of him, I hope everyone will write down today's answer. If the words are not smooth or there are illiterate words, you can ask others or come to me directly. I will use this as an assessment of the article. The excited children in the audience immediately became worried when they heard the words article assessment. Yin Zhaoxian also smiled and shook his head when he saw this reaction, but his eyes were more serious and firm in writing. Educating people is like taking part in the community. He took the brush and wrote a few opening characters on the desk table rice paper very neatly, on the birds Tongsheng's answer. At this moment, Ning'an County City God's Yin Division is located. The civil and military judges of the Changhuang Yin Division, who supervise the merit and demerit division, are reviewing chapters and books, including the overview of each division, the events reported by the envoys who patrol day and night, who is about to die in the county, and what changes in the number of people need attention. If there are any difficulties and requirements in the office work and a series of miscellaneous situations, the civil and military judges will help the city god to sort out everything first. After checking the thick stack of chapters, Judge Wu swiped his pen, and most of the chapter's text was erased, and all of them were gathered into a few books. Carry away, one pile after another. Matters could not be finished, and Judge Wu was in a hurry, so when he roared, Judge Wan, who was reviewing carefully, also smiled. Yes, Master Judge, don't worry, it is being carried. The little devils on the side are also very busy, and they need to keep manuals to sort some chapters into various divisions and send them to each division for review by the chief officers of each division. They're on the road most of the time, and these chapters and books have been erased, but the ones with words are related to weight. The more good and the more evil, the heavier they are, and it takes a lot of effort to lift them up. It's a hard job. Two of the little ghost servants hurried to the book collection hall of the Yin Division, and before they could step in, they bumped into several civilian little ghost servants who rushed out in a hurry. What's going on? What are you in a hurry for? There is something wrong with the chapter book. Something strange happened. We can't lift it. We have to go to the magistrate, and we have to go to the second division of Fulu. The ghost bodies of several guards collided with each other, and they immediately ran towards the positions of each division at a fast pace. A moment later, the Department of Merits and Demerits was located, and the chief officials of several departments gathered here. On Judge Wen's desk, there were a book of merits and demerits and a book of blessings, which were faintly shining. Judge Wen frowned, looked at his colleagues, reached out and opened the two booklets, skipped the front pages, and turned directly to the two pages where the light shines through. On the book, there are streams of obscure breaths, although very faint, but very mysterious. Some words on it can be seen to be extremely erratic, and Fu Lu's career is all soaring. All the chief officials of the Yin Division all turned their attention to the names of the people who belong to these pages. Yin Zhaoxian, Ji Yuan, who was walking on the official road, 100 miles south of Qingshui County, suddenly felt something in his heart and visualized a chess piece appearing at his fingertips. Vaguely, Ji Yuan seems to be able to see through this illusory chess piece a pair of slender hands holding a paper and a pen, writing articles on the rice paper. It was also at this time that Ji Yuan's fingertips went numb, and he found that the chess pieces had become much more solid from the phantom state. Mastering, Ji Yuan looked around and saw that there was no suitable place, so he simply accelerated a few steps forward, and then jumped up, flying over a dense tree like a butterfly, and then fell lightly on the tree like fallen leaves. Just sitting down on one of the thick branches of the big tree, Ji Yuan, who was in doubt, stretched out his hand to hold the chess piece again, and carefully looked at the chess piece that appeared because of Yin Zhaoxian. Now Ji Yuan has a total of 3 chess pieces, one half empty and half solid sunspot, one completely empty sunspot, and finally a colorless piece belonging to Yin Zhaoxian, but it suddenly became more solid. Especially the strange feeling just now. Ji Yuan seemed to be able to feel the thoughts of his friend. Although he didn't have any mysterious methods or magical lights, he had a restrained momentum. This point, for Yin Zhaoxian himself, may be a clear mind, but it is more intuitively reflected in the Yinsi of the city god of Ning'an County, while Ji Yuan feels it more intuitively. If you insist on describing it, it is the inspiration of the noble spirit of the Confucian scholars who were bred. Then the change of color of the chess pieces may have something to do with Ji Yuan, but the solidification must be due to Yin Zhaoxian's own reasons, especially after the feeling just now. This is more certain. Regarding the feeling of his own chess piece, Ji Yuan grasped it a little more clearly, but he didn't think about these things now, but looked at the chess piece and smiled. It's my good fortune to have such a friend. After talking to himself and finishing this sentence, Ji Yuan realized that his tone was so polite again, it really became a habit. Because of his good friend Yin Zhaoxian, as a chess watcher, Ji Yuan also has a good mind, so he simply stopped leaving and practiced on a 2-foot-high tree trunk. The practice methods in this world are very different from those best-selling novels that Ji Yuan read in his previous life. The biggest difference between the so-called basic Qi training formula and the advanced training formula is just the use of 5 elements to transform yin and yang, and the effect of refining mana. The advancement of the real practice of cultivating the realm of immortality is a mysterious state, and it is even difficult to express it clearly. Some people practice by leaps and bounds as soon as they have an epiphany, while others still stagnate after a long time. Some practitioners believe that strength should be used to overcome ingenuity, and some believe that tapping the heart is very important, but what most people do most is to polish the mana and light up the acupoints day after day, while practicing all kinds of magical powers. Sometimes a breakthrough in cultivation comes naturally, and sometimes it is a bit inexplicable. Each famous sect of the Immortal Mansion also has its own set of sayings and guidelines. It is even more difficult for the spirits and monsters such as plants, trees, animals, and monsters to practice. The accumulation of Taoism is far more difficult than that of immortals. It is an extremely harsh test to transform into a human body. Compared with the so-called orthodox immortal way, some places are more similar to mortal martial arts training methods. Moreover, it is difficult for monsters and spirits to get rid of the habit before they have enlightened wisdom. Although they are more pure-minded, they are more likely to become extremely vicious and entangled in evil karma. Because when monsters feel that they can nourish other creatures by killing other creatures, especially spiritual creatures, when you achieve many goals, you will get deeper and deeper like a drug addict. Killing or eating is no longer the nature of wolves and sheep to eat grass. It harms others and oneself, and is disgusted and feared by others and even other spirits. On the contrary, the realm of martial arts in the mortal world is really a bit like the impression of Ji Yuan in his previous life. There are practical breakthroughs and standards for opening up the meridians and gathering true energy, so as to break the shackles of the body. As for fate, you don't think too much when you have nothing to do. A person who doesn't have $1 million, why should he think about making a small profit of $1 billion? As long as he is comfortable, it is the best way. Just because he doesn't think so much doesn't mean that Ji Yuan's heart is not high. On the contrary, now, he is very clear about the weight of the freedom that he longs for in his heart. At this time, the 3 chess pieces seem to be pressed on a void chessboard in front of Ji Yuan, presenting the shape of pin. As soon as the thought is turned, there is a slow gathering of ethereal aura. Guide Qi to transform into heaven and earth. Brings spiritual energy into the body. The artistic conception pill furnace is really blazing, and the world inside the body is even brighter with stars. Unknowingly, fog has formed on the official road. The night comes and the sun sets. The morning rises and the moon sets. 3 carriages were slowly moving forward on the official road. The drivers did not sit in the carriages to drive the horses, but got out of the carriages and led the horses forward, because the foggy weather was not suitable for riding horses. In the first carriage, a young man in white was sitting and reading a book. Because the carriage was moving very slowly, it was not considered bumpy. The servants on the side were leaning against the wall of the carriage in a daze. Why is this car so slow? After complaining, the servant lifted the curtain of the carriage and shouted at the driver in front. "Chef, can't you go faster? It hasn't been long since we drove past Qingshui County." The coachman looked back at him, forced an apologetic smile on his face, and grinned. "Brother, what are you talking about? Do you think I don't want to hurry up? But look at the fog. Don't look at it now. It seems to be nothing. It will get thicker and thicker as you go forward, and it will be so fast when you get out of this fog." The servant poked his head around and looked around. Through the fog, he could see about 10 feet away, and it wasn't too much to see clearly, so he was a little skeptical. Is it like this? It's not that you want to make more money. The hired carriages are paid on a daily basis. After all, my son can't tell when he wants to stop for fun or take a turn for a walk. The driver is really at a disadvantage according to the distance. But when he heard the servant's complaint, the coachman was obviously a little unhappy, but he didn't dare to attack, so he had to explain patiently. "Brother, it's not like you didn't hear that you were in Qingshui County. After leaving Qingshui County to the south, the sky has been cloudy for several days, and the fog has not dissipated. It's okay now, and it's thicker at night. They are all so careful on their way. It is easy to get lost in a hurry." Okay, hurry up. Hey, naturally. The other party was full of displeasure, but the coachman could only smile apologetically. "Okay, Wei Tong, don't make things difficult for other people's coachmen. It's not up to others to decide what the weather is like. Stay safe." "Oh, got it, my lord." It was quiet here, and in the carriage in the middle, he was chatting with the coachman in front again. It was a maid in the carriage, and his tone and attitude were much better than that of the servant in the middle carriage. "Old man, is this kind of fog common in Qingshui County?" The coachman, who was over half a century old, looked back. The little maid of this rich family was different from the peasant girl. She was fresh and watery, but she was still not as strong as her granddaughter. Looking behind the curtain inside the car, the lady seemed to be facing the outside too. "Listen carefully. Although I'm not from Qingshui County, I often run this road. Fog is not uncommon, but it is the first time that the daylight has not cleared for more than 10 consecutive days." The coachman seemed to think of something and continued. "I heard that in Qingshui County, when the fog lingered for a few days at first, some old people thought they had attracted some kind of evil spirit. But the businessmen who came and went were fine, and many people said that passing through the thickest fog would make people feel dizzy. It's refreshing and comfortable inside and out, so..." The coachman made a fool of himself here. "So what?" The servant girl's voice was a little louder, and since the 3 carriages were so close together, the people in the front and rear carriages were actually listening. "Ha ha. That's why some old people said that there are high-ranking immortals practicing spells here, and those who pass through the mist are blessed." "That old man, what nonsense are you talking about? Aren't all the immortals practicing on the high mountains in the immortal cave mansion? How could they be in this remote village?" Wei Tong, the servant in front, expressed his disagreement again. The old coachman was also a little displeased, so he explained. "It's often heard that there are immortals who play in the world, and they also transform into mortals a little bit, and I don't think there are immortals." Interrupted by Wei Tong, The old coachman also lost interest in chatting, and the three carriages moved forward slowly. After about a quarter of an hour, the fog really became thicker. The middle-aged coachman in front looked back at the curtain of the carriage and saw the servant looking up, opened his mouth, and said nothing. Anyway, it has been proved that he was not lying just now. The driver of the three carriages and the people in the carriage took a deep breath at this moment, feeling that the air channels were unblocked. Not only the unhappiness in the heart of the bickering just disappeared, but also the fatigue of the journey disappeared a lot. It's really so amazing. The young master in the front carriage and the people in the rear carriage murmured in surprise. At this moment, when he heard the sound of a carriage passing by and the conversation on the other side of the carriage, Ji Yuan also woke up from the dreamlike state. The reason for this is that on the one hand, he felt that this training was about to come to an end. Even though he was in a low consumption state, his body was a little hungry, and on the other hand, it was because Ji Yuan heard a familiar voice. It was Wei Tong, the servant. He was the voice of a servant who angrily scolded the boatman when the son got drunk and fell into the water upstairs. Ji Yuan and that young master just met once, so naturally he has no intention of meeting him. But Ji Yuan thinks that he still needs to meet this rich young man. Not for myself, but I just thought of a big herring. That herring can save this young master. It may not have saved other people before. Such a kind spirit should be rewarded after all, and this young master is also capable of repaying a certain amount that kind of person. So before the carriage in front came, Ji Yuan stood up, shook the water droplets on his body, and jumped off the tree with a light leap. Although it was daytime, this was the place with the deepest fog, and the visibility was less than 2 feet. After thinking about it, Ji Yuan still felt that it was not appropriate to directly block the road, so he walked slowly by the side of the road. After a while, 3 slow-moving carriages caught up with Ji Yuan, looking like they were catching up with and about to overtake a lone passerby. The carriage driver and the servant Wei Tong, who had been looking outside all the time, also subconsciously observed the plainly dressed, lonely passerby, but they didn't think too much about it. On the contrary, the coachman has more life experience after all, and he can vaguely see that the clothes of the passers-by are a little wet. Ji Yuan had already heard the breathing of the people in the carriage. That is, when the first carriage was about to overtake him, he seemed to turn his head to look at the carriage inadvertently. Zhongjing's clear voice sounded. The young master in the car. Do you still remember the incident of Chumu River falling into water? Ji Yuan's voice didn't seem to be loud, but it reached everyone's ears. The coachmen were puzzled and didn't react, but the people in the car were already shocked. The servant Wei Tong looked at Ji Yuan and opened his mouth to ask, "Are you also a guest on the upper boat?" The servant thought that Ji Yuan recognized him, so he knew that his son must be in the car, but he never thought that Ji Yuan had never seen him clearly. It's just that the angle of the question made Ji Yuan slightly stunned, but it seemed that there was nothing wrong with thinking about it, so he just shook his head in denial. I'm naturally not a guest on a boat. It's just a chance to meet me." At this time, the son in the car had put down the book, but he didn't get up and stick his head out to look at the people outside. He is a person who knows martial arts. It would be a bit embarrassing for him to be rescued by others when he was drunk, even though he doesn't know how to drink water. The young master is silent, but the servant doesn't let go and doesn't believe Ji Yuan's words. What? You see, our young master is very happy to fall into the water? You must have been snickering in a corner of the building at that time, right? Seeing how poor you are, you don't know how to get on the boat. To be honest, although Ji Yuan's attire is not rich, is not poor either, the servant is naturally sarcastic in his angry words. It was nothing to be led by the servant's thoughts, but now the people in the car felt awkward. "Okay, Wei Tong, stop talking. Let the coachman go faster." The young man in the car snorted coldly, consciously expressing his dissatisfaction very politely. The coachman also hurriedly quickened his pace and walked forward holding the rein of the horse. There was constant noise, and the lady and maid in the middle vehicle were whispering. "Chunfang, did you hear that voice just now?" "Well, I heard it too. It seems that a passerby has something to do, and Wei Tong got into an argument with someone again." "Who is that person?" "I don't know. It seems to say that I also saw the young master fall into the water on the boat that day." In the third carriage sat an old nanny and two other servants. They also lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked ahead, but it was difficult to see clearly because of the fog. But their faces were also dissatisfied. Seeing the carriage speeding up, Ji Yuan frowned. He really thought that people would dislike him for mentioning this matter, but it is too real to allow people to explain and leave after scolding. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the servant, and after scanning the three carriages, Ji Yuan spoke again. "Let's stop the car." This time the volume was raised a bit, and there was a certain tremor at the end of the words, which belonged to another combination of martial arts skills and magic power. It was obviously not very loud, but it made the listeners feel itchy. It was just a little bit unexpected that before the people could react, the old horses pulling the carts on the three carriages stopped one after another, dragging the drivers to a staggering level. But they also pulled he didn't move the horses, as if the animals didn't want to go away. The car stopped suddenly, and many people in the three carriages were shaken to the front. Wei Tong, who was poking his head, staggered and fell out of the carriage with an ouch and almost rolled down. The young master in the car was also a little startled and immediately picked up a sword leaning against the car and then jumped out of the car nimbly. Seeing that the maid in the car behind seemed to want to get off, she hurriedly stopped her. "Stay in the car, Chunfong, and take care of Miss Good." After saying this, the young man, who was still dressed in white, looked at the coachman who was pulling the horse, and then looked intently at Ji Yuan, who was standing not far from the carriage. He always felt that this man had a kind face. "Who are you? What is the purpose of finding Wei?" The sound just now was strange, and the car parked even more evilly, and I don't know if it was because of the distance, the other party seemed to be vaguely melting into the fog. Seeing the reluctance of these horses to leave, no matter the bystanders or the young man in white himself, at this moment, there is a faint sense of horror in his heart that he has run into a ghost. It was only at this moment that Ji Yuan stopped his slow pace, turned around, and looked at the young man, who was still dressed in white, and his appearance was similar to what he saw in the early morning. Well, this son is still a martial artist with good skills. After saying this, Ji Yuan apologized to the coachman and bowed his hands. "Trouble me for a moment. I will leave after finishing my work." As soon as the words fell, Ji Yuan's gaze turned, and the topic of the conversation also changed accordingly. This son was drunk and fell into the boat at the time. Do you remember the underwater scene? Underwater? Seeing the young master's frown, and the fact that it was dark at that time, he probably didn't have much impression, and Ji Yuan didn't bother with this issue anymore, and Zhongjing's voice sounded a little relieved and with a touch of emotion again. On the night of spring on the river, Inga Yinwu was drinking and looking for joy in the boat. The young master fell into the river when he was drunk. He should have drowned in the river. It was a big herring that lifted you to the surface of the river, and only a few boatmen waited. "I came to save you." I wonder how much memory the young master has. At this time, because Ji Yuan no longer practiced, the mist had thinned a lot, but because his appearance and words were so shocking, no one else noticed the change of the mist. Big herring to save people? The young master had a horrified expression on his face, because that night in his dreams, he could always dream of a bluish-white streak across the turbidity in front of his eyes, and the next morning he was a little confused. Could it really be a herring? Then the young man in white suddenly thought of something in his mind, and looked at Ji Yuan Dao. "Your Excellency, is the person who eats porridge in that boat? Maybe it is, maybe it's not. You can believe it or not, my lord. If you have the heart to repay your kindness, at the same time every year you can send someone or yourself to pour a jar of rice wine at the section of the Chimu River and carve a small pot of rice wine in your home. There's a statue of a herring, and I have time to pray for it, which is considered to be repaying the life-saving grace. Although there are some things that cannot be forced, Ji Yuan does not want his painstaking efforts to be wasted easily, and a little showing the saint is fine." Too lazy to wait for other people's reaction, Ji Yuan took a look at the servant and bowed his hands slightly towards brother young master in disapproval. Look at the clothes first when you see people, and when you see a servant, it's like seeing the master, so you can do it yourself. After saying this, Ji Yuan turned around and walked away. The moisture on the wet clothes on his body was dispelled as he walked, as if he was surrounded by haze, which was mysterious. In contrast, the surrounding fog was fading away quickly. After a few breaths, before the mist completely dissipated, Ji Yuan had already stepped into the mist and lost his figure. But after only a few more breaths, the mist completely dissipated, and there was no gray clothes in front of him or in the distance. Gentlemen, the fog is cleared. Where is that person? Why is he gone? Did you see that? It's not a mortal. This person can't be a fairy. I also don't feel like Xiechong. Didn't we really see the gods? The coachmen were startled and excited, shouting incessantly. The more they talked, the more convinced they were seeing an immortal. Especially the refreshing mist disappeared as the person disappeared, which could explain the problem even more. But the young man in white who was holding the sword was speechless for a while. In the carriage at the back, the maid, the old mother, and the servant have all got off the carriage. How can they stay in the carriage in this situation? Looking at the clear world where the mist melted all of a sudden, and listening to the drivers talking more and more excited, everyone felt extremely mysterious, not to mention the young man in white himself. Brother! Ah! The young man in white looked at his cousin, as if waking up from a dream. Oh, brother, why don't you chase after me? Don't you know martial arts? The young man in white turned his head to look ahead, and then looked up at the dark clouds in the sky. Cousin said lightly, Chasing? How to chase? Legend has it that the immortal can ride the clouds and ride the fog, and as the fog clears, the other party may have already flown away. After waiting for a long time, the carriage moved again, but the thoughts of the people on board and the driver were still on the previous adventure. Since the fog had cleared, there was no need to lead the horses forward at this moment, and all the coachmen sat back in the carriages and drove the carriages forward. After all the carriages had run away in a shadow, moved on the big tree by the side of the road, Ji Yuan jumped down from the tree again. Whether you will do it or not, and how useful it will be if you do it, is not up to someone to decide. For that herring, Ji Yuan has a particularly good impression, and this kind of good impression is different from Lu Shanjun and Qi Hu, different from that old turtle, and even more different from that Jiang Shenbaijiao. It is a kind of pure-hearted good impression. In particular, the greedy drinker came to swim beside the boat because of a desire for beautiful things like rice wine. He had no fear or flattery about Ji Yuan. What Ji Yuan saw was a kind of sensibility, a rare clean. See you someday. With this thought in mind, Ji Yuan smiled, and while walking forward, he took out a dry biscuit from his bag. It was not broken because of the aura, so he ate it boldly. Only follow the official road, and ask someone for directions when you have a chance. This time, Ji Yuan is not greedy for the convenience of walking in a straight line. It makes detours as soon as possible, so as not to bump into some ravine again. Although Ji Yuan is not yet the Zioyaxian that he was looking forward to, he still has confidence in his foot strength, which is definitely not worse than riding a horse, and his endurance and resilience are much stronger than that of a horse. It still takes more than half a month to walk like this. It took time to get out of the border of Jizhou, and I had a more intuitive understanding of the entire territory of Dajin. Of course, this is also related to Ji Yuan's route and fairly regular schedule. And although he has been on his way consciously, he has seen jugglers, monkey shows, village banquets, and local wine on the way, which was also delayed for some time. Of June 21st, great heat. Unknowingly, it has entered midsummer, the hottest period of the year, and Ji Yuan has finally arrived at Autumn Mountain, where the tomb of the left madman is located. It was only after seeing that mountain that Ji Yuan finally understood why the name of the mountain was so weird. Looking around, I can see that all the mountains in this short belly mountain are relatively flat and low, and many of them look like arch generals. This lunatic left has been dead for decades. I don't know if the tomb is taken care of, whether it will be buried or collapsed. Ji Yuan murmured and found a place near the official road to enter the mountain, and was going to find the location of the umbilical peak line that he had learned from the sword meaning post. From the morning to the afternoon, finally let Ji Yuan find out what the so-called navel peak line is. Looking at the rocks in front of him, which are only half a foot high and not 2 feet wide, and surrounded by many weeds and wildflowers, Ji Yuan is also a little speechless. This can be called navel peak, is really the embodiment of Zhuo Daxia's abstract style. If you insist on careful study, there are at least a dozen places in the whole autumn mountain that can be called navel peak. Ji Yuan squatted down and used his oil paper umbrella to push aside a piece of tall weeds, revealing the mottled tombstones and the earthen graves that had collapsed a lot. The handwriting on the tombstone should have been carved with a sword, with obvious sharp marks on the edge, and it was written, "The tomb of my father's Woli, the unfilial sons with Qiuli." Zhuoquangzhong is not really called Zhuoquangzuan. Maybe after decades, there are not many people in the world who know his real name in the martial arts world. Looking at the overgrown weeds on the side of the tomb, Ji Yuan couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Hero Zhua, I think you were unrivaled in martial arts back then, but in the end you lost even Qing Ming and a handful of soil. The Zhua family must have encountered some misfortune, or Zhuoli has explained something, or simply the descendants have forgotten this tomb. He is a person who once stood at the top of the rivers and lakes, and even the current fate can't help but feel a little bit of sadness. After bowing 3 times to Zhuo Li's tomb, Ji Yuan lightly jumped onto the rock behind the tomb. The big rock was also covered with a lot of soil, and dense weeds grew over it. Ji Yuan raised his foot and stomped heavily on an exposed stone foundation. Boom! While the sound was reverberating, Ji Yuan listened carefully, then smiled, walked to the center of the boulder, pulled out the weeds, digged vigorously with a small stone slab, and after digging a dozen times, he came across a hard object. Remove the blocking stones, and there's a dark yellow wooden box hidden underneath, and there's a rotten part on the side of the wooden box that looks like a sword handle. Ji Yuan showed joy and reached out to take out the heavy wooden box in his hand, and wanted to lift the long sword up, but when he grasped the hilt, he found that it was completely rotten, and it fell off by itself when he touched it, so he had to grab the slightly rusty metal the handle was raised. The rumored long sword Qingying did not look like a magic weapon at all. The hilt had rotted and fallen off, the scabbard was rotten, and even the body of the sword was also stained with rust. Changing to an ordinary warrior might be disappointing, but Ji Yuan knows that this is just an appearance. The long sword in front of him is very clear in his eyes, and there is even a sense of agility circulating in the sword. Ji Yuan stretched out his hand and flicked the sword. Ding! The sound was very crisp, and the sword body vibrated with invisible air ripples. Ji Yuan stretched out his hand and gently caressed the sword until the tip. A trace of spiritual energy flowed into the sword along the lines of his fingertips, and gently asked about the long sword in a peaceful voice. Will you follow Ji to see the sun again? The voice fell. OM. The sword body actually shook slightly by itself, shaking off a lot of dust on the sword body. Good sword. Sure enough, the spirituality is self-contained. This long sword Qingying gave Ji Yuan a great surprise. So the swordsmanship secret book must be even more amazing? With this strong sense of anticipation, Ji Yuan couldn't restrain his excitement, sat cross-legged on the stone, put Qingying across his lap, and solemnly opened the wooden box that should be made of nanmu with both hands. The edge of the box was sealed with thick wax. After opening the box, there was a faint scent of nan, and a martial arts cheat book was lying on the bottom of the box. Ji Yuan picked it up and took a look. The imposing name was Zhuo Li Jiandian. Couldn't bear curiosity. Knowing that his eyesight is not good, he still flipped through it. Zhuo Li's painstaking efforts should have been poured into writing this cheat book. As the most innate master at the peak, there is also a trace of intention in it. Part of the text. It's just that this surprise seems to fade away as the reading progresses. In the middle of the night, Ji Yuan sat cross-legged on the rock and still didn't get up, but the book was casually placed on his lap. What is this? What about the mystery of the sword intent tie that transforms ideas into form and forgets form? No matter how subtle this cheat is, how is it different from ordinary inner strength cheats, plus one move and one style of swordsmanship? No matter how subtle it is there still something under the stone? Secret grid? Unwilling to give up, Ji Yuan took a closer look at the small pit again and stretched out his palm to pat the rock. Bang! Because it was late at night, the sound was more obvious in the silence. After listening carefully, he still couldn't hear where the stone was empty. Ji Yuan knew that this palm was just a deception. After a long time, the slight sense of loss gradually faded away. Hee, I got the sword in tent post and the long sword Qingying, so what is there to be dissatisfied with? Zhuodashia is good enough for me to trick someone. Stuffing the secret book into the bag, lifting the long sword to hold up the Nama box, Ji Yuan lightly jumped off the boulder. Looking at the shape of the long sword without a handle, Ji Yuan thought about it in a moment of interest and casually folded off a section of vines of suitable thickness on the side and wrapped it around the tail of the sword. It becomes verdant, forming a special emerald vine hilt. Although your spirituality is mature, you're limited by gold and iron. This ivy-rooted long sword just complements your aura. It will become your sword handle and integrate with you in the future. I will nourish it with spiritual air from time to time. After saying this, Ji Yuan stood in front of Zhuoli's tomb with a sword in his hand. He wanted to mow the weeds, but he stood by the tomb and looked at it, but he felt that this is pretty good now. Just left a piece of pancake and a last uneaten sauced rabbit leg in front of the tombstone, and then Ji Yuan walked away. Left hero, use it slowly. Knowing that there are no ghosts in the tomb, Ji Yuan's words before he left still echoed in front of the tomb. Maybe this Nama box can be exchanged for some money. As for the secret book, it should be returned to the descendants of the Zhuo family, if there are any descendants. Now Ji Yuan has a little more luggage than before. A gray cloth bag contains an extra copy of the peerless martial arts cheats that can make people in the Jianghu fight for blood. An oiled paper umbrella is still under his arm, and a King Tenjian sacrificed a piece of inner clothing in the bag and wrapped it with the cloth strips of the green clothes, wrapped it on the back, and the heavy Nama box the size of a shoe box was inconvenient to put in the bag, so he could only carry it in his hand. Although Ji Yuan was on the road before, he stopped and stopped. After all, he was still thinking about Zhuodashia's legacy, so the part of the journey was more important. Now that he got the secret book sword, Ji Yuan relaxed a lot. Very kind when I was in elementary school. I finally rushed to finish all the summer homework at the end of the summer vacation. Judging from the sword and tent post, Zhuoli's ancestral home was Junyanfu, Izhou, and he grew up in Junyanfu City since he was a child. As the saying goes, poor culture and rich martial arts can allow Zhuoli to freely contact martial arts and make him achieve extraordinary achievements. Apart from Zhuoli himself being a genius, the Zhuo family must also be a big family. To take a step back, the Zhuo Guangzi should still be well known in Juntian Mansion, but they don't know how the Zhuo family is doing now. After Zhuoli lived in seclusion and died, he should be annoyed by quacks for a while. Walking along the official road, Ji Yuan's footsteps have always maintained a state of seemingly slow walking, but actually has a huge span. The feet are not high from the ground. It is even more necessary to understand the meaning of swimming the dragon. This contradiction of seemingly slow stepping, but actually moving forward quickly may give rise to an illusion of shrinking into an inch. After walking for a whole night and more than half a day, seeing the morning glow and bathing in the scorching sun in the afternoon, Autumn Mountain has already been left far behind by Ji Yuan. After walking for so long, I finally heard the sound of pedestrians in the distance ahead. It should be another group of passers-by. Ji Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. The area near the official road should be approaching densely populated places again. So he slowed down and chased at a slightly faster speed than ordinary people that a little far ahead, for people were walking and chatting. According to them, they should be villagers from a nearby village, and they seem to be going to a wedding banquet. I heard that 2 sheep and a pig were killed in the village for this time. The meat must be enough. Don't say it. Don't say it. It makes me drool. Listening to the words of the predecessors, someone beside him swallowed his saliva, and only such a big banquet like a wedding banquet can eat and drink freely. That boy Zhao Dongmu is also lucky. He married Xiao Lian from the neighboring village, so he would be a man to do farm work. Yeah, how many people said that the matchmaker didn't make it? It's cheaper for him. Others echoed for a while. Hurry up, hurry up. The sun is already setting. We have to go back quickly, otherwise old Uncle Zhao will be in a hurry. Well, I'm going to start eating in a while. Uncle Zhao will definitely blame us for not having enough wine. Hey, don't worry. We can catch up, and the four of us can get a lottery red envelope in a while. Ha ha, I just want to eat. And Uncle Zhao is only two big boys. Ha ha, yes. The four of them chatted while walking, and from the strength of their panting and the heaviness of their steps, they should be carrying heavy objects. When Ji Yuan got closer, he vaguely saw that there should be a group of two people carrying a jar. From the previous conversation, he speculated that it should be wine in the jar. Wedding banquet, do you want to have a meal? Anyway, it's not like I don't give red envelopes. Thinking of this, Ji Yuan quickened his pace and took the lead in shouting forward. The little brother's in front. Let's go slowly. The four people carrying the wine at the front heard the yelling from far behind. They all subconsciously slowed down and looked back, and saw a man who looked like Mr. Sven in a wide-sleeved long robe catching up behind the official road, with an umbrella in one hand, holding a wooden box in one hand. Ji Yuan seemed to be out of breath with some sweat on his face. You guys, I've been on the road for a long time. I can't go to the village or go to the store, but I can see people in a hurry. It will be dark in 2 hours, and I'm in a panic on the road. Mr. Big, where are you calling from? Several people just slowed down their pace so that Ji Yuan could keep up, but they didn't stop. I'm coming from the direction of Yongtai County, and I'm going to Junyanfu. Hey, the way to come here and the place to go are quite far away. Mr. Da, you are quite courageous. Ji Yuan just smiled. Yeah, are you guys from a nearby village? Can you let me go and ask for a drink and stay overnight? I won't live in vain. Speaking of this, several young villagers naturally invited Ji Yuan to Zayajaya's Wang. Mr. Big, if you don't mind, come with us to Zayajaya's Wang. There is a wedding banquet in the village. You look like a scholar. Uncle Zhao will definitely ask you to go to the banquet together. Yes, Mr. Da, but you have to keep up. We are hurrying back. Uncle Zhao's house doesn't have enough wine. We are waiting for these 2 jars. Okay, I'm still confident in my footsteps. The brothers just keep walking, and I won't lose track of you. Ji Yuan smiled and walked a few steps faster, getting closer to a few people, looking forward to whether there are any special dishes in the countryside here. And by the way, chatting with a few young people to get close. Why don't you guys drive an ox cart or something? Don't you feel tired doing so? Hey, the wine we bought from the town on the other side of Helma Mountain on the mountain climbing road, the bullet cart is not convenient to go. It's better to carry it faster. Yo, that's a long way, isn't it? That's right, it's been a long time. Several young people are also talkative masters. After confirming that Ji Yuan is a knowledgeable gentleman who can read and write and has actually been to a place as far away as Jizhou, they're even more happy and bluntly said that Uncle Zhao will definitely treat him to a wedding. Talking while walking like this, coupled with Ji Yuan's eloquence, he became acquainted with the 4 of them a lot as soon as he came out. The barrenness along the way is decreasing, and more after going down the official road from a small road and walking for more than a quarter of an hour, the outline of Zayajaya's Wang could already be seen ahead. A middle-aged man was looking towards the road. When he saw the 4 people coming back, he hurried up. Hey, why did you come back? The banquet will start any later. Then the man suddenly discovered the existence of Ji Yuan and asked in surprise, Who is this? Ji Yuan naturally handed over quickly. I'm planning fate. I'm a passerby in transit. It's getting late, and I want to come here to ask for a drink and take a night. Second uncle, this Mr. Ji is a learned man. He is from Jizhou. A young man hastened to remind one, and looking at Ji Yuan's elegant but dusty attire, he believed it a little bit. Even if it wasn't true, Zhuangshang's big day-to-day would not drive people away. Oh, Mr. came from such a long way. Today is a happy day. I must come to the village to have a wedding wine and walk around. The man also bowed to Ji Yuan and stretched out his hand to invite him. Excuse me. The 6 people were polite to each other and walked towards the villa. It was very lively inside. The bride and groom had already paid their respects at the auspicious time. There are more than 20 tables inside and outside the walls of a courtyard. There are round tables and square tables. There are red decorations everywhere, and the Chinese character is everywhere. People were busy washing vegetables, stewing and cooking there, and the atmosphere was extremely warm. A guest. The yelling inside was extremely loud, and not long after, the identity of Mr. Ji Yuan, Mr. Yuan Ku, was also known by the festive protagonist inside, and he came to greet him specially and let Ji Yuan sit at the table with peace of mind. Although the sky is still bright, there are no light bulbs in this era, and the banquet will definitely be held before dark in the open air. Before the dinner party started, Ji was sitting at a table on the edge. Although most of them were villagers he didn't know, there was a young man who had just returned from carrying the wine, sitting next to him, talking to Ji Yuan and asking questions. Focusing on the things in Jizhou, I am full of longing for the world outside the village. Just as he was talking, there was a burst of laughter from the other side of the main room, and Ji Yuan heard someone shouting, "Wrong spelling, wrong spelling. Why are there two more characters on the left than on the right?" There are also voices like confused, confused. Didn't there be a Mr. Da from a foreign country just now? Can he write? Let him write one. Yes, yes. Mr. Da looks like the teacher in the county. He must be very knowledgeable. Uncle Zhao, go and invite that gentleman. It is a folk custom here to write wedding couplets before the dinner party. If it is not really unconditional, people with some reputation will not be spared in getting married. There is a booing sound from over there, and several middle-aged and old man Ji Yuan came here, with an embarrassed smile on his face. Before he could speak, Ji Yuan stood up with a smile. But you want to write a wedding couplet? Let Ji write a couplet as a thank you for Mr. Zhao's wedding reception. Thank you so much, sir. Let's go. Let's see Mr. Da write Shilian. I'll go take a look too. The only one who can read in Zayajaya's Wang is the old village chief. He used to ask the village chief to write something on any important matter. Although he didn't have much ink in his belly, he could at least write clearly. Now he's getting older and blurred. Ji Yuan was also infected by the simplicity and enthusiasm of the villagers, and seemed to be in high spirits. Walking to the table of the 8 immortals in the main room, I saw a few strips of red paper, 2 of which had well-regulated characters written on them. On the left was a lot of weddings and happy events. On the right was a fat boy was born early, and a little the characters may have fewer strokes, and they are much smaller than other characters, which also attracts Ji Yuan to smile. Mr. Big Pen. Ji Yuan saw that the bridegroom, who was dressed vigorously and tied with red cloth flowers, handed over the pen in person. Looking at his appearance, it was the moment when the joy was rising. The bridegroom is looking forward to it. Ji Yuan holds a pen in his right hand, pulls his sleeve with his left hand, and writes a happy couplet on 2 flattened red paper strips. 100 years of love and double heart's knot. A marriage of thousands of miles is linked by a thread. Afterwards, another piece of red paper was placed horizontally, and the 4 characters newly married great happiness were written down again. The pen runs through the back of the paper, and there is a spirit of beauty hidden from the eyes of ordinary people. While writing, the old village head next to him read aloud. Even though most of the people were illiterate, they could tell that the old man's handwriting was very beautiful, and it was definitely a good handwriting. The children on the side clapped their hands again and again, and the adults on the side also applauded. The old man Zhao insisted on dragging Ji Yuan to the chairman. Under the urging of others, the dinner was finally about to start, and all the helpers began to serve food outside. Let's have a banquet. The best man rang loudly, and in the glowing red sunset, the wedding banquet officially began. Ji Yuan's eyes widened for a moment, and he looked around the banquet with a smile on his face, bursts of joy rising, especially after posting the wedding couplets. With a twitch in his heart, he clings to the piece in his sleeve, and the trace of joy that was about to dissipate and overflow gathers again and moves towards the chess piece. Good, good, happy. The ivy sword that is always carried on the back and wrapped in cloth is also flowing with aura. Chevron underscore left. Ji Yuan, the chairman who sits in front of the hall, is naturally the fastest to serve food. Bowls of steaming dishes are served with bursts of fragrance by the vigorous helper. When there are hard dishes, the old man Zhao will ask, "Let me introduce you. This is roasted flour fish. This is meat covered with rice. It smells delicious. This is mutton bones soup." At this table, there are the groom, the official, both in-laws, and a close relative and elder, but no one has any objection to treating Ji Yuan as a distinguished guest. They all think that the newlyweds have the talent of learned people, and their children will have a bright future. While congratulating and socializing in Ji Yuan's sleeves, he also looked down at the chess pieces on the cuffs. The color of the chess pieces had turned white as expected, and with the smiles on display, the wedding banquet seemed to be a joy for both the host and the guests. When the wine glasses are full, everyone eats with their chopsticks. The wedding banquets in remote villages are naturally not as good as the chefs in Ayutthaya, but they have a different flavor, especially the atmosphere is good, and it is the evening of the dog days, and everyone is sweating profusely. This accountant finally knew what many people were doing with a wet towel around their necks, and there were people at the tables farther away who were shirtless. The bridegroom toasted at that table, while the bride waited alone in the bridal chamber. After a long round of toasts, he went back to the chairman to salute his parents-in-law and elders. The groom's face was already flushed from drinking, and he still didn't forget to come to Ji Yuan to toast. Mr. Ji, today I am very happy to thank you for writing the happy couplet. It is really the best couplet. I offer you a toast, and I must drink it. Seeing that his words are quite clear, he should not be drunk yet. After this round of toasting, he will enter the bridal chamber. Ji Yuan also stood up with a smile and served wine in return. Give birth to a precious son early. Give birth to a precious son early. After drinking this glass of wine, the bridegroom officer walked steadily towards the back room amidst a burst of noise. Ji Yuan saw that the groom's body was still strong, and he should be able to control the wife who was doing farm work like a man. As the sky gradually darkened, the wedding banquet was almost over. Although it is the dog days, there is no refrigerator here, but there is no need to worry about the leftovers going bad, because the villagers are really lively. Ji Yuan has never seen a plate with half or 2 dishes left, and some tables are full of juice that could be eaten up. In addition to helping the kitchen to clean up, the neighbors, relatives, and friends all started to disperse with satisfaction on their stomachs. Ji Yuan followed a young man named Zhao Dongliang who came back from picking up wine at the beginning to spend the night at his home. This family was close to the head of the village, and they arranged for Ji Yuan a side room in a small farmyard, with a bed, chair, and bedding. They are all full of wine and food, but because of the hot weather, even though it is dark, most of the villagers have not gone to sleep. Many of them are enjoying the cool air in the ventilated place outside the courtyard. It will take a while for the heat in the house to dissipate. Sleep. Ji Yuan also brought out a chair and sat by the wall of the small courtyard. On the left-hand side, he could see a strange hut in the distance, and there were 3 small light spots on it. I didn't pay attention when I came here. Now it seems that it should be a small temple. The size is estimated to be no more than half the height of a person. It may be an earth temple in the village. It was indeed a bit hot, and Ji Yuan didn't have a fan, so he grabbed his right sleeve with his right hand and straightened it twice. When Zhao Dongliang saw Ji Yuan coming out, he picked up a small stool and sat down. Wind. Mr. Ji, what is that on your back? Why don't you put it inside the house? It's so hot with the cloth strips on it. Zhao Dongliang was sweating in a sleeveless gown, and a gown with wide sleeves like this Mr. Dawes looked hot, and he tied a stick or something, and he couldn't get prickly heat from covering it. Oh, this is a sword. I forgot to understand it. In fact, it is because the green vines are unstable and need to be nourished by spiritual energy at all times. So it is temporarily inconvenient for the green vine sword to leave the body during this period. Sword. Zhao Dongliang's eyes lit up. Does Mr. Ji know martial arts, the kind who can fly over eaves and walk over walls? No wonder he dares to walk such a long distance alone. Hee, you know martial arts, but you still need some means of self-defense when you go out. Zhao Dongliang was even more excited when he heard it. Mr. Ji, can I have a look at your sword? Last time I went back to the county, I saw a long sword hung with flowers in a shop. It was beautiful. Ji Yuan smiled. It doesn't hurt to have a look, but you might be disappointed. After speaking, he untied the knot, took off the cloth-wrapped green vine sword and put it on his knee, and removed the green cloth to reveal the face of the sword. The ivy sword is 3 feet 6 inches long and 1 inch 8 inches wide. It is a straight line from the tip to the tail. Simple and simple, of course, the rust spots on the sword body are still there. Ah, Mr. G's sword is not as good-looking as the one I saw in the county. It doesn't even have a scabbard, and it's all rusted like this. Zhao Dongliang was obviously a little disappointed. Ha! If I said it earlier, you would be disappointed, but it's still not good to say it. I'm fine, it won't be very happy. Ji Yuan smiled and pointed to the sword, while pressing his left hand on the sword to prevent it from screaming. Zhao Dongliang thought it was because Ji Yuan didn't like what he said just now, scratched his head and said, Mr. Ji, don't mind. Actually, your sword is pretty good. Ji Yuan smiled and said nothing, looked up at the sky full of stars. Mr. Ji, tell me about the outside world and the Jianghu martial arts. Isn't it very exciting? Well, maybe, but it may not be so good. They chatted one after another. Most of them were asked by Zhao Dongliang, and Ji Yuan chose to answer, like telling a fairy tale. He also said that the big herring in Chunmu River saved people, mentioned that the old turtle outside Chunwei's mansion begged for wine, and also mentioned the old dragon Buyu, ensured that the weather would be smooth, and Zhao Dongliang listened as seriously as a child. After more than half an hour, most of the villagers enjoying the cool air moved back to the house with chairs and stools one after another. Although Zhao Dongliang still wanted to chat with Ji Yuan, he went to bed considering that he would have to do farm work tomorrow. There is only one person left. In the Earth Temple a little far away, a puff of smoke manifested, and an old man with a hunched body walked towards this side, and he cupped his hands at Ji Yuan when he was 2 feet away. It's rare for a fairy to come here, and the little land is here to greet you. Don't dare not. I would also like to thank the villagers in Gidi for taking me in and begging for a glass of wedding wine. Ji Yuan hurriedly stood up and bowed his hands to return the salute. He saw that the Earth Temple was not full of incense, and he regarded it as an empty temple that could not even be regarded as a temple of prostitution. He did not expect that there were righteous gods, but the gods of mountains and rivers are the best at hiding, and it is normal not to find them. But this one is not like that kind of real cultivation, but more like a ghost cultivating to become a god. The old man looked at the ivy sword on Ji Yuan's knee and carefully walked closer to one side. I don't know where Mr. Xinxiang is. There's no such thing as a fairyland. If you walk around, the landmaster should be a local, right? The old man sat down on the stone mill next to him, nodded, and answered. Exactly, this old man was from Zhejia's Wang before he was alive. I don't know when it started. It must have been almost 300 years since he was enshrined as land. The land under his jurisdiction is only near Zhejia's Wang. Those who are scattered occasionally accompany the ecstasy to lead them to the underworld. 300 years? So long. However, it should be due to the limited jurisdiction. After so many years, although he has become a righteous god, he doesn't have much incense and mana. I don't know why the Lord of the Land is showing up this time. This old land is also interesting, so I answered directly and frankly. It's very rare to see people who cultivate immortals. Just come out and have a look. Ji Yuan can't help but laugh. It turns out that he has become a diorama. That must have disappointed the Lord of the Land. I am just a little practitioner, not the immortal leader you think. Mr. is too modest. It's much better than I thought. It was a compliment, but the landlord spoke the truth. After saying this, he hesitated for a moment and took out a strange stack of yellow paper from his bosom. I don't know if I can help the old man read the words on it. There should be words on it. It's just that the old man has superficial mana and can't see it. It seems that it's not just a surprise, but something to do. Ji Yuan doesn't refuse, just try. Okay, let me take a look. He took the yellow paper from the land public office and unfolded it. When he looked closely, ink stains appeared on it. Zhengdebao Gonglu. It turned out to be a book written in heaven. Although the Tianlu book is difficult to write, it may not be so precious, but it is true that it is rare. I guess it is because although it does not require a lot of material, it is difficult to read, not to mention the requirements for the writer. Some trouble. It is absolutely impossible for this landlord to have a clear and wonderful cultivation base, and he should not be able to reach the generation who knows the mystery. Here, when Ji Yuan talked about the Tianlu book, the landlord became a little excited. Sir, is an incredible treasure? This Tianlu book is just a way to record the content of the text. It may not be precious in itself. It also depends on the content itself. The content written on a yellow paper book of the lore of the land is called Zhengde Baogong record. Ji Yuan pointed to the yellow paper book and explained a sentence to the landlord, then glanced at the beginning of the chapter and explained a few more sentences. It seems to be a treasure book of apocalypse involving the practice of the divine way and connecting the earth veins. The opening paragraph mentions some proofs of the divine way, but I haven't read it in detail later. Firstly, Ji Yuan doesn't know much about Shinto and is not interested in it. And secondly, this is the Book of Tudegong after all, so I don't want to read more about the following content before asking him for his opinion. Gentlemen, the Earth Lord hurriedly got down from the stone mill and bowed to Ji Yuan respectfully. Please, sir, read the contents of the book for the old man. This book has been hidden by the old man for more than 100 years. It can't be torn or broken. It can't be invaded by water and fire, and it doesn't absorb spiritual energy and incense. The old man also asked the county town god to read it. However, also got nothing. I hope you can teach me. Huh? The city god of a county can't see it? Ji Yuan asked in surprise. This old man is absolutely right. In fact, the Lord City God mentioned the Tianlu book at the beginning, and he also clearly stated that this yellow paper book is not. Since the master can see the words on the yellow paper, I hope the master can teach me. Don't salute the Lord. Let me think about it. Ji Yuan stretched out his hand to support Tudegong, frowning as he looked at the folded yellow paper without a book cover or any casing. Although the Book of Tianlu is difficult to read, with the Taoism of a county town god, if you look at it carefully with no distracting thoughts, you can definitely see the words. This is not a guessing sentence, but an affirmative sentence. No matter the strength of the city god is high or low, the mana is strong or weak, the city god of the big county itself is right there. In other words, maybe this is really not an ordinary heavenly book, or does it need other conditions? Of course, Ji Yuan himself can't make an analogy with this condition. After all, his eyes are really special, so the most likely reason may be found in the book. Master Ji, take a look at the contents of this yellow paper first. Okay, sir, please look at it carefully. The Lord of the Earth wished that Ji Yuan would read it carefully right away and then dictate it to him. It would be even better if he could pick up a pen and write a copy for him. But Ji Yuan has already focused his attention on the yellow paper and unfolds the whole yellow paper, which is about the size of a newspaper in later generations. The more you think about fate, the more you frown. The content of the whole text seems to be not much different from other Tianlu books, but upon closer inspection, it is found that there are some places where the writing is not smooth. It is possible in Tong Sheng, but the possibility of appearing in the mysterious Tianlu book is extremely small. Like some irrelevant words squeezed in every other paragraph. The landlord didn't dare to say anything and stood aside cautiously, seeing the eyes of this mysterious expert who had been half closed gradually widen, allowing him to clearly see the pale color of the ancient well. In Ji Yuan's eyes, the yellow paper booklet in his hand is changing, and the awkward words and phrases that were originally mixed in between the paragraphs unexpectedly circulated on the whole yellow paper into a fuzzy picture covering the paper. In addition, the colors are constantly changing, showing platinum, black water, green wood, red fire, and lust in order, and finally turning into the simplest black and white. The center forms a large character. Edict. After subconsciously reading this word, Ji Yuan's heart shuddered. Boom! Suddenly, there was a faint flash of divine light, and the entire piece of big yellow paper was scorched black in many places at this moment, and all the awkward characters disappeared, leaving only the original text of Zhengde Baogong Lu. Well, Ji Yuan would be very embarrassed, and felt his back was so dry that he was about to sweat. Did he break the yellow paper book? The landlord on one side also stared dumbfounded at this yellow paper book that has been cherished all along. But before he could get angry or have other reactions, he suddenly saw words appearing on the yellow paper and felt a coherent atmosphere throughout the book. Machine, you can tell at a glance that the content is complete and there is no damage. Zingabeo, Gonglu. I can see it too. I can see it too. Thank you, sir, for breaking the law. Thank you, sir, for breaking the law. The landlord bowed and bowed again and again. His hunched body heaved and bowed exaggeratedly. Ji Yuan was only embarrassed for such a moment, and he actually received the landlord's countless bows and bows, which shows the excitement of the landlord and the frequency of his movements. Ji Yuan, who had reacted, quickly reached out to support the other party and handed back the yellow paper book while talking. Don't bow to the Lord. It's your fate that you can see it, but this day the yellow paper book of Tianlu has some scorching marks under it. Don't get in the way. Don't get in the way. Mister's magical power is profound, and the method breaks the prohibition without hurting the fundamentals of the style. I am grateful for this, old man. The landlord took back the yellow paper with excited hands and kept scanning the content up and down. Naturally, Ji Yuan also knew that the burnt part had no effect on the text, and it seemed to have triggered some kind of qi, so that the Lord of the Earth could easily see the Tianlu book. Presumably, it was really related to the yellow paper book. It's just now. I'm afraid it's not just a restriction on this yellow paper book. Thinking of this, Ji Yuan's heart moved again, and after a little visualization, he found that the artistic conception was undergoing amazing changes, and at the same time, there was a mysterious induction of Tianxin, which made him obtain something extraordinary. The Lord of the Earth has already read hundreds of words, and it is these few hundred words that have made him realize the extraordinary content of this article. As a ghost body after his death, the land that he has enshrined for many years by the villagers cannot be as good as the Lingxiu. Those real practitioners of mountains and rivers in the land practiced diligently, and the Zhejia's Wang was so big, the incense for the villagers' sacrifices could barely maintain the status of the gods, and the achievements of practice had already been restricted to death. But this Zhengdabeo Gonglu can actually understand a change from the extension of ghost body cultivation to the real cultivation of landscape gods. It is a real qualitative change, so that his small land can also see the opportunity to pursue the Tao. Even if the landlord has never seen anything in the world, he knows that it is really a big deal, and he also understands how lucky he is. If he meets a really good person who is willing to help, he can't say what the situation is for another person from the Immortal Mansion. Woolen cloth. Master Ji, may I ask, where did you get this book? Hearing the sudden question from the dazed expert just now, Master Ji suppressed the urge to learn, put away the yellow paper book, and then solemnly answered Ji Yuan's question. Mr. Hui, to be honest, this thing was originally dug out when the old man was digging the soil in the field. At that time, he saw that there was not much soil on it, and the paper was expensive, so he brought it home. Later, he probably forgot where to put it. I didn't care if I couldn't find it, until many years later after the old man died and became land, and the yellow paper book appeared in the underground temple again, the old man realized that this thing is extraordinary. It seems that it is really destined for you. In fact, the prohibition just now is also interesting. If the Lord of the land can break it by himself, it will be very meaningful. Now it is cheaper for me. It's not convenient for Ji Yuan to say it clearly, but he still raised his mouth speciously. I am content. I am already content. If there is no help from my husband, I will still be able to hold on to this yellow paper for many years and think hard. The landlord naturally thought that what Ji Yuan said was modest words. Even if there were any benefits, to such an expert, it was just an interesting sentence, and the main body was still a formula on paper. Ji Yuan didn't say anything anymore. What the landlord got was already extraordinary for a ghost cultivating the land. If there is more fate, even the land would not be able to bear it. I can't explain why, but Ji Yuan has this feeling, thinking of Ji Yuan's very solemn warning to the land. Lord of the land, the origin of this book is very important. In the future, the idle people should not show it to others easily. After obtaining this method, no matter what achievements you have in the future, you should not forget the original intention of being a land. I don't want to be counted on today. The future will expose you and me to consequences that could have been avoided. Hearing Ji Yuan's tone, Lord Tudi knew the severity and even felt a lot of pressure. Although Mr. didn't say it clearly, he said, "I will help you today. If you dare to violate the law, I will take action myself." Blank meaning. Zhao, the land of Zhejia's Wang. Follow Mr. S teachings. Land, who didn't dare to be negligent, bowed solemnly again. But this time his movements were slow, and he couldn't lift it for a long time, so Ji Yuan had no choice but to bow in return. And a new Shuzi didn't appear until after the two sides bowed to each other. But it didn't appear when the yellow paper book was returned just now, which also made Ji Yuan fall into deep thought. It was late at night, and Tudagong had already gone back to a small temple to study the magical method, and Ji Yuan also went back to the side room in the courtyard of Zhao Dongliang's house. It's just that Ji Yuan didn't go to sleep directly, but sat quietly in front of the table in the house. There was an ivy sword on the table, his eyes were slightly closed, and his thoughts were in a state of half awake, imagining the huge pill in the artistic conception. Furnace. The 5 colors of gold, water, wood, fire, and earth have already appeared on the furnace body of the artistic conception furnace, and the 5 colors of gold, water, wood, fire, and earth have changed, whether illusion or reality. The color and brightness of the fire unexpectedly showed a strange sense of introversion, mixed with the transformation from gray to brown to yin and yang in the brewing blaze. The original real fire in the artistic conception furnace is described in Tongming Su as the fire of divine will, black and white, 2 qi, 1 yin fire, 1 yang fire, and the mixture of the 3 forms one with infinite firepower. This is an intuitive feeling of Ji Yuan, and he can even vaguely feel that the virtual fire of the original artistic conception, the virtual fire, already has a real bridge. Affected by the memories of his previous life, this change made Ji Yuan unavoidably excited, and even wondered if it was the legendary Sanmai true fire. But although I didn't check what the real fire of Samadhi was in my previous life, I have seen descriptions of similar fires from Tong Ming Su in this life. It is said that there are 4 fires in the human body. Qihai Minhua, the last one is Xuanwu Shinhua, which is the real fire in the furnace. However, although Tong Mingsa has a description of confused fire, there is no such thing as Samadhi true fire. Dan Lu Shinhua can be called real fire, and little is known about other real fires. But in my situation, it's enough to say that a sentence of Samadhi is real fire. Ji Yuan murmured to himself with some pride. Mei here means mysterious and concealed, and the black and white yin ambiguous real fire and yang ambiguous real fire are another definition of ambiguity under Ji Yuan. After all, he has what others don't have, so it's not too much to name it according to the characteristics of fire, right? Well, it might be a bit arbitrary to think this way, but if you think about it another way, 99 out of 10 people who cultivate immortals definitely don't have it. Then there's the influence left by the word qi. There's always a faint echo of Ji Yuan himself in the artistic conception, as if reminding Ji Yuan that the word is still there. Whenever the pronunciation of the words is clear, Ji Yuan can vaguely see a thin layer of mysterious yellow air surrounding the I Ching pill furnace. Could it be that Xianhuang Qi is really a merit? Ji Yuan understood that that word was also an important opportunity for him tonight. He even heard the sound and understood it, and vaguely understood its essence. And if he wanted to confirm it, he had a suitable opportunity in front of him to try. Thinking of this, Ji Yuan opened his eyes, looked directly at the sword on the table, and pressed his finger on the tip of the sword. It's as if the thought moves with the heart. The body moves with the thought. At this moment, Ji Yuan wiped the green vine sword with his sword finger. There was a burst of green energy flashing. There were also 2 colors of yin and yang flowing, and there was a small wisp of black and yellow energy from the artistic conception. Pill the furnace gushes to the fingertips. The decree becomes a spirit. A slight command sounded. OM. The rust on the sword body was shaken away in an instant, and a 3-foot-long sword actually floated 2 inches above the table by itself, and the sword body hummed softly, and the cold light continued to flow. The spirituality conceived by the Qingting sword directly turned into a sword spirit. It is absolutely well-deserved to say immortal sword. Even though Ji Yuan's head is slightly dizzy at this moment, his face can't hide the color of surprise. Although there must be a huge difference, this feeling has a taste of royal seal. At least Ji Yuan is willing to think so when he is intoxicated with himself. Tick-tock made Ji Yuan look down and found a drop of blood on the table, and then felt itchy eyes and nose. What's the situation? Ji Yuan reached out his hand to touch the corner of the nose and eyes on his face, and found that it was actually bleeding. Fortunately, it was only a few drops, and it would have stopped. It seems that this edict cannot be used casually, but this time it will definitely not be a loss. With a wave of Ji Yuan's hand, a few drops of blood melted directly into the lamp oil on the table along with the traction, while he caressed the IV sword like a big child who got a toy, causing the sword to fly from side to side and tremble from time to time. There's an image of yin and yang hidden on the upper surface, and it will attract a little bit of spiritual energy by itself. In the eyes of ordinary people, the things used by immortals like those who cultivate immortals are all immortal tools. But in the eyes of half-experts like Ji Yuan, just as Tong Mingzi said, the word immortal has no meaning. It's so light, but even if the material of the Qingting sword is no more than ordinary iron, Ji Yuan dares to call it a fairy sword. Hey, tonight is really my chance night. In this kind of lingering excitement, Ji Yuan fell into a sound sleep on the bed, while the Qingting sword lay quietly on the table, without flying or shaking, as if it was the same as before except for no traces of rust. In the morning, with the sound of cock crowing in the whole village, Zhejiang is peaceful, and the festive meaning of the newlyweds is still strong. Ji Yuan got up a little late today, and when he woke up, there were already a lot of sound from the villagers working outside. Squeak, with the sound of opening the door. Zhao Dongliang rushed to say hello, as if he had been waiting. Morning, Mr. Ji. Our family cooked white rice porridge, and it's still hot. Okay, thank you. Brother Zhao didn't go to help in the field? Haha, I'm back from weeding. Zhao Dongliang, who was talking, had already found a big bowl and went to the kitchen to help Ji Yuan serve the porridge, put some pickles on top, and served it out for Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan was not too polite. He picked it up and ate it, although he woke up a little late. But now the weather is hot. The porridge is still steaming hot, and it doesn't burn his mouth. The entrance is just right. Then Ji Yuan felt that, even for him, it was a bit embarrassing to be stared at by Zhao Dongliang eating porridge, especially when he was sitting on the stool while the latter was squatting. Brother Zhao, do you know about the landlord of Zhejiang? Zhao Dongliang's eyes lit up, and finally he could get close to Mr. Ji again. I know this. When I was young, I heard the old man in the village say that the landmaster of our Zhejiang is famous. I dare not mention the name. In short, it is the ancestor of the village. The ancestor lived to be 100 years old. The famous birthday star, even the county lord has come to see it. And now, there is still a plaque in the ancestral hall in the village. And then the predecessor started to pay homage, and came to pay homage as the landlord. Well, that's how it is. There is no thrilling story, but it is also in line with common sense. Although it is not far from the small temple of the earth, Ji Yuan has no intention of avoiding it. And this is not to say bad things about people. I chatted with Zhao Dongliang for a while, trying my best to satisfy Zhao Dongliang's curiosity about the outside world. If there are no accidents for a countryman like him, he will be married and have children in Zhejiang for the rest of his life. In fact, there is nothing wrong with it. Good. After eating the porridge and resting for a while, Ji Yuan bid farewell to the Zhao family. Zhao Dongliang volunteered to help Ji Yuan carry the umbrella and take the luggage to the entrance of the village. Only now did he realize that the wooden box that Mr. Ji had been carrying was so heavy. When parting, Ji Yuan actually wanted to give Zhao Dongliang something, but there really wasn't anything suitable to give. Giving money was too vulgar, and giving more or less would spoil the taste. Giving martial arts secret books was really inappropriate and might cause disaster. In the end, I could only stop when I left for a certain distance after saying goodbye and slightly bowed my hands towards the small temple at the head of the village. Trouble the landlord to take care of me. Zhao Dongliang was at the head of the village, looking at the figure who had originally left Ji Yuan and suddenly turned around and bowed. He seemed to be muttering something, thinking it was towards him, and hurriedly returned the salute with an inaccurate posture. I just felt that the direction of my husband was not right, so I turned my head subconsciously and saw an old man smiling at me in the direction of the Earth Temple. He rubbed his eyes and looked carefully. The temple is still a temple, but there are no people there. Oh, my mother, it's broad daylight. With a shiver, Zhao Dongliang hurried home. 16 days later, outside the city of Junyanfu in Ezhou, a green-robed man with updo hair was walking forward. It was Ji who wandered all the way. When Ji Yuan left Ning'an County, he brought some inner linings and 2 sets of coats. The gray one had a hole in his armpit 2 days ago, so he's been wearing the blue one during this time. These 2 clothes actually made Ji Yuan wear some feelings, just like the sweatshirt that Ji Yuan wore in his previous life. It was very old and worn for many years. Just loved wearing it and never thought of throwing away. In the same way, Ji Yuan didn't intend to throw away the gray suit at all, and Ji was thinking about buying a sewing kit or something to see if he could mend it by himself and sew up the hole in his armpit. At this moment, Ji Yuan was still carrying the gray bundle, the oiled paper umbrella, and the green rattan sword on his back, walking leisurely. The wooden box had already been pawned for 300 won in the previous county. This golden nanmu, which was very valuable in the previous life, is also a good material for making a bookcase in this life, and the quantity is too small to sell at a high price. Juntian Mansion in front is getting closer and closer, and the flow of people on the official road has naturally increased. Besides horse-drawn carts, there are also quite a few passers-by, like Ji Yuan, who are walking alone. As one of the 12 prefectures in Ezhou, Juntian Mansion actually has no outstanding features. It can be said to be quite satisfactory. It is quite different from Chunhui Mansion, a famous mansion in Jizhou. It's just a big name in the Jianghu. Besides, many years have passed. Compared with Ji Yuan's previous life, this is a world that is more likely to be forgotten. The restrictions on the dissemination and storage of news are enough to wipe out a famous celebrity decades ago. With the decline of the Zhou family, most of the younger generation in today's arena don't even know that there used to be such a master who was so arrogant that he called himself a sword fairy, and even fewer people can dig up grave stickers to dig up the past. Only so few storytellers still remember some classic old stories. As the city gate approached, the noise in the city washed over Ji Yuan's eardrums again and again, and these days I don't know if it is because of the Samadhi real fire, or because the mana is a little stronger after being tempered by the real fire. Ji Yuan always has an illusion, sexually think that my eyesight has improved a little bit, and I'm trying to see if there is any improvement with my vision, but unfortunately it is still blurry. Cooking cakes, selling cooking cakes. Cooking cakes that are just out of the oven, 1 penny apiece. Just after entering the city, someone carrying a load passed by the city gate. The yelling made him look towards the peddler, and he could vaguely see that the other party was not short. It's just that I happened to see that although his aura is not magical, it is also somewhat special, so I hurried forward a few steps after thinking about it. This old man, bring me 2 pancakes. Okay. When the bearer heard that there was a business, he hurriedly put down the burden and waited for the plan to come up. Then he lifted the cover on the special cake box, and a burst of hot air came out, which felt like taking steamed bun from a steamer. Here, Mr. Big, it seems that you're also from outside the city. We are particular about cooking pancakes and steamed pancakes. They are delicious. Ji Yuan smelled the aroma of pancakes, nodded and took them, paid for them, took a bite and tasted them, and then praised the seller. Tastes good. The latter smiled and picked up the burden and continued to move forward, shouting and selling. However, Ji Yuan gnawed on the pancakes and followed him, and walked with him while eating, which also aroused the bewilderment of the seller who was carrying the burden. I said, Mr. Big, why do you always follow me? Oh, when I first came to Juntian Mansion, I felt that I didn't have anywhere to go, so I just walked with you. How much does my brother have to carry the load in a day? The big gentleman's reaction made selling cakes interesting, and I have never met such a customer. I carry a burden to sell pancakes at noon and evening. When the business is good, they will be sold out in half a street. If the business is not good, it is not uncommon for me to walk half a city in a day. Yo, that brother has good legs. Hey, I'm looking for a living. Selling cooking cakes. It's just out of the oven. The peddler chatted with Ji Yuan for a while, and suddenly he yelled like this. After a while, Ji Yuan had already eaten 2 pieces of cooking cakes and found out 2 more coins to buy them. Bro, 2 more. Yeah, Mr. Big. Don't you just follow him when you like to eat hot food? Ha, that's what it means. Ji Yuan chatted with the peddler, not only asking about his family, but also making indirect inquiries about the hawker's own situation. 2/4 of an hour later, the peddler panicked, and the big gentleman next to him was still following him, and had already eaten at least a dozen pancakes. This appetite can't be said to be exaggerated, but it's a bit creepy to buy 2 tickets after a while and chat with him while walking like a normal person. Mr. Big, these are my last 2 cakes. Do you think I'll give them to you? In front of a shop selling copywriting confessions on a street corner, the bearer peddler spoke with a cautious smile on his face, afraid that Ji Yuan would follow after eating the cake. As if waiting for this sentence, Ji Yuan suddenly smiled. Ha, that's good. But isn't this taking advantage of you, brother? Otherwise, let me write a few words for you. You have to keep the cake for me, but you must be faithful and wait for me. Good. The peddler was still in a daze, but Ji Yuan went directly into the nearby shop without taking any cakes. The shop owner was flipping through a book and reading articles. When he saw Ji Yuan coming in, he hurriedly greeted him warmly. Guest officer, what do you want to see? We have excellent inkstones and Longhao, famous fragrant inks and paperweights. Shopkeeper, how much is a piece of rice paper? The shopkeeper froze for a moment. Guest officer, just buy a piece of paper? Well, how much is a piece of rice paper? The store owner lost interest and walked back to the counter. Ordinary 1-foot flowers and trees cost 2 coins. The large format ones are more expensive, and the rice paper made of green sandalwood skin is much more expensive. You have to. It's okay, the store, I want the most common. It was a coincidence that 1 piece of paper was worth 2 cakes. So Ji Yuan took out 3 and put it on the counter. Shopkeeper, how about borrowing a pen from the store to write a few words? The shopkeeper glanced at Ji Yuan, then looked up and down, took a piece of rice paper and put it on the counter, and only took away 2 coins, then pointed to the writing brush on the pen holder and the inkstone next to him, and said, I'm also a scholar, guest officer, please do what you want. Ji Yuan smiled, took the remaining penny, took the brush and sniffed the fragrance of ink, dipped the ink in the inkstone, and then stood by the counter and wiped a pen on a foot of rice paper. Longhao turned around and wrote a row of characters. The 4 big characters, evil can prevail over righteousness, were formed in one go. Thank you. After returning the pen, Ji Yuan walked out of the shop while blowing on the paper, while the owner of the shop opened his mouth slightly, took a breath, and hurried out from inside. The writing just now was not so good. It shocked him a bit. Everyone can't do it without calligraphy. When Ji Yuan came out of the shop, sure enough, the peddler had already run away with his burden, but Ji Yuan just stood still and looked at the corner of the street, and had no intention of chasing after him. Oh, I'm really free. While Ji Yuan was talking to himself, the shop owner had already run out of the shop with his robe hem in hand. Guest officer, stay here. Guest officer, I have the best green sandalwood schwan on my store. I can give you some. I wonder if the guest officer can leave some ink treasures. Ji Yuan turned his head to look at the shopkeeper with an expectant face and handed over the paper with wet ink in his hand. Here's this one for you. How about returning the 2 to me? This, how to make it? The shopkeeper took the paper with great surprise and care and held it in his hand to look at it carefully. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it, and he could even feel the artistic conception in the words like an illusion. 2 pennies. Oh, wait a moment, officer, wait a moment, officer. The shopkeeper hurriedly went back to the counter to get the money, but instead of taking 2 coins, he grabbed a small handful of broken silver and rushed out of the shop to hand it to Ji Yuan with both hands. Ji Yuan actually laughed and took the money without any hesitation and didn't shirk his insistence on 2 texts. He wasn't so overwhelmed. Okay, it's worth it. After finishing speaking, he left without looking back, not even knowing what the name of the store was. And the store opened its mouth, but still couldn't have the cheek to ask Ji Yuan to write something or leave a signature. Then he went back to the store with a smile on his face and savored the 4 big characters on the 1-foot xian. This word must be framed. It must be framed. Leaving the study room, Ji Yuan weighed a handful of broken silver in his hand. At least it was more than 2 taels. It was incomparable with the thousands of gold in the TV dramas in his previous life. But it was not a small amount, for Ji Yuan nature is also good. In fact, silver is quite durable in this world. His biggest expense was 3 times. The first time was because he didn't know that his own fate could not be guessed, and letting Taoist Ching Song tell his fortune caused the other party's life to be seriously injured. The gold beans and broken silver left by Ji Yuan that time were equivalent to more than 30 taels, which was enough for the master and apprentice. An inn could take good care of his body and go home with a lot of surplus. The second time was by boat, and I chartered the boat with others, and it cost only nearly 600 cash, equivalent to half a tael of silver. The third time was that Chunhui Mansion bought 2 caddies of Kyanrican because of greed, and it cost less than 4 taels. The rest of the board and lodging expenses are not big. In terms of food, if you go to a restaurant to eat once, it is only a few hundred pennies if you order it extravagantly. A bowl of noodles is only a few pennies to deal with it, and 1 tael of silver is equivalent. There are thousands of dollars in money. Not to mention the lodging. Since Ji Yuan came out, he has never stayed in the inn a few times, occasionally staying in a bath or something, and the room in the first class inn is only $100. So besides the ingot of gold whose corners had been pinched off, Ji Yuan still had nearly 10 taels of loose silver, and the shop owner gave him back a lot of it. Putting the money back into the purse in his bosom, Ji Yuan carried the umbrella with his bag on his back, just wandering around Jianfu City with a wandering mentality. When a cart passed by, the wooden will crush the stone road. The children chased each other with candied haws. The street vendors and the shops along the street were all yelling and selling, and the smell of rouge powder and snacks wafted. Zwadashia, you grew up here. Sometimes Ji Yuan is still very emotional. Just like at this time, I imagined in my mind that Zhuo Li, who was still a kid back then, was chasing the Jianghu of romance with his friends with a wooden sword. Searching for the scent of tea and shouting, Ji Yuan walked to a tea house with good business, and there was a storyteller talking and singing and full of emotion. A doctor of tea saw Ji Yuan approaching and immediately stepped forward to greet him. "Hey, please, guest officer, there's soups, fried dishes, and brewing." "Okay, find a lively place, preferably next to Mr. Storyteller." "Hey, that's unfortunate. The seats over there are full. Can I give you a little help?" Dr. Cha looked at the storyteller in the middle of the lobby and said, "Yes, you can arrange it. The guest officer, please follow me." Following the enthusiastic Dr. T, he walked to a column on the left side of the center, where there was an empty table for 4 immortals. The Dr. T quickly took off the cloth towel and wiped a trace of tea stains on it. "Please, guest officer, what kind of tea do you want to drink, and what kind of refreshments are you serving?" Ji Yuan pretended to look at the blurry list of tea house listings diagonally opposite, and opened his mouth without asking Dr. T to report anything. "Brew a pot of good new tea, and serve 3 dishes of your most famous tea." "Okay, just wait a moment." As soon as Dr. T left, Ji Yuan's attention was all around him. People around the tables were all drinking tea and snacks, listening attentively to the storyteller's story, which should be a certain general's battle for fame. It is said that there were hundreds of rafts floating across the river to cross the enemy army, and they were about to copy to the weak point behind our army. At that time, General Huang, who was only 100 generals, found out about this army. Battalion, at the same time, divide the scouts into multiple groups and rush into several nearby wood. When the storyteller said this, he put down his fan, picked up a teacup, took a sip of tea to moisten his throat, and wiped his sweat with a cloth towel, and there were eager tea drinkers asking questions. Could it be that General Huang used this little force to repel the enemy? "Hey, don't interrupt. That's right, let Mr. talk." As soon as the storyteller put down the teacup and picked up the fan, the boisterous discussion below naturally quieted down, and it seemed to Ji Yuan that the words could not be followed. At that time, General Huang knew that with so many troops in his hands, blocking the enemy was like hitting a stone with an egg, but the general was resourceful and ordered people to prepare firewood in the pine forest, but he failed to attract them. The enemy's general crossing the river is not an unknown person. When he was halfway across the river, he saw all the birds in the forest on the other side were frightened and flew away. He realized that there was something wrong and ordered to suspend the river crossing. He only sent a dozen small rafts to cross the river to investigate. This is the moment. Speaking of this, Mr. Storyteller suddenly turned up the volume, and Xingmu slapped hard, startling all the tea guests, but no one interrupted. General Huang ordered people to ignite all the dry firewood they had prepared, and suddenly more than a dozen wolf smoke rose in the forest. The enemy general on the other side changed his face in horror, and he said that he had seen through the ambush and ordered the people to retreat quickly. The sergeants on the dozens of small rafts, quite a few fell into the water because of the wolf smoke. The storyteller used language to describe the fierce battle in the past, presenting the strategy and bravery of General Huang in stories, which aroused the amazement of the tea guests. Ji Yuan also listened with relish and nodded frequently. This is also art. After the storyteller finished telling the story, he wasted a lot of tongues, and even more so, Ji Yuan and some generous tea drinkers around him tipped a few bosses, and the tea house would also pay a certain amount of money, which was considered a good profit. The next part of the book, Battle Dongshan, will start later. Mr. Storyteller is now resting his energy and drinking tea. Ji Yuan pours all the refreshments on a saucer and carries the teapot and passes by. "Sir, can I chat for a few minutes?" When the storyteller saw that Ji Yuan came over with a teapot and refreshments, and his appearance was gentle, he smiled and nodded. "Please sit down." Ji Yuan tactfully put down the refreshments and poured his good tea for the storyteller from a new cup on the table. "Please drink tea. Refreshments are also available." Ji Yuan had already heard that the tea house provided the storyteller with old tea, definitely not as good as his own. The latter was also polite, smiled, and picked up a piece of crispy sugar cake, stuffed it into his mouth, and took a sip of tea. "Does this gentleman have something to ask?" "Exactly. I would like to ask Mr. about the Zhuo family in Zhenyanfu. Is the Zhuo family that was famous in the Jianghu decades ago. I don't know what happened to the descendants recently." The storyteller frowned, looked at Ji Yuan with a little surprise, and carefully observed his up and down. He had a wide-sleeved green shirt with a bun and a wooden hairpin, and his hands were slender and his body was not strong. "Sir, are you a knight-errant?" "I have some entanglements with the Jianghu, but I'm not a guest of the Jianghu. It is just that the ancestors of the Zhuo family have kindness to me. This time, I am here to find the descendants." "Ancestors of the Zhuo family?" The storyteller frowned again and looked at Ji Yuan carefully, feeling absurd that he couldn't tell how old he was, and finally saw that his slightly open eyes were actually pale. But the storyteller didn't dare to look any further. He might be facing a master of rivers and lakes. Anyway, what happened to the Zhuo family was none of his business. Few people in the city know about this. The Zhuo family was once prominent in the past. Alas, it's a pity that good fortune tricks people. Because of the sword obsession, Zhuo Jianxian left behind a sword post after his death, causing a bloody storm in the rivers and lakes. Also brought disaster to the Zhuo family. Even if the heroes Wuqiu had already anticipated and arranged it, the Zhuo family would find it difficult to escape. A quarter of an hour later, Ji Yuan came out of the tea house, frowning, and headed towards the old house of Zhuo's family in the west of the city. It took 2 hours to find the place, but even the facade had become a Qian house. When the sky darkened, there were fewer pedestrians on the road, and many shops were making samples. Ji Yuan still wandered alone on the west side of the city. Is it true that the Zhuo family has completely disappeared? While muttering to himself, I saw that the front was still brightly lit and bustling. Except for some romantic and fireworks places, there was also a restaurant with a lantern with the word gambling. Coincidentally, Ji Yuan heard a familiar voice coming from the front door of the gambling house. "Wait, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Don't afford to lose. Ha ha ha. I still have been. Wait for me." During the day, the cake vendor rushed out of the casino, sweating profusely. His footsteps were still vigorous, but the scene above his head was quite different from when he was chatting during the day. It's a pity the evil is not suppressed. Ji Yuan, who shook his head slightly, changed his path, and went to another place. After obtaining the method of imperial decree, Ji Yuan was able to leave decree in calligraphy without harming the fundamentals. Although his decree has no great power, it can indeed be called miraculous. Tong Ming-su has blown the decree to the sky, saying that right and wrong Taoism can't be achieved by a real person, and it is a coincidence to count fate, and the effect may be better. At the same moment, when the pancake peddler was sweating profusely and ran home, the owner of the copywriting shop who had mounted the calligraphy was carefully admiring the handwriting and couldn't help copying it. There is a ghost patrol passing by the owner's house at night, and the mansion is faintly seen occasionally, as if the house is clear and transparent at night. Chevron_left. Infernal Parade envoys usually have two ghosts in a group, according to the strength of the city god's Yin division and the depth of the city god's Taoism and mana strength. The simplest ones are divided into left and right envoys, and more complicated ones, such as Junyanfu City. There are a total of 8 envoys. At this moment, the people who are cruising past the house of the owner of the Wenpu shop are the left and right deputy envoys, and they see that although the house is different, it is glorious and dignified, and it is by no means an image of evil spirits. Who lives here? I think there is some adventure. It must not be a matter of evil spirits. Let's go in and find out together. The two Yin envoys walked through the door and wall in the Yin wind, entered this fairly good mansion, and came outside the master study. Due to the hot weather, the doors and windows of the study room were not closed, so one could see a middle-aged man in casual clothes. It was Pang Su, the owner of the writing shop, who was writing in front of the desk. Arriving here, there is nothing abnormal, and even a trace of brilliance is gone. The two Yin envoys looked at each other and wanted to enter through the door, but the moment they stepped into the study, the Yin energy on their bodies blurred, as if an invisible ripple rippling past, and then they entered the study. Although the feeling just now was extremely faint, as a parade envoy, he was already very alert and knew exactly what happened. Approaching the brush-wielding person, I saw a dark and heavy atmosphere on the copybook spread out in front of the desk, and the 4 characters "evil cannot overcome righteousness" on it showed a sense of righteousness and light, making it difficult for ghosts to look at it for a long time. There's a saying that seeing words is like seeing people. The human nature of writing is unfathomable, but the artistic conception and nature can be seen. Feeling awe-inspiring, the two Yin envoys took 2 steps back, looked at each other again, and then bowed their hands towards the copybook before exiting the study. It wasn't until the 2 errands left that the owner of the shop, who was copying, came to his senses and looked outside the door. Hey, it was cooler just now. The wind is really short. Because the copybook is here, the close proximity of the weather did not make the owner of the Wenpu feel cold like ordinary people, but it is a kind of shade that he longs for in summer. In the west of Junyanfu City, Ji Yuan was still wandering alone on the street. The sky at this time was of that kind. Not long after the sun had set, although it was dark, there was still a ray of sunset glow on the west side of the sky, and the overhead was full of stars. The days are long now, and the hour is actually getting late. Considering the short time since I watched the bakery vendors outside the gambling house just now, the number of passers-by in a hurry has dropped by more than half. Even though it is peaceful now, Juntian Mansion has not imposed a curfew for a long time, but there are still not many people wandering the streets at night. Ji Yuan moved the burden, reached out and took out a wine bottle. It was the same one that Chunwei Mansion bought Qian Rizue back then, but now it contained only green fruit wine bought by an ordinary wine shop in Juntian Mansion, and it only needed 2 10 coins a caddy. He pulled out the cork tied with the red cloth, took a sip of wine, and walked to an inn in the distance. Ji Yuan's plan was to rest for one night, look for it tomorrow, and try to ask at the government office in Fuqing. Still clueless, you may have to have the audacity to ask for a little special help. In Junyanfu City, when it comes to the last shops to close at night, there are flower houses, brothels, gambling houses, and a small number of inns. In Hong'an Inn, there are still people drinking and eating in the lobby on the first floor. The light in the hall is quite sufficient, and a shopkeeper is crackling behind the counter and fiddled with the abacus. When Ji Yuan came in, the shopkeeper of the inn had just settled the account, looked up and smiled at the guest, and then put the abacus beads back in their place. "Shopkeeper, is there any vacancy in the inn?" There are. There are both Tianziho rooms and Zhuanziho rooms. The room fee is 120 yuan for Tianziho and 80 yuan for Zhuanziho. The shopkeeper has already opened the register and picked up a pen, ready to enter information. "Okay, just give me a room with a Xuanzi name. I don't know how many days I will stay. I will put this ingot on the account first." Okay, wait a moment, guest officer. By the way, guest officer, is there anything taboo?" "There is no taboo." The shopkeeper nodded, quickly weighed the silver in front of Ji Yuan, and then took a pen and wrote in the notebook. "Room number 2, Xianzi, 1 male. Nothing taboo." The shopkeeper looked at the book and shouted something. "Blessed. Take this guest officer to Xuanzi number 2 room." There was a reply from the direction of the kitchen. "Come right away." Ji Yuan took this opportunity to chat with the shopkeeper. "Shopkeeper, has your inn been open for a long time?" "Hey, it's a time-honored brand. It has been repaired and rebuilt once, and it was passed down from the grandfather." "Oh, that's true. So the shopkeeper should be very familiar with the west of the city?" The shopkeeper smiled at Ji Yuan after writing the record. "That's natural. What does the guest officer want to visit? If you don't know the way, just ask me. If you don't know where to go, I can give you some advice." "Ha! That's exactly what I mean. I'm not going to hide it. I'm also half a Jianghu. I heard that Juntian Mansion had a Zhuo Jianxian decades ago, and I wanted to pay homage to him, but I couldn't find his Zhuo family. It's nothing serious, but it's a rare trip to Juntian Mansion, so I feel a little regretful. Traveling far is not easy, and it is a resonant topic in this era." "Zhuo Jianxian?" The shopkeeper took a closer look at Ji Yuan again, and then focused his attention on the thing wrapped in cloth strips on his back, probably a weapon. There are not many people who ask about Zhuo's family nowadays. To be honest, when I was young, the Zhuo family was still a famous family, but unfortunately it gradually disappeared. I'm not from the rivers and lakes. I don't know many things. I only know the most difficult years. Zhuo's family goes to funerals every month and hangs white every year. Hey. Ji Yuan frowned and asked for a day. It was rare for someone who knew something about Zhuo's family to get some bad news. Heavy. Does the Zhuo family have any descendants? Maybe they're all dead. Maybe they're still. After all, the Zhuo family was so big back then, it's not surprising that they had an illegitimate child. After thinking about it, the shopkeeper continued to talk to Ji Yuan. It's impossible for the guest officer to visit the Zhuo family's mansion. The gate has changed a long time ago, but there is a sword-casting shop outside the city. All the weapons used are from their source, and so are Zhuo Jianxian soldiers. Ji Yuan's eyes lit up, and he thanked the shopkeeper. "Thank you for the shopkeeper's notice. Be polite, be polite." The shopkeeper bowed his hands in return. At this moment, a boy wearing a scarf and hat finally ran out from the direction of the back kitchen and greeted Ji Yuan enthusiastically. "Guest officer, come with me. Upstairs, please. Upstairs, please." "It's been so long. Why are you here?" The shopkeeper scolded with a straight face. "Upstairs, the rooms are quite standard, and when a person who is a 5-tone treasure rewards money, the servant happily and swiftly carries water in buckets for Ji Yuan, who is about to take a bath. During the pouring process, Ji Yuan also keeps chatting with the servant, but the servant is really I haven't heard anything about the Zhuo family. At dawn the next day, after leaving the inn, Ji Yuan went to a shop to buy some meat buns and was about to leave the city. Naturally, he didn't want to leave Juntian Mansion, but to go to the sword-casting shop in Yuanzi outside the city. Now it is an ordinary blacksmith shop, mainly for casting agricultural tools and kitchen utensils. Since Zhuo Li's saber Ji Yuan back then, and the current ivy sword may have been cast there, it is naturally the most valuable place to investigate. It's just that when he was walking towards the gate of the city, he ran into the man selling cooking cakes again. But when he saw Ji Yuan, he ran away with a burden on his shoulders. Ji Yuan just glanced at the back of the shoulder-carrying figure from a distance when he was passing by and walked out of the city without stopping. Even true gods have personalities and tempers, not to mention someone who counts. In the case of a peddler, it can only be said that there is no way for good or bad, but people call on themselves. There are so many things in the world, and someone like him can't manage them. After leaving Jianfu City, the outside is already full of farmland and trees, and the sound of birdsong gradually overwhelms the hustle and bustle of the city amidst the greenery. Different from the busy waterways in Chunhui Mansion, the scale of the farmland outside Juntian Mansion City can be considered quite spectacular, even if you can only see it vaguely. The name Yuanzi always made Ji Yuan think of a Yuanzi shop in Chunhui Mansion and the unforgettable taste of Cayamerican. From time to time, he took out a wine bottle and poured 2 mouthfuls, and he had already reached the Yuanzi River while walking. This is a clear, small river, and there are some common people's houses along the river in the distance. The scale of the settlement is not large, only 20 households, making it difficult for Ji Yuan to tell whether this is a village or something else. After walking slowly at a normal speed for about a quarter of an hour, they approached the common people's houses and could clearly hear the sound of forging in the blacksmith shop. There's only this blacksmith shop by the Yuanzi River near the city, so Ji Yuan didn't need to ask for directions. He went there just looking for the sound. Ding, ding, ding. Dang, dang, dang. The sound of forging is relatively dense, and it sounds like there is definitely more than one blacksmith. From a rough look at the size of the blacksmith shop, there are 4 forging rooms alone. The metal and charcoal fire render a hotter feeling in these dog days. After thinking about it, I am afraid that the houses around are actually the homes of these master craftsmen. Thinking about some trivial matters and what to say later, seeing a muscular master chef laying shirtless on a recliner fanning in the outermost bay full of farm tools and knives, Ji Yuan walked quickly to try it out. Ask, "This craftsman, may I ask if you can forge swords?" The master fanned his fan and raised his head to look at Ji Yuan, a gentleman in a blue shirt with long sleeves, and then focused his gaze on the stick on his back for a moment. "If the sword is broken, our Yin family shop can repair it for you. After the repair, it is guaranteed to work well and will not be worse than the original one. If you want to forge new swords and swords, then you can't do it, you can't do it." "Oh, what if it's a scabbard?" The craftsman sat up from the recliner and put the fan aside. "That's okay. You can make wooden sheaths and leather sheaths. As long as you can handle them well, you can also make iron sheaths. If you can afford the money, you can use copper sheaths and silver sheaths. Which kind do you want?" "Just a wooden sheath. It doesn't need fine carving. It's simple and durable." The craftsman stood up. "Success. I will take you to another place to measure the width, slenderness, and length of the sword. Weigh it and choose the wood." Ji Yuan nodded and followed the craftsman to another room with a transparent front and back. Through the open front and back doors, he could see the scene of blacksmithing in full swing behind. In the house, there are 2 old masters who are also shirtless, sitting drinking water and resting. Although they seem to be over 60 years old, their muscles are not small. "Guest officer, untie your sword and let me see." Ji Yuan glanced at the 2 old craftsmen, took off the long sword wrapped in cloth and put it on the table in the house, then removed the green cloth, revealing the whole picture of the ivy sword. Although the blade of the ivy sword at this moment has no rust, it is still not transparent. The overall sense of introversion only reveals the sharp cold at the blade, and the hilt is even more strange. It is also perfectly entwined with the long sword. The craftsman couldn't help reaching out to touch the vine on the sword hilt, but before his fingers touched the edge, there was a tingling feeling which made him feel weird that he dared not touch the sword body. Suppressing the absurd panic in his heart, the craftsman reached out and touched the hilt of the sword. Fortunately, nothing happened, but the handle of the sword hilt is also like crisp and tender ivy, flexible and cool. The 2 old masters who had been resting nearby had already stood up and leaned over to look at the sword curiously. "Guest officer, what is the name of your sword?" Ji Yuan showed a seemingly casual smile and spoke in a calm voice. "This sword does have some origins. About 80 years ago, it was cast in this Yan shop." Speaking of this, Ji Yuan's voice paused for a while, and his smile appeared to be unpredictable. In order to let many craftsmen before and after, he spoke again with a trace of special power in his voice. "Sword name, Qingying." All of a sudden, the noisy sound of blacksmithing in Yan's shop stopped. Ji Yuan just looked at the robust figures in the forging room behind him, and then carefully looked at the expressions of one middle school and two elders in the room at the moment. A good name, maybe it was cast by the masters of the grandparents. The middle-aged craftsman smiled awkwardly, took out a ruler, and prepared to measure the sword body, while the two master craftsmen sat back again, but couldn't help looking at the long sword frequently, and the sound of blacksmithing in the backyard did not resume for a long time. Yuan could hear some small voices of discussion. Haven't the master craftsmen heard the name of this sword? Ji Yuan asked with a smile. I've never heard of it, but since the guest officer said that it was cast here, maybe it is. You see that the utensils cast by our shop are durable, and they still have the same style after 80 years. Listening to the middle-aged craftsman gradually recovering his fluent speech from the embarrassment, Ji Yuan felt that maybe they had misunderstood something again. It seems that not revealing something would not change their situation. Maybe a white lie would be better. Oh, indeed. 80 years is too long. You have all forgotten, even though this was once Wali's weapon. When the words Wali was mentioned, Ji Yuan could clearly feel the hand of the middle-aged craftsman holding the ruler tremble slightly. But Ji Yuan's words were not over yet. But you forget, it won't forget, right? This of Ji Yuan actually refers to the long sword on the table, and it happened at the same moment when the voice fell. The long sword on the table made a slight tinnitus. Kaka. The wooden ruler in the middle-aged craftsman's hand was cracked inch by inch due to the sharp attack, and the craftsman quickly retracted his hands in horror. Everyone, I am not an enemy of the Zhou family, and I do not spy on anything, but Zwoli has a favor with me, and I am not a person who does not repay the favor, so I want to know whether there are any descendants of the Zhou family, so I can do my best. An old craftsman stood up and looked at the ivy sword on the table, suppressed his heart, and said firmly, Since you have obtained Changjian Qingying, you must have also obtained Zhou Jianxian's secret book. What are you looking for the descendants of the Zhou family? It's better that the death light is not dead and has nothing to do with us. That's right. It can be seen that your martial arts are unfathomable. Based on that move just now, we can't imagine it. We dare not hide it from you. The Zhou family is definitely dead. The middle-aged craftsman also said the same. That's right. The Zhou family should have died a long time ago. That's right. They must all be dead. Anyway, it has nothing to do with our Yinjia shop. Yes. A group of blacksmiths and apprentices who did not know when it gathered shouted outside the house. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation. It seemed that they were all from a Yin family, and the atmosphere was quite tense. Ji Yuan was silent for a while, then suddenly laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha! He looked around at the people around him, and Zhongjing's clear voice sounded. It's no wonder that Zhu's family had such good relations with your Yin family back then. It has been decades, and you are still protecting the Zhou family's bloodline, which is admirable. After Ji Yuan finished speaking this seemingly inexplicable sentence, he solemnly bowed back and forth to all the Yin family blacksmiths around him, causing many people to be surprised and uneasy. Don't worry, I'm not someone who chases fame and fortune, let alone wanting to get anything from the Zhou family. Smiling and saying this, Ji Yuan also smiled in his heart, thinking that he would also borrow the chain of contempt from Xiuxian. So he changed his mind and continued to speak. Ordinary people's martial arts don't mean much to me. I'm looking for descendants of the Zhou family, but I'm just giving Zhou Li an explanation decades late. At the same time as these words that made people wonder and suspect fell, the ivy sword on the table floated up and circled around Ji Yuan like a living thing. And finally the tip of the sword was facing down, floating in front of Ji Yuan. The long sound of the sword body is not only brilliant, but the sound has ups and downs, as if the long sword expresses the mood. The bystanders were either stunned or grabbed their trouser legs to death. Everyone held their breath and couldn't speak. There was only one common thought in their hearts. Sword. Fairy. According to Ji Yuan's previous personality, he would not deliberately show his holiness in front of others. But this time the situation is different. All the craftsmen in Yan's shop obviously share the same hatred and regard Ji Yuan as an unruly gangster who is spying on the legacy of the Zhou family. Or the word misconduct may be debatable, But the best way to protect the Zhuo family is to make people think that there is no one left in the Zhuo family, regardless of whether he comes for good or bad. Although the craftsmen of the whole Yan shop kept criticizing the Zhuo family, and even cursed the Zhuo family's death, Ji Yuan was not only a rivers and lakes man who benefited from Zhuo, but also a person who cultivated immortals, a person who could look forward to life with the eyes of Dharma. People. Although it is not possible to tell whether a person is lying or not by observing the breath, it can be seen that there is no real anger, and the weather changes are surprisingly consistent. From Ji Yuan's point of view, this situation is very respectable. And if this group of respectable people casually believes that an outsider says it will not be harmful to the Zhuo family, and they feel confident and bold to tell others about the descendants of the Zhuo family, then the Zhuo family will be fine. It is estimated that the species has long been extinct. The best way is to elevate yourself to an absolute height, a height where it is absolutely impossible to covet the interests of the Zhuo family. Immortal obviously fits that height. Seeing the celestial sword dancing, the surrounding people were already silent. The middle-aged blacksmith who was closest swallowed and asked cautiously in awe-inspiring tone, "Guest officer, you are Zhuo Jianxian." "No, the fairy that Senior Zhuo Li is looking for so hard?" Thinking back when Zhuo Li was the best in martial arts, in his later years, he wanted to break through to the point of obsession. Although there are many myths and legends in the world, it is inevitable to catch wind and shadows when looking for them. One thought of seeking immortality and one thought of becoming a demon. This is the situation of Zhuo Li in his later years. Immortal, Ji Yuan replied calmly. To be precise, it should be a person who cultivates immortality and Taoism. Following Ji Yuan's move, the Qingting sword slowly flew to the table and lay still. Then he looked at the middle-aged craftsman and then at the older master craftsman around him. "Sangmu, does the Zhuo family still have any descendants alive? If there really isn't one, I will leave Juntian Mansion. If you want to find me next time, maybe it will be another Zhuo Li." There was inevitably some emotion in the voice, and the content of the words could not help but make people daydream. But this time, no one dared to ignore these words. In Ji Yuan's words, there was even a little bit of deliberate intention to leave everyone with an imaginary past. Zhuo Li really met a fairy back then, and he probably got advice, so his martial arts made rapid progress and became invincible in the world. There is no chance to see you again, so that you die with hatred. But now, the immortal has found him, only decades later. Everyone suddenly thought of the previous sentence, "Give Zhuo Li an explanation decades late." Among the group of blacksmiths, two stared at the Sangmu immortal with trembling throats and trembling breath. Their hands on the trouser legs were about to be pinched into the flesh. An old blacksmith in the crowd took a deep breath and finally spoke what Ji Yuan was looking forward to. "Don't dare to expire the immortal elder. The Zhuo family does have descendants. Yukian, Yoxin, came out to meet the immortal elder, Yanhua. Go and call Yunyang and your Uncle Baran." The shirtless middle-aged blacksmith next to Ji Yuan calmed down after hearing the words and pushed away the people outside the house and ran towards the residence over there. From what Ji Yuan heard, it seems that there are quite a few Zhuo family members. Half a quarter later, the knocking sound from the blacksmith shop sounded again, and in a hall along the river behind the shop, Ji Yuan finally saw the nervous and excited Zhuo family members. Of course, they all have the last name Yan now. A couple over half a century old, a strong man in his 30s and a strong man in his 20s and their wife, an 18-year-old woman who is married, an 8-year-old boy, and a 3-year-old girl are all the 30-year-old child was held by his mother's side with a nervous and curious expression on his face. In addition, the woman's in-laws were all waiting outside the hall. Ji Yuan and the old blacksmith, who obviously had the highest seniority, were sitting on the left and the right at the table in the hall, and there were 2 cups of tea on the table. "Mr. Ji, these are all the descendants of the Zhuo family. Of course, it is unknown whether there will be any illegitimate blood outside. Back then, there were internal and external troubles, family chaos, and disasters. We have done our best to keep 1 or 2 people. Effort. Ji Yuan is more used to others calling him Mr. than saying sister to the left and sir to the right, so he has already warned others not to shout, and in the eyes of others, he has become a low-key of immortals playing in the world of mortals. With a blurred vision, Ji Yuan glanced at the Zhou family, standing in a row in front of the hall, but dared not speak. It seems that the pressure accumulated before coming here was too great. When the Zhou family came into contact with that pale gaze, they all dared not look at each other. The vigor is gone too, but maybe it's a good thing. With a wave of Ji Yuan's hand, the ivy sword on the table flew out and floated in front of all the Zhou family members. Those of Zhuo's bloodline, lightly touch the hilt of the sword with your hand, and I will know whether you are the real Zhou family. It's not like Ji is unguarded. Long Jian Qingying has been away from Zhou for decades and has already conceived spirituality in his later years. He has a special sensitivity to the blood of the Zhou family. Someone who dares to pretend to be a gangster will immediately pass through. Looking at these people from old to young carefully touching the ivy, sword one by one, and the sound of the sword sound is clear, it can prove that these people are indeed descendants of Zhou Li. But this time, Ji Yuan suddenly hesitated whether to give them the Zhou Li sword code. Although he kept his name incognito, his life was stable after all. With this peerless secret book, wouldn't it drag them into the rivers and lakes again? However, the reality slapped Ji Yuan in the face, making him realize that he was worrying too much. The old man whose surname was changed to Yin Baran was actually a member of the Zhou family. At this moment, Anai stepped forward excitedly and took out a booklet from her arms. "Immortal, sir, this is a secret book passed down by my grandfather called Zhou Li Sword Code. Please read it." My Zhou family also suffered a fatal disaster because of this, but the elders in the family always wanted to learn it from it. Unrivaled swordsmanship for revenge. No matter how difficult it is, I never handed it over. But my descendants of the Zhou family have no talent like their ancestors. No one can achieve that kind of achievement. Well, Ji Yuan really thinks too much about the darkness under the lights. Even if there are rumors in the world that the Zhou family's decline is because the Zhou lunatics did not pass down the peerless cheats to the Zhou family. And the Zhou family also spread it like this back then, but Zhou Li is obsessed with finding it. Immortal, isn't he a heartless person after all? Can he not look toward his own children? So the fact should be that Zhou Li passed down the cheats, but no matter how many Zhou family members, there's only one Zhou Li. And the Zhou family was also angry at that time. How could they swallow it when they were forced like this? So they must have thought about revenge. A series of complicated things happened in the middle, and finally became what they are today. Ji Yuan took over the secret book, but it was obviously not Zhou Li's handwritten book, and he didn't intend to keep it. Ji Yuan was stunned to see how many words, but he could read it after flipping through it. The thickness of the book and the approximate number of words in the description, it should be about the same. Some of the pictures inside look blurry, but can barely be distinguished. They are probably the same. It would be crazy to keep all Zhou Li's cheats, so as not to stumbling the content of future generations. After reading it vaguely, Ji Yuan took out the secret book written by Zhou Li from his pocket and put on the table together with the book given by the old man. This is the sword manual written by Zhou Li. It should be almost the same as your family's secret book. I will return it now. As for the long sword Qingying, before Ji Yuan could say anything, the floating green vine sword whined and immediately flew back behind him. Only the hilt was exposed, and the subtle chirping sound continued, as if he was afraid that Ji Yuan would send it back to the Zhou family. What are you afraid of? Now you are Ivy's sword." Ji Yuan laughed and cursed, and the long sword stabilized. The former shook his head with a smile and looked at the Zhou family again. "As for the long sword, I can't return it to you. Zhou Li has raised the sword for me for dozens of years. In the end, I still accept this kind of love. How about this? Ji will give you a choice. First, Ji will do his best to cast spells and keep the decree. As long as the decree is not lost, your house will be safe and innocent in this life. And you can go to see this Junti-infused city god so that he can treat your Zhou family more. Take care. If you accumulate virtue in life, you can even enter the underworld as a servant after death." Ji Yuan said it very solemnly, which means that what he says must be done, and he paused for a while after speaking of the first choice before continuing. Secondly, I can stay in Juntian Mansion for a period of time, instruct the members of his Wolf family to learn the sword code, and impart divine will. After saying this, Ji Yuan opened most of his eyes and looked at the crowd. You guys, what choice do you make? The reason why Ji Yuan directly gave multiple choice questions instead of asking them what their wishes were was because he was afraid that all of these people would want to become immortals. The situation is still the same as it is now, either one or two. Seeing that several people in this group of young and old wanted to open their mouths several times, Ji Yuan directly raised his hand to stop their hasty decision. There's no need to answer immediately. Just think about it and tell me tomorrow. After saying that, Ji Yuan stood up, and the old craftsman beside him slightly cupped his hands. Thank you, Master Craftsman, for your hospitality, and thank you, Yin family, for your righteousness. Ji will come back tomorrow. The old craftsman hurriedly got up and returned the gift. After Ji Yuan finished speaking, he nodded and smiled at the Zhuo family, and stepped out of the hall in a few steps. No one dared to stop the immortal if he wanted to leave. Under the astonished eyes of the crowd, Ji Yuan neither flew into the sky nor escaped from the ground, and faded away from everyone's sight after just a dozen steps until he disappeared. It wasn't until a while after Ji Yuan left that in the area where Yan's shop lived together, everyone finally couldn't maintain the seriousness just now. Whether it was from the Zhuo family blood or other Yin family members, they all whispered excitedly. We saw a fairy. There really are immortals. Immortals with Yin. No, Heroes Willie is not an idiot. Yin Yang, which one are you going to choose? Let the immortal guide me, and make another Zhuo Li. It's no wonder that the descendants of my Zhuo family have not achieved high results in the sword art practice. It turns out that the ancestors were taught by immortals, so it's no wonder that they are invincible. Uncle Baran, which one do you want to choose? Yutian Yoshin, what do you think? Everyone was talking about it, and everyone was so excited. A cough, cough. The old craftsman in the hall coughed heavily, suppressing all the noisy discussions under the instigation of his true spirit. This matter is for Mrs. Zhuo to decide for himself. Let the idlers go about their own affairs. Let's all go away. The old craftsman obviously has a lot of prestige. When he speaks, everyone whispers and disperses, and the family rules and tacit understanding have been there for many years. There is no need to order more guards. We'll not tell the outside world. Uncle Yan, Zhuobaran just opened his mouth, but before he finished speaking, the old man raised his hand to stop him. The old man drank his own tea in one gulp before speaking. I said, you decide this matter yourself, and I won't interfere. After saying this, the old man went to the place where Ji Yuan had been sitting and picked up the teacup that had been drained. Grandpa Yin will take care of the table cleaning. The 30-year-old man raised his mouth like this and was glared at by the old man. I'm taking this as an offering. The immortal drank it. You know what a fart. Ignoring what other people thought, the old man carefully took the teacup and headed towards the ancestral hall, leaving a group of Zhuo family members looking at each other in blank dismay. The sound of hammering irons outside the hall kept coming and going as Zhuo's family gathered together, but Zhui Yunyang's in-laws also did not come to join in. Faced with a multiple-choice question that would completely change the fate of the Zhuo clan, no matter which option they choose, everyone knew that they should be cautious. Time seemed to pass quickly, and until nightfall they still could not discuss why. In the hall of Zhuo Baran's house, people from Zhuo's lineage were all sitting together. A lamp was lit on a table of the 8 immortals. The elders sat in front of the table, and the 2 children sat quietly with their grandmother on the big recliner, drowsy. Come, come, the noodles are ready. Everyone hasn't eaten anything during the day. Even the 2 children only ate pastries. Let's all eat some. Zhui Yunyang and her 2 sisters-in-law came out with 3 wooden trays. On the trays were bowls of steaming noodles. The taro and green vegetables were boiled in oil and put into the wok with the noodles. It was the handicraft of the sister-in-law. Big brother, second brother, help me. Hey, good. Bowls of noodles were placed on the table, and the 2 children immediately fell asleep and jumped out of Grandma's arms from left to right in excitement. Noodles. Great. Mother's oily noodles, ha ha ha. The two children squeezed to their father's side. Seeing that their grandfather didn't object, they sat on the bench, one on the left and the other on the right. With the help of Ji Yuan, they picked up the big flour bowl and took the chopsticks. They ate happily. The 3-year-old couldn't hold it steady. Chopsticks, I pulled them in my mouth vigorously, and the noodle soup I ate splashed here and there, but my parents didn't blame them today. For the two children, they didn't realize how important this choice was. It felt like last year when everyone gathered to discuss marriage before their aunt was going to get married. Everyone, eat something, don't wait for the noodles to cool. Seeing that no one was using chopsticks except the two children, Ji Yuan reminded her again. Hey, eat 2 bites if you can't eat it. After Zuo spoke, the rest of the family moved their chopsticks together, and some of them ate without taste. In fact, after a whole day, the debate on multiple choice questions has basically come to an end, and the main conflict is between father and son. Zuo and his wife advocated the first option, leaving the decree of immortals, keeping the family safe and future generations with the protection of ancestors, while the two brothers Yuxi and Yuxin preferred the second option, with immortals passing on the law, and they would be the second and third in the future. Things like Zuo Li, who is invincible in the world, will come true naturally. But Ji Yuan didn't say anything. Although the two sisters-in-law married into Zuo's family and counted as Zuo's family, they neither had any ideas nor dared to speak without authorization. When the noodles were almost eaten, Oberon spoke again as if he had the strength to argue again. Yuxi and Yuxin, I have said this many times today, but I still want to remind you that even if you really rule the world, you can still seek justice for my Zuo family. In the future, you will have the glory of your grandpa for half a lifetime. Will it repeat the Zuo family's later decline? And this time, I'm afraid that the Yin family will not be able to keep it. Maybe it will drag the Yin family into the water. Ji Yuan frowned and denied his father's meaning. Father, we have learned a lot from a ditch. Our Zuo family has gone through so much wind and rain. How could we repeat the same mistakes? Yoxin, Yunyang, I are still talented people. The two children are also destined to meet immortals. Back then, there was only one Taizu. Go on, we all have a chance now. The Yin family has helped us for so long, and we will have the opportunity to repay him in the future. Zui Yoxin also spoke immediately. Yeah, Dad always told us how brilliant our Zuo family was. My brother and I never saw it, but I could feel that anger since I was a child. You must be unwilling. We have been bullied by others for so long. Even the surname is gone. So is it true that the surname has always been Yin and no longer Zuo? What will the ancestors think of us descendants? Zui Yoxin's last words were quite damaging to Zuo Baran, as a Yunyang who was beside him couldn't help kicking her second brother under the table. The debate once again stalled. The next day was bright. Someone got up early in Yan's shop, looked in the direction of Zuo Baran's house, and found that there was still light from the windows in the hall. Uncle Bo Ran and the others haven't slept all night. I can't sleep. I don't know what to choose. Others were wandering outside, and the Zuo family couldn't sit still inside the house. The immortal only said that he would come the next day, but he didn't say it would be morning or evening. Except for the two children, the adults all stayed up all night, but no one was sluggish. As the sky brightened, everyone was a little excited. Today is a cloudy day, and after about lunchtime, thunder began to sound faintly in the sky. Ji Yuan went to Yan's shop again in the afternoon. As expected, there was a look of serious preparations, and even prepared a table of rich food and wine by the ancestral hall. As long as the immortal had the wish in this regard, the banquet could be held immediately. It was still yesterday's hall, but there were almost no onlookers. It must be that Mr. Yin had given an order. So was the Zuo family members in the hall, as well as the two outsiders, Ji Yuan and Mr. Yin. The Zuo family stood in a row in the hall, and Ji Yuan and Mr. Yin sat in the hall. There were not only teacups on the table beside the Taisher chair, but also ready-made pens, inks, papers, and inkstones. Ji Yuan looked at the young and old of the Zuo family. Everyone obviously had bloodshot eyes, but their spirits were not bad. Then, do descendants of his Zuo family have made a decision? Zuo Baran stepped forward and bowed to Ji Yuan. Mr. Hui, I haven't made a decision yet. Baran, you guys, The old man, Yin, who was on the side, immediately became angry when he heard this, and Zhuoberan spoke immediately. Uncle Yin, don't be angry. A decision will be made soon. Speaking of this, Zhuoberan turned to Ji Yuan and asked respectfully, Mr. Ji, I wonder if I can ask you a question so that we can make a decision. Just ask. Ji Yuan's face is calm. If they want to think about it for a few more days, it's okay. After all, this is really a big deal for Zhuoshe. I would like to ask, at the beginning, Grandpa's martial arts skills were mostly guided by the master, or was Grandpa's own talent more important? Ji Yuan didn't show any expression when he heard the words, and replied in a very calm voice. Zhuo Li is a genius in martial arts, so naturally his own talent is the majority. Hearing this answer, Zhuoberan glanced at the two sons and then opened his mouth to Ji Yuan. In the future, as long as my Zhuo family members don't forget that their surname should be Zhu, this Zhuo family name will be taken back one day. Sir, let's choose the first one. Ji Yuan smiled. Looking at the Zhuo family, the two young men who were a bit unwilling at first stopped hesitating when their father said this. Even Zui Yunyang had the same expression. Not bad. The vigor is back. Ji Yuan's compliment seems inexplicable, but it seems to have a deep meaning. Standing up, Ji Yuan took the pen on the table, dipped it in ink, and wrote the decree on the rice paper. Under the spell with all his strength, his long hair was slightly floating in the air. Ningtai is healthy and healthy. All evils will not invade. Work hard with ambition, and live up to your painstaking efforts. Dedicated to Zhuo's descendants. The 16 large and small characters on the rice paper were inscribed almost in one stroke. Halfway through, the ink on the pen was not enough, and a drop of ink flew out of the inkstone to replenish it on the pen, which made others excited. When the decree was completed, a ray of light visible to everyone flickered from the paper. Ji Yuan was dizzy for a moment, almost lost his footing, let out a light breath before turning around, and looked at the crowd who were pulling their necks. People, this decree is given to the descendants of the Zhuo family. Even if others take it away, it will be invalid. If the blood of the Zhuo family is cut off, the decree will be destroyed. Rumbling, there was thunder in the sky, and it seemed that the clouds were overcast and it would rain. But Ji Yuan, who is in a good mood, has not stopped giving today's gifts. Zhuo family, look after them. Ji Yuan put down his pen, stepped out of the hall like green smoke, waved his hand, and the green vine sword flew out of his hand and landed in his palm. Don't blink. With a smile, Ji Yuan's whole body turned into a dancing dragon, walking with his sword in front of the court. The body shape is like a dream, and the movement method is like drunk or awake. The green vine long sword is like a green horse practiced in Ji Yuan's palm, extending the sword light and flowing water. Kla-la-la-la. The sky began to drizzle, but the raindrops fell in front of and behind Ji Yuan's body like a dragon, flowing with the light of the sword. One style Yulong Sen's rain dance creates a moving water dragon, slanting toward the sky. In the hall, the Zhuo family and the old man Yin just stared at the fairy dancing sword in the rain with rigid bodies, not even daring to blink their eyelids. The excitement and shock were uncontrollable. As the rain gradually increased, Ji Yuan danced with a sword and a blue shirt, and the wide-sleeved robe not only failed to affect the agility of the sword, but made it appear elegant, neither too feminine nor too rigid. It seems that there are no moves, no rigid movements, and the falling raindrops seem to be drawn by countless invisible silk threads. They sway with the sword while turning, body and mind are in harmony, and the sword turns at will. Every drop of rain is a sword, and every sword is turned into rain. Maybe it was just a few breaths, maybe it was enough time for a cup of tea. Ji Yuan finished his sword dance, turned around, and stood with his hands behind his back. At this moment, the rainwater beside him drew a circle with Ji Yuan's turning around, forming a 10-foot wide ring-shaped water wave under his feet, and then slowly melted into the rainwater on the ground. Although the sword stopped, the falling rainwater would actively avoid Ji Yuan and fall to the feet along the side of the body. Ji Yuan looked at the members of the Zhuo family in the hall. This is the divine will of Yulong. It has no tricks or styles. It can be integrated into the world's martial arts. Whether you can understand it or not, and how much you can understand it depends on you. After saying that, Ji Yuan came out of the rain, and when he re-entered the hall, there was no watermark on his feet, and the clothes on his body were also not wet. Since he wanted to be this immortal master this time, he naturally had to put on a good posture. The Zhou family and Mr. Yin seemed to have not recovered from the very mysterious fairy sword dance just now, and they were still staring out of the hall in a daze, as if illusory figures were still dancing swords in the rain. After a long time, Zhou Baran was the first to come back to his senses, and then Zui Yutian, Zui Yoshin, and others also came back to his senses one by one. The two children kept staring at the rain in a daze, and none of the Zhou family members said a word until the two children also came to their senses. Only when he regained consciousness and snuggled up beside his mother did the Zhou family and Mr. Yin dare to breathe. Ji Yuan just sat at the table drinking tea, and even lifted the teapot to refill his cup. When the Zhou family members finally came back to their senses, he smiled at them. Seeing that the old man was embarrassed, he hurriedly greeted him. "Mr. Yin, you don't need to worry about it. You never stole anything from the Zhou family. I don't mind you watching. Who can have any objections? Sit down and drink tea. Mr. Xie allowed me to watch your sword dance." With a shy face, old man Yin cupped his hands before sitting down on his chair and hurriedly picked up the cup of tea and took a sip to suppress his shock. In fact, he knew more about the weight of a fairy dancing sword than the Zhou family. Although Yan's shop had already sealed off the special sword forging furnace, it can be said that the old man had spent the first half of his life forging swords, and he naturally had his own opinions on swordsmanship. I can only sigh in my heart. The immoral sword intent is hard to find in the mortal world. Although the Zhou family members are back to their senses now, they are still savoring the scenes in the rain just now, and they can't remember Ji Yuan's movements at all, but it doesn't hinder the feeling of that meaning. After a little leaning, the Zhou family stood in the hall, and under the leadership of Zhou Baran, they bowed at 90 degrees together, and even the two children also bowed with the help of their parents. Mr. Zhu's kindness will never be forgotten. I belong to the Zhou family of Tianfu. I wish to enshrine Mr. as a fairy forever. Zhou Baran's voice was still solemn and serious. Hearing these words, Ji Yuan was amused, but he had no intention of making people worship at the Lixing Temple. "Okay, for you guys it's over, but for me it's not over yet. I don't know if this city god of Junyanfu can talk well." Ji Yuan shook his head and smiled. Since he said it, he will naturally fulfill the promise. In fact, it shouldn't be a big deal. After all, the Zhou family has his royal decree preserved, and the soul of Jiu is clear and bright, so it is even more difficult for any villain to appear. Candidate for the underworld. Ji Yuan went to pay a polite visit. He didn't even need to meet the city god. He only needed to meet one of the judges and mentioned his relationship with the Zhou family. It's not a matter of principle to let them choose evil people. They're also good ghosts. If they're the fate this cultivator will endorse, why not sell a favor? When the problem of principle is not violated, the underworld can also talk about relationships of. This is not Ji Yuan's wild speculation, but it is clearly written in Wai Dao Zhuan, and it is also the experience of Ji Yuan's contact with the city god system several times. Of course, there must be bad-tempered chief officials or city gods if you run into calculations. You will be unlucky. But Ji Yuan didn't think about it for now, but narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at the writing on the table, and said to the Zhou family, "Okay, let's take the decree." As the head of the family, Zhou Baran stepped forward solemnly, reaching out his hands to the table to pick up the decree, but before that, Ji Yuan reached out and pressed it. Ji has something to say beforehand. If the Zhou family only wants to live a stable life, then it's okay. Although the law is good, it is not omnipotent. There is no way for good or bad, but people call themselves. If you really want to set foot in the rivers and lakes in the future, you'd better uphold the chivalrous spirit. Otherwise, the law will run away by its. Ji Yuan's voice was full of laughter, but no one in the room dared to take this sentence that made them feel a sense of pressure as a joke. Mr. Zhuo must obey, and dare not forget the teacher's teaching. Never forget the teacher's teaching. After Zuobaran spoke, the Zhuo family in the back hurriedly bowed to show their determination. Only then did Ji move his hand away, and Zuobaran, who was sweating slightly on his forehead, took the decree with both hands, and a phantom of a chess piece flashed in the sleeve of his right arm, making Ji Yuan involuntarily say in his heart, "Sure enough." Seeing Zuobaran carefully return to the hall with the copybook, to be admired by the Zhuo family members, Ji Yuan also suddenly thought of something, and looked at the old man who was stroking his beard. "Yin Gong, where's my scabbard?" "Ah." Mr. Yin looked at Ji Yuan inexplicably, and then looked at the ivy sword standing by the table. His brow was sweating immediately. "Isn't the scabbard a joke?" "Ha ha! Don't worry, Mr. Yin. Ji will buy it again in a few days. A simple scabbard. Won't it take much time to go to Yan's shop? It doesn't cost much. It doesn't cost much. It will be ready to satisfy the husband," Mr. Yin hurriedly promised, and then lowered his head to think about which styles and types of wood to prepare. Anyway, he decided to mobilize Yan's family to make him a dozen or 20 styles of scabbards, and let the immortals choose by themselves. When Mr. Yin raised his head and wanted to explain this to Ji Yuan, he found that Mr. Ji, who was sitting on the other side, had disappeared, leaving only a teacup that drank up the tea, and the Zhuo family was still admiring the copybook curiously. Nothing. Ji Yuan walked away in the rain. This was the first time he walked in the rain with the skill of avoiding water, but he still borrowed an umbrella from the room outside Yan's shop. The rush to leave wasn't because Ji Yuan was really in such a hurry to meet Juntianfu Town God's Shinto place, but because he didn't want to miss the beautiful scenery of Juntianfu City. When he got close to the city, Ji Yuan opened his umbrella and entered the city like an ordinary citizen, wandering around, listening to the picture in Juntianfu's mind. After wandering around for half a day, Ji Yuan finally came to the temple square in Juntianfu. Most town associations name the square where the town god's temple is located as the temple square. It is an important city square for temple fairs and sacrificial activities, and Juntianfu is no exception. When he agreed to Zhuo's family before, he was full of confidence, and when he thought about it, he thought it was okay, but when he was really under the eyes of the city god, Ji Yuan was still a little nervous. The city gods of a prefecture are usually much more powerful than the city gods of the county, and even the subordinate city gods will have many more divisions. For a prefecture of the size of Juntianfu, it is estimated that there are 24 divisions. Ji Yuan didn't come empty-handed either. He picked a few shops in Myasifeng and bought a box of pastries and candied fruit and made 2 jugs of decent wine before rushing to the town god's temple. Because it was a rainy day, there were not many people in Chenghuang Temple. Several vendors who sold incense candles pushed their carts into the temple corridor. When they saw Ji Yuan coming in through the gate of the temple platform, some people immediately sold them enthusiastically. "Hey, gentlemen, you have to offer a few sticks of incense when you come to pay homage to the city god. I have the best sandalwood here, which costs 2 pennies and 3 sticks. Fragrant? Don't dare to buy." Ji Yuan declined with a shake and walked along the temple corridor to the front several temples. First, when they arrived at the main hall, they did not offer incense and pray for blessings like other sporadic pilgrims. Instead, they took out a few dishes of dim, some offerings from the upper layer of the food box, explained briefly to the temple wishes, and placed them on the altar table and put the jug of wine on it. Then Ji Yuan just bowed his hands towards the statue of the city god, then exited the main hall and went to one of the side halls of the city god temple. There are statues of clay statues sitting in this side hall, and in front of the statues there is also a mark which chief official it is. But Ji Yuan doesn't need to read the words, he just looks for them by feeling, and finally stops in front of Judge One's clay statue. If it is said which chief official of the city Godzian division is the most kind and the best to speak, most of the cases are written judgments. The number of pilgrims in the side hall is much less, especially on this rainy day, and it sounds like there is no one around. Ji Yuan quickly distributed the rest of the food tributes in the food box, placed them on the small altar in front of the statue, then put down 2 small wine glasses, took out the jug, and poured 2 glasses. After all this was done, Ji Yuan bowed his hands facing the statue of Wen Pan, and with a little magic power supplemented by the aftertaste of the Chinese characters, he spoke in a low voice. I respectfully invite Judge Wan, the city god of Juntian Mansion, to show up. In the underworld, the civil judge who was reviewing the documents suddenly heard bursts of voices, which were extremely clear to his ears, but Wu Pan and the other little ghost guards next to him didn't notice it, and immediately knew that there was an invitation from an expert. When Judge put the judge pen in his hand into his sleeve and said something to Wu Judge beside him. A practitioner in the Yangjian temple invited me to meet him, so I will leave for a while. Judge Wu stopped his pen and listened for a while, but he didn't hear any sound. Then he swiped his pen in front of him, and ripples appeared in front of his eyes, showing the scene of a temple. There was a man in a blue shirt with wide sleeves who was arranging tribute and pouring good wine, bowing to the statue of Wen Pan. At the same moment, when Wu Pan raised his pen to paint the scene, the other party seemed to feel something and looked up at another statue of judge next to Wen Pan. His eyes seemed to meet the civil and military judges of the Yin division across the Yin and Yang, which made the two judges feel deeply. Lin, Wen Pan is going to go. I will pay attention to the situation in the temple here. Judge Wen stood up when he heard the words, and without saying anything, he and Judge Wu walked out of the division of merit and demerit after exchanging hands. In the side hall of the town god's temple, Ji Yuan glanced in the direction of the statue of Wu Pan when he felt something just now, and he could vaguely feel a certain line of sight, thinking that it should be that the Yin division had already paid attention to him. Sure enough, not long after, the invisible judge stepped out of the statue and landed beside Ji Yuan. His official robes and hats were black, but his black beard and temples looked vicissitudes. Ji Yuan hurriedly bowed to Judge Wan. I'm counting on destiny. I have something to disturb Wen Pan. I hope that Wen Pan can find time to talk to me when he is free. Seeing the tribute wine and the other party's humble and courteous attitude, Wen Wan naturally softened his attitude, and since he couldn't see the depth of the other party clearly, he naturally returned the courtesy. Mr. Speaks too seriously. If you have anything to say, just say it. Ji Yuan smiled, thinking that the judge should be a good talker, and pointed his left hand towards the altar. Please use the literary judgment. Let's talk while eating. Wen Pan was also free and easy. He picked up a wine glass and sniffed it, opened his mouth and drank it down, but when he put down the glass, Ji Yuan clearly saw that there was still wine in the glass, but there was no smell of wine. Ji Yuan smiled, and with a wave of his hand, the remaining liquid in Wen Pan's wine glass dissipated, and while refilling the other's glass, he began to talk about his reason for coming. Presumably Wen Pan still remembers that there was a famous Zhuo family in Juntian Mansion back then. Well, of course I have an impression. He is considered to be the best in the world of martial arts, and he can be called famous. Then, did the Zhuo family ever have any treacherous and evil people that disgusted the Yin division? Wen Pan replied, after eating another piece of rice cake. That never happened. With a wider mind, it would be more appropriate for the predecessors to make no serious mistakes. Speaking of which, the Zhuo family also has some connections with Ji, so coming here is a private matter. Ji Yuan spoke slowly, telling the truth, but he didn't say the whole thing, trying his best to express the thoughts of a cultivator who inherited the Zhuo family's love and wanted to help. One yin, one yang, one person, one ghost, chatted with each other for a long time in the side hall of the town god's temple on this rainy day, and no other pilgrims came in during this period. When the rain stopped outside, the conversation between the two parties naturally ended. When Ping just nodded frequently while listening, not only listening to Ji Yuan about his family affairs, but also occasionally chatting with him about other things. Although he couldn't get Ji Yuan to follow him, he felt it carefully during the conversation and understood that this person was knowledgeable and open-minded. His generation must be dignified and righteous. What the visitor said was naturally a matter of little effort for judgment, and it was not a big deal. After some chatting, he had a good impression of Ji Yuan, and he fully agreed at the end of the conversation. Don't worry, Mr. Ji. The Yin division of Zhenyan Fu will definitely take care of the Zhuo family, and the virtuous among the Zhuo family's deceased will also give priority to joining the Yin division. I will personally go to see how the current Zhuo family is doing tonight. Include it in the corresponding album. Wen Pan personally assured that. Ji Yuan also heaved a sigh of relief. The key is that he doesn't have to go to see the city god, and hastily surrendered again. When judgment, please, then Ji will leave. Wen Wan and Ji Yuan were in a good mood after chatting for so long, and even some difficult and trifling matters in the Yin Division's judgment were also pointed out by Ji Yuan with a witty remark, and this meeting also returned the gift. You should do your best. Watching Ji Yuan leave, seeing the number of pilgrims gradually increasing due to the heavy rain, Wen Wan glanced at the altar, took away the remaining stack of pastries and half a jug of wine, and then returned to Yinsi. After leaving the town god's temple, Ji Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Breathing in the fresher air after the rain, his whole body became more relaxed. Finally, everything is done. It's rare to come to Juntian Mansion to satisfy my appetite. When it was midnight, by the Yuanzi River outside Zhenyanfu City, the residential area where the Yin family lived together had already turned off the lights, and everyone went to sleep. Both civil and military judges of the city god of Zhenyanfu's merits and demerits came here. Before getting close to this area, the civil and military judges must have noticed something strange. Ghosts and gods like them can see some special things in their respective realms. For example, when they look at Yan's house at this moment, there is a sense of clarity in the dark as a whole. It wasn't that there was anything shining brightly, but it gave the two judges a sense of integrity and transparency. Originally, the two judges came to see the Zhuo family's family together, just curious about the relationship between the Zhuo family and their fate, but now they are even more curious about what is inside. Go and find out. The two judges walked forward together again, and they were already close to the outside of Yan's shop for a while. But when they got here, an invisible ripple that even the judge couldn't see clearly filled the air, which only made the two feel a little bit sensitive. Walk all the way to the main courtyard of Zhuo's main house, pass through the door wall, and enter the lobby. A copybook that has not yet entered the city to be framed is placed on the table of the Eight Immortals, which presents a sense of heavy energy in the eyes of the judge. Looking at it, the night is transparent and dull, and it is bright. Sweeping across the handwriting, it is exactly Ning Tai On Kong. All evils will not invade. Work hard with ambition and live up to your painstaking efforts. Dedicated to Zhuo's descendants. Decree. Decree. The words of astonishment from the civil and military judges were all spoken in unison, with a rare gaffe in tone. Wu Pan looked at Wen Pan and said, "In the daytime, who is the person who drinks and talks with you? Who is so sacred, and how profound is his mana?" Wen Ju also answered while recalling, "I didn't notice it at all. If it wasn't for calling God to release the wine, it would be." When Wen Judge said this, he paused for a moment and looked at Wu Judge. Like a mortal. Hiss. Wu Pan took a breath even if he didn't have to breathe, and he also recalled the glimpse between Yin and Yang during the day. The two judges looked at each other for a long time before Judge Wu seemed to suddenly remember something. The night before yesterday, there was a night parade to report a strange incident. It was said that the scholar who was the shopkeeper of shop in the city got a miraculous copybook. At night, he felt that he couldn't look directly at it. Could it be the decree left by Mr. Ji? I think so. Wen Ju carefully admired the copybook on the table and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Good words. This Zhuo family is amazing. Humph. The decree left by the master is also based on fate. Judging from the meaning of the words, if the Zhuo family really produces an unworthy descendant who does not know good and evil in the future, it will violate the true meaning of the decree. That's the time. When Judge smiled and said while stroking his beard and sighing, then took out a special chapter book and used the judge's pen to outline the handwriting on it. Zhenyanfu's was sure. Inside the house, Zhuo and his wife were already asleep. For some reason, Zhuo woke up at this moment and felt that he could smell a vague fragrance, just like the smell of sandalwood in the temple. The reason for the decree is that Zhuo, an ordinary person, smelled the incense of Shinto. Zhuo felt a little strange, so he put on his clothes and wanted to go out to have a look, but he opened the curtain and went to the outer hall separated by a wall. There was nothing unusual, but the sandalwood smell was even stronger. Strange thing, there is no fragrance at home. The two judges looked at Zwoboran, an old man twitching his nose, and looked at each other again. Could it be that this person can smell it? It should be the influence of the law. Wu Pan smiled suddenly and said a word to Wen Pan, which made the latter smile gradually. We've worked together for so many years. It's rare for Judge Wu to be so interested. Okay, let's do it like this. The civil and military judge actually took the initiative to show his face when the words fell. Two people wearing black official robes and caps, one with red beard and the other with black beard, and holding a large brush in their hands, suddenly appeared in front of them, and Zwoboran was terrified. Hey, hello. You. Zwoboran fell backwards, stretched out his hand, trembling slightly, unable to speak clearly. Especially the two people in front of them seemed to be shrouded in shadows. They were extremely frightening. Zwoboran was so horrified that he couldn't speak even though he had martial arts. Ha ha ha! Don't be afraid, Mr. Zwa. We are civil and military judges under the jurisdiction of the city god of Juntian Prefecture. We have been entrusted by an expert to come here to register the lintel of Zwa's family. Old man, what are you doing, old man? There was a voice from the back room. Wenwan also smiled and gave Zwoboran a slight bow. It's over here, I'll take my leave. After saying that, the two judges, civil and military, turned around and stepped forward, disappeared through the door, leaving only Zwoboran, who was sweating profusely and panting, half paralyzed on the ground to calm down. Old man, why don't you answer? What are you doing? There was a sound from the back room, and following the rustling of clothes and footsteps, the woman inside also lifted the curtain and came out, seeing her husband collapsed on the ground, panting with sweat all over his face. The woman was so frightened that she quickly knelt down to help him. But when she helped her, she found that Zwoboran's body was completely stiff. Hey, old man, what's wrong with you? Stretching out his hand to touch it, Zwoboran's hair was wet. Looking at Zwoboran's slightly pale face, he hurriedly rubbed his chest for his husband. Perhaps it was because of the temperature of his wife's hands that Zwoboran finally slowed down a bit and circulated the true energy in his body to calm himself down. Huh. Just now, I thought I was going to die. What's the matter? You look like you have seen a ghost. Hush. Zwoboran immediately became excited and carefully looked at the door. Don't talk nonsense. I've just met God. Master Judge under Juntian Mansion City God. All civil and military judges are here, and they were there just now. Zwoboran pointed to the position in front of the 8 Immortals table with lingering fear. I thought it was because my life was up, but the two judges said that it was because of an expert's request that I came to fix the lintel. Zwoboran still speaks with a vibrato, and the palpitations brought about by the close contact with ghosts and gods are not something you can imagine, let alone the excitement that Mr. Shu heard when he told the story, except for fear. But at this time, a slight sense of excitement was also rising and gradually intensified. In fact, it didn't take long for Zwoboran's face to turn from pale to rosy. After all, Zwoboran is considered a martial arts practitioner. He rubbed his legs and stood up from the ground. He walked to the 8 Immortals table and looked at the copybooks on the table. He remembered that Mr. Ji said he would go to the city god of Juntian Mansion to say hello. Arrive. Over there, Zwoboran's wife was a little unconvinced when she heard that her husband had run into the judge, but when she looked at the copybook on the table, she also thought it might be true. After all, it was a promise from a fairy. It wasn't until half an hour later that the couple went back to sleep again. The next day, the news that Zwoboran bumped into the civil and military judge came to spread among Zwa's descendants, and then Yan's family members also learned about it one after another. It's just that Yan's shop is all his own people, and he would never be in the house. Spread anything out there. It was the 4th day after Zwoboran met the judge at night. In the past 2 days, there was a strange phenomenon in Yan's shop. That is, the 20 or 30 blacksmiths with solid muscles, old and middle-aged and young, were not serious about blacksmithing, but were all making sword scabbards. Some cooperate with one stop from cutting to polishing to oiling, and some complete the whole process by themselves. It is almost like a traditional handicraft workshop. A group of craftsmen are excited when they think that they are making a sheath for a fairy sword. As for the instigator of this incident, he is currently wandering around Juntianfu City unaware. Ji Yuan wanted to complete the unfinished biography of General Huang when he first came to Juntianfu to inquire about the tea house he visited, but the storyteller in the tea house has changed and the story is different. Guest officer, please come here. There's soups, fried teas, and brewed teas. A doctor of tea saw that Ji Yuan had been standing at the door for a while and would not come in, so he went to the door to say hello. Ji Yuan just smiled and shook his head, turned around, and left without saying anything. The storyteller had changed, and the story was no longer the legend of General Huang, so he seemed a little less interested. Dr. T scratched his head as he looked at the old gentleman who had gone away. He didn't look like he couldn't afford a pot of tea. Ji Yuan didn't use any spells and body skills. He just walked slowly and went out of the city directly to Yan's shop by the Yuanzi River. This time, Ji Yuan didn't plan to bother others anymore. It was done. There was no need to surprise the people at the Yin family's side. When they reached the bank of Yuanzi River, after Ji Yuan disappeared with blindfolded methods, only then did he enter the scope of the Yinjia shop. It was a little strange today. There was no sound of blacksmithing at Yan's side, but there were a lot of wooden friction and discussions coming from the back of the blacksmith shop. Ji Yuan first put back the umbrella that he had borrowed without warning before, and then walked towards the back of the Yinjia shop's crafting workshop following the sound and smell. Rarely, Ji Yuan took a slightly exaggerated breath. Up to now, although there are many things that can surprise Ji Yuan in the mortal world, there are not too many, and this is one of them. Under several large sheds, 20 or 30 shirtless blacksmiths were all polishing and making sword scabbards, which were still unfinished in their hands. There were at least dozens of finished products stored on the shelves beside them and on the ground. From material selection to style, from color to engraving, they're all different. The Yin family took the wrong medicine? When Ji Yuan thought about it, he suddenly thought of the reason with a smile, and the root cause still lies in himself, the immortal. Just looking at so many scabbards, the Yin family didn't know how much manpower, material, and financial resources they spent. Originally, they planned to leave 100 cash as money for the scabbards, and then leave a note to let them know. But now that there's so many scabbards, Ji doesn't want to be taken for a ride and pay for them all. To be honest, there are so many scabbards, except for those fancy ones. He would be happy to pick anyone at random. He quietly walked to the edge of a wooden frame, stretched out his hand to hold a plain light blue wooden scabbard. One of them disappears together. Then Ji Yuan hesitated for a moment. Still a little dumbfounded, he took out 2 ingots of 1 or 2 yuan of silver from his bosom and threw them softly towards Mr. Yin, who was in his 70s and 80s, who was still working hard to polish the new scabbard. Boom! The 2 ingots of silver actually smashed 2 crisp sounds on Old Man Yan's head with gentle force, making the latter, who thought someone was joking, subconsciously catch the silver coins falling from his head and became inexplicably furious. Who? Which bastard threw money at me? But at this moment, Ji Yuan's joking voice came from afar. Who asked you to make so many scabbards? I only have 1 sword, and you can sell the scabbards yourself for the rest of the work. The sound became farther and farther away, and it was obvious that it had already left. Mr. Yin immediately covered his mouth, and the sweat on his brow proliferated a lot. Did he just scold an immortal? At this moment, all the craftsmen also stopped their movements when they heard the sound, and there was no sound at the blacksmith shop for a while, and many people secretly glanced at the old man to see his reaction. After a dozen or so breaths, it was confirmed that the immortal should have left, and he didn't care about it. Mr. Yin suddenly realized an important problem and immediately yelled at the top of his voice. Whose scabbard was chosen? Let's see whose scabbard was chosen, and which scabbard is missing. Everyone look for it. Yes, yes, yes. Let's see which one is missing. Then I haven't finished yet. What a fart. It's better to be me. It's better to be me. It must be me. A group of craftsmen checked the shelf next to them and the scabbard on the ground, hoping to find the missing one. Aha, it's me. It's me. My scabbard has been chosen. Ha ha ha. The blue lacquered wooden scabbard on the far side of me is gone. Ha 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 ha. It must have been taken away by the immortal. A blacksmith in his 30s was so happy that he almost jumped up and danced, pointing at the wooden frame and laughing wildly. Many blacksmiths nearby are still unwilling to give up and still turn over their own works. But in the end, they can only come up with one cruel fact. In the end, everyone looked at the elated blacksmith, pursed their lips and sighed, and congratulated one or two words in an extremely perfunctory manner. The man was proud of himself, but he saw the grandpa leaving towards the ancestral hall. He immediately slapped his head, thinking that he hadn't given him the money yet. So he hurried after him. Grandpa, Grandpa, the silver should be given to me. At least one ingot. The immortal gave it. Grandpa. You also know that the immortal gave it to you. You know what a fart it is. It's a waste of money to give it to you. I'll take it to the ancestral hall and put it together with the ancestral tablet. Everyone can see it when offering incense. The old man, didn't turn his head back, but quickened his pace, and leaving this sentence shocked the man so that he stood there in a daze. P.S. Here I would like to recommend some troublesome private goods to help some book shortage households. Evil Laugh, which is the WeChat public account 36 strategies for book famine. Last year, I saw a post that kept saying books recommended by Brother Nine. So I added it out of curiosity, a place that will help you get rid of poison and find a bunch of high-quality similar books. I wrote this instead of the author's words, just for everyone to see. The first time I chatted with Brother Joe a few days ago, I was still a little excited. PY must have it, but it is not hidden. Because of the quality of 36 strategies, I can confidently write such a long recommendation. I hope that those who find the book will be happy. Don't hit me if you want more books. Smiley face. Ji Yuan was not in a hurry to go back to the city, but found an uninhabited forest on the outskirts of the city, climbed up a big tree with luxuriant branches, sat cross-legged on it, and carefully looked at the scabbard. This scabbard has a light turquoise color all over. It should be some kind of paint used instead of the original color of the wood, but it is very permeable and fresh and natural, without any peculiar smell. The color matches the hilt of the ivy sword. The wooden scabbard does not have any engravings or extra accessories. At first glance, it looks like a green flat wooden stick, but the more chamfered and rounded it is, the more it feels good to the touch. Just listening to the slight sound of the green vine sword behind it, one can tell that it is also, I really like this scabbard. Be safe and don't be impatient. The scabbard is almost ready, otherwise it won't be able to withstand your toss. Ji Yuan pulled out the ivy sword on the back, stretched out his spiritual energy input, and a thin new branch of ivy sprouted from the hilt and fell off by itself. He put the twig on the scabbard and immediately embedded it along the sword. The sheath slowly grows and coils, about 1 finger long and 1 coil. The speed was neither fast nor slow. After 2/4 of an hour, there was a swirling pattern of emerald green vines on the light blue scabbard, and there were still traces of sprouts in a few places. The ivy sword blew again. Almost, don't worry. Ji Yuan patted the ivy sword like a child eager to get a toy, and then continued to operate. Lifting the sword finger with the right hand, the magic power is like a thin sword light, lightly piercing the scabbard, sliding with the wrist and fingertips, and the 2 inscriptions appear. The green vines of a spirit are pregnant, and the hidden front is 10,000 feet. The writing halo disappeared in a flash, and the entire scabbard shook slightly, returning to its natural state. After all, it's my own thing. Seeing the Qingtang sword screaming there, Ji Yuan also smiled. Go. The Qingtang sword slid into the sheath with a crack sound, with a sharp sound, and then there was no sound, as if falling asleep. Ji Yuan smiled again, and wrapped the green vine sword with green cloth on his back again, marking that all knots in his heart were over in a short period of time, and he began to think carefully about his own practice. Unlike other immortal cultivators who are not deep in Taoism, Ji Yuan can see the artistic conception without even closing his eyes. An acre of Dantian is vast and indistinct, churning and full of mana. Now, with Ji Yuan's own set of criteria for measuring immortality in terms of morality, law, and heart, The Taoism is also growing rapidly. It is more appropriate to describe it separately. Although the field is still small, it can't stand the fact that someone's alchemy furnace is big. There is a universe hidden in the furnace, and the true fire of samadhi is constantly rising. What is particularly peculiar is that this alchemy room between the virtual and the real is described in Tongming Su as a bright room in the dark, with a golden bridge on the alchemy stove of the artistic conception. And when it comes to Ji Yuan, the area around the 1-acre 3-point land of Danshur is not dark. It is a looming artistic conception of mountains and rivers, and the rising magic power of the Dantian land hides the Dantian like a haze. I don't know whether the mountains and rivers are hidden outside the Dantian, or the Dantian hidden in the mountains and rivers. Ji Yuan's self-conscious cultivation speed is definitely not slow, and perhaps those cultivators sitting in the holy land of the immortal mansion may not be as efficient as him. And chess pieces seem to have their own limitations in their demand for elixir. Occasionally there is a large amount, and sometimes there is little, and there is little solidified nothingness. In short, under normal circumstances, it does not affect the cultivation of Ji Yuan. Yuhuai's small practice, the use of the basic Qi training formula, is also very proficient. Although there is no way to practice it, the 5 elements in the body have already bred the energy of the 5 elements. The so-called big practice method is just to choose one according to its own characteristics. The path of practice, such as mastering Taibai Jinqi or mastering Guishui Jinin. Advanced is advanced, but there is no such thing as death. Ji Yuan's self-consolation is that Ji is now developing in an all-round way hand in hand. In addition to the mana and physical energy, the training methods above are not falling, and the Qi Dao Ju refining method that continues to nourish the body and soul with pure spiritual energy is also uninterrupted. Try to eat and drink dew at specific times every day. While comprehending the situation inside his body, Ji Yuan took out the Tongming policy that he carried with him again to confirm what he had learned. And by the way, he also flipped through the high-level content related to the renovation practice. According to Tongming policy, in addition to the profundity of mana, there are 2 key signs in practice which can have a certain reference value for the depth of Taoism of those who cultivate immortals, namely, the 5 energies towards the original and the 3 Huagi. The former is a symbol of the great energy of the 5 elements in the body and full of agility. It has a lot to do with the number of stars and acupoints connected with the depth of the mana of the individual and the practice of the heart. Not everyone can achieve this vision. It is said in Tongming, so that I don't know when it started, as long as one of the 5 Qi is Chao Yuan, people who cultivate immortals dare to call it the state of Chao Yuan grandiosely, which is a bit ridiculous. The latter's 3 Hua is 1. It is really a symbol of Dao Miao's true immortal, implying that not only the spirit and spirit of the immortal cultivator are united, but also the 3 talents of heaven, earth, and human are also fully unified. It cannot be achieved, and often such high-level mana is also unfathomable, and there are unlikely to be exceptions. In addition, there are a bunch of understandings of Tao and understandings of magical powers, etc., from various interpretations from state of mind to cultivation, and various mysterious techniques such as tapping the heart, cultivating virtue, and attaining tranquility. Try to get close to the avenue from all angles in the direction. It can be said that there are thousands of avenues and myriad methods of practice. Xianmin, Xianfu, Xiandong, Xianshan, Xiandao. Each family has its own understanding, and each cherishes the mystery, so it is difficult to truly generalize and unify. Even the truth on the surface, there are still many disputes between each other, and no one agrees with the other. The Tongming policy mentioned this point in one sentence. It is very sad. It is worth mentioning that if you're a true immortal master, you will have a deep understanding of Tao, and you can often understand the mystery of the laws of all things. This is also one of the reasons why many fairies are eager to ask. Ji Yuan read it carefully, and the time was already approaching noon. He realized that the practice of open-mindedness was considered pure at this stage. So he jumped off the tree with confidence and prepared to go to the city to find a place to eat. At the moment of walking into the city, it was as if the previous testimonials were working in his heart, and it seemed that his state of mind had been raised to a higher level. The mana in Ji Yuan's body had a feeling of blending with the aura of the outside world. However, Ji Yuan enters into the artistic conception, and the mountains and rivers manifest in a moment of thought. The self in the artistic conception seems to become infinite, and the physical body in the outside world seems to be integrated into the heaven and earth, and his steps seem ethereal and magical. There is quite a sense of completeness of mind and penetrating cultivation. At this moment, the 5 chess pieces loomed in the artistic conception, like stars hanging from the sky, a feeling that the black ones were killing intent and the white ones were mastering transformation. And it appeared in Ji Yuan's heart for the first time. Ji Yuan, who was moving forward, gradually had doubts again. And as he walked, his body seemed to be kicked in the water, and he felt that the resistance was getting bigger and bigger. In the end, Ji Yuan found that he could not walk. What's the situation? Something is wrong. Ji Yuan wanted to exit the state of artistic conception and visualization, but in the end he couldn't, and he just stood there on Genianfu Street. The people passing by had red, yellow, or variegated auras flying out of their bodies. How clear it was in Ji Yuan's eyes. Where are you going? Ji Yuan raised his head subconsciously, turned his neck with difficulty to look sideways at the sky. Swipe, swipe. The color of light in front of me seems to be flashing and changing between the black and white background, constantly changing between the virtual and the real, and my figure seems to be infinitely elevated between reality and illusion. How far away are the mountains and rivers? How vast is the sky and the earth? And the line of sight seems to have no end, in which there are thousands of ways and infinite ways, and the energy of the infinite way is filled with infinity. White, black, blue, red, yellow, and other colors appeared next to each other, and enlightenment suddenly arose in the heart. The aura of fairy spirits, majestic monster aura, surging demon aura, aura, incense and fire aura, humane aura, 5 elements aura. While Ji Yuan realized that his body was growing bigger and rising, the world in front of him was already very different. Shock, fear, bewilderment. Amid all kinds of emotions intertwined, Ji Yuan saw that the majestic aura of heaven and earth is being drawn by the infinite aura of all creatures in the world. Immortal way, ghost way, divine way, demon way, human way, spiritual way. These infinite auras are mixed with each other to form countless thick or thin aura ropes, which are firmly tied to the vast aura of heaven and earth. With the ups and downs of the desires and disputes of a series of chi machine ropes, with the confrontation between the heart of the Tao and the fall of the demons, with every change of dynasty, every battle between immortals and demons, every time the natural disasters of mountains and rivers changes in the number of chi, all turn into waves of source energy, tearing apart the vast aura of the world. Ji Yuan seemed to be able to see the cracks that contained a blend of red and purple chi emerging from the sky and the earth. A kind of enlightenment in a vague sense arises in Ji Yuan's heart. Heaven sends out murderous intentions. Stars move to change places. Earth sends murderous intentions. Dragons and snakes rise from land. People send murderous intentions. Heaven and earth repeat. Heaven and man coexist. All transformations establish a foundation. Maybe 10,000 years. Maybe thousands of years, maybe even shorter. The space between heaven and earth is huge. Change is imminent. This kind of change will eventually be manifested by the infinite vitality of all things in the world. At that time, whether the mountains and rivers will be broken and the sky will sink, or whether it will be conceived by the extreme, is still unknown. What is certain is that when the world is undergoing great changes, no matter whether the mountains and rivers are thousands of miles away, or whether they're infinite creatures, there must be countless people who disappear and perish. There is great terror between life and death. And when you peek into the changes of the heavens, You can frighten people to death. Ji Yuan has almost lost all vitality, and he can't move his whole body. He can only watch the sky, earth and sky with infinite fear, and the sea of hearts is gradually getting worse. Dead silence. Just at the moment when Ji Yuan thought he was going to die, another hidden aura appeared between heaven and earth. In the sky, where artistic conception and reality blend, the 5 stars are shining brightly, which are the 5 chess pieces. In the original Endless Changes, Ji Yuan seems to feel that the invisible and immaterial dotted lines implicate thousands of auras, linking the whole world with indescribable power of heaven and earth, and the mysterious and yellow aura runs through it. Ji Yuan suddenly knew what it was. It was a chessboard with curved and straight interfaces, but no boundaries. Boom! The waves of the endless sea of hearts gradually rise, and the emotions are stirred up again. On the streets of Junyanfu, Ji Yuan, who had been standing still, staggered and woke up. Under the severe pain in his eyes, he couldn't help covering them with his right hand, and blood flowed out between his fingers. Ji Yuan's scream attracted the attention of passers-by. "Oh, what's wrong with this man? His eyes are bleeding a lot. Is it time to find a doctor? I mean, sir, are you okay? Do I need to take you to the doctor?" Many people around who saw this scene were both surprised and concerned, and they all discussed around Ji Yuan. No, thank you. Ho! Ji Yuan's breath was disordered, and the intense pain made him tightly cover his right eye and not let go. He swung his left hand around and staggered forward. Even though his body was staggering, Ji Yuan's pace gradually accelerated. Doom. While his thoughts were churning, Ji Yuan swayed left and right, east and west, walking aimlessly like a wandering soul. The severe pain in his eyes showed no sign of relief, and the already blurred vision was covered with a layer of blood. Ji Yuan's right hand just pressed firmly on his eyes, as if his eyes would explode if he didn't do so. The physical condition is very poor, but Ji Yuan tried his best to think about the lifelong knowledge of 2 lifetimes of his mind, eager to find an answer, to understand the world chessboard and the way to break it. Thoughts were running wildly in his heart, while his body was wandering around with blood-red eyes lifeless. Ji Yuan was swaying and rampaging on this Junyanfu street, subconsciously looking for one thing, and what he was looking for was not even for himself. I tried to figure it out. There must be. Suddenly, he found a set of Go for sale in front of a street vendor. His thoughts were clear for a moment, and Ji Yuan rushed forward to grab the chessboard and chess box and left without paying any money. Hey, you steal my chess. Seeing someone snatching something, the peddler, who was not energetic at first, was about to explode immediately, but was frightened by Ji Yuansong's hideous appearance bleeding. His voice changed from strong to weak, and he didn't even dare to chase him out to snatch back the chessboard and chess box. Ho. Breathing tremblingly, a little delirious, kept chanting a sentence in his heart. I'm a chess player. Ji Yuan, who looked like a madman, staggered and ran out of the city all the way. His center of gravity was clearly swaying, but his pace continued to accelerate, and finally he almost turned into an afterimage and went straight to the wilderness forest. After running wildly for a whole day and night, he ran directly from Junyanfu City for more than 300 li in a straight line, and rushed to the deserted Junyuan Mountain. Ji Yuan rushed in the mountains for a long time, and when he saw a stone cave in the mountain wall that was only 2 feet deep in front of him, he rushed towards it with the chessboard in his arms, as if he had found a savior. He staggered into the cave wall, untied the Qingting sword and placed it on the edge of the cave, put down the chessboard and chess box, and sat cross-legged in it like a madman. His mind was full of the previous images and fear. Open the chess box and take out the black and white pieces. What you see in front of you is no longer the mortal chessboard, but the general trend of the world that you can substitute as you wish. With the click sound of the chess piece falling, the artistic conception crosses the field again, and Ji Yuan starts to play chess. Seeing the covenant of great changes in the world, Ji Yuan absolutely cannot or dare not tell anyone. He has an almost certain intuition that, as a chess player himself, what he sees is the changes in the world, and what he does is to steal the sky and change the day to determine the fate of the world. Once he tells the truth to others, the end will be far worse than that of the Song Taoist. It is his plan that someone, and even those who hear this, will all be turned into ashes in an instant. The heavy pressure was like a mountain, and Ji Yuan couldn't breathe. He had to find an answer by himself, and no one could ask for it. Once in Ning'an County's Juan courtyard, Ji Yuan and Yin Zhaoxian played chess, and they could play many games in half a day, but at this moment, every chess piece has gone through countless changes in the emptiness of the artistic conception of mountains and rivers, and will have disappeared. The world chessboard is projected onto the Go board in front of you, and dropping a piece is like lifting a mountain. The artistic conception furnace has been on fire all the time, and the mana in the body is running wildly for a moment, just to support this time of Yinshi. The change of time has lost its meaning to the consciousness of Ji Yuan at this moment, but it is clearly revealed on the body. The stars move, the moon rises and the sun sets. Thunderstorms, storms, sunrises, and sunsets. Even though the situation and intention are special at this moment, it is already very slow, but Ji Yuan is getting thinner and thinner gradually. One night, there was a sad wolf howling not far away, and not long after, an old lone wolf who had been driven out of the wolf pack carefully approached the wall of the cave in the mountain the night and saw a person frozen there. The man's body was motionless. His hands were hanging above the chessboard in a clinging posture. His clothes were a bit ragged, and dead branches and leaves were piled up beside him. Ho ho! The old wolf leaned down and carefully approached the cave wall, with saliva dripping when his fangs were bared. OM! Leaning against the outside of the cave wall, the ivy sword blew up, and the blade slipped out of the scabbard less than half an inch. The cold light of the sword edge made the old wolf feel like he was in an ice cave. Woo woo! The frightened old wolf ran away in a hurry with its tail between its legs. In the 15th year of Dajin Yuenda, there is no sound of reading in Ning'an County School today. Among the students in the school, half of them were older than before. Except for a few cases of returning to home life, the rest of them actually got the opportunity to go to several academies in Dishing Mansion. At this moment, the school children in the hall, the youngest being 7 years old and the oldest being 16 years old, all looked at their master with admiration and reluctance. Yin Qing, who was already 15 years old, was also sitting in the middle of the hall. Yin Zhaoxian didn't speak, but just wrote the article in front of the master's desk, and after a long time after finishing an article, he would gently blow it a few times to make the ink dry faster, and then put it aside in front of the desk. Seeing that the handwriting on a piece of paper in the previous book on the table had dried, he took it over and folded it carefully, put it in an envelope, and then picked up a pen and wrote on the envelope, "Master to Du Ming." After finishing writing, he closed the envelope and put it aside, superimposing it on top of the dozen thick paper envelopes on the other side of the desk. After finishing these, Yin Zhaoxian took out the pen again, dipped in the ink, and began to write the next article. Today, Master Yin of Ning'an County School wants to write a letter to every student, just like the ones received by those students who dropped out of school and returned home before leaving, just like those students who went to distant colleges when they went to a higher school. The one I received when I left. The entire school was silent. No children disturbed their master's writing, and the students sat respectfully, and no one whispered to each other. This kind of school discipline is out of respect from the bottom of the heart. Today's Yin Zhaoxian does not need a ruler for his majesty, and the ruler of Ning'an County School has long been dusted. About half an hour later, Yin Zhaoxian put the pen back on Bija Mountain and waited for the ink on the last piece of paper to dry before putting it away in a seal. Okay, there are 67 letters in total. I have finished writing all of them. I will send them to you one by one after school. In this move, Yin Zhaoxian imitated his close friend Ji Yuan, and he felt very good, which more or less made the students firm in their ideals. The students below all looked at Yin Zhaoxian, and Yin Zhaoxian felt a little sympathetic, so he stood up and smiled. Why read the books of sages? I want to give back to the world. However, in today's world, it is not easy to implement the way of sages. It is beyond me as a commoner. Yin Xiaoxian held a volume of On Birds written in hand. Master, at any rate, I once got the second grade in the state examination. This re-examination is my intention to go further, and I will display my ambitions in the future. Master, I have educated thousands of people in my life, and I have educated tens of thousands of people for the government. Master, I heard from my father that the officialdom is very cruel, and there is no blood in the battle between temples. A 13-year-old boy at the front of the class hesitated for a moment, but he still spoke. This is the second son of Chun Sheng, the county magistrate of Ning'an County. His name is Chun Yuqing, and he is also one of the students Yin Zhaoxian admires. In fact, in the past 2 years, Yin Zhaoxian, the master of Ning'an County, has gained some fame in the nearby counties and even 2 or 3 academies because he is very good at teaching and educating people, can rely on their own talents and insights to enter the academy. As a result, people from other counties sometimes send their children to Ning'an to go to school, which also led to a lot of students in the county school. Chun Yuqing heard his father Chun Sheng comment on Master Yin at the end of last year, saying that he is absolutely ambitious. Although his works on the birds and Zitzi are still being perfected, they are not simple books at present. But this kind of person is too righteous, and he is the easiest to be defeated in the officialdom. Chun Yuqing was a little afraid of these words. For some reason, he didn't dare to say them now, because he was afraid that his wife would really not be able to come back after he said them. Yin Zhaoxian naturally didn't know the complicated thoughts in the students' minds, but felt the students' reluctance and worry for him, and his heart was warm. Well, Master, although I am just a scholar, I have talked about temples with my friends, so I have a certain understanding of it. But you don't have to worry. Maybe, Master, I am not knowledgeable enough to be brushed off the list. Yin Zhaoxian's joke also amused the students below, but perhaps only the youngest students took it seriously, and the other children thought in their hearts that their master would definitely pass the exam. Yin Zhaoxian held the back of the book and looked at the green bamboos in the garden outside the school. After 9 years, he took the state examination again. Now he is 36, not old, but not a young scholar. Only this time, the uneasiness in my heart was much less. After writing 2 good articles, Yin Zhaoxian felt more and more that education is important, but educating people in this school alone is too weak, so weak that it is difficult to publish these 2 books. A while later, a gray-haired old scholar in a Confucian robe knocked on the door twice. Yin Zhaoxian sees someone holding a book and cups his hands with him and stretches out his hand to invite him into the school. Master Zhou, please come in quickly. Master Yin. Master Zhou also bowed his hands in return, and then came in and stood beside Yin Zhaoxian, looking at the 60 or 70 students in the classroom, which is quite a considerable number. This one is Mr. Zhou in the county. After Yin leaves, he will temporarily act as the master of the county school in the future. Come, everyone salute Mr. Zhou. The students in the school stood up one after another when they heard the words, bowed to Master Zhou together, and greeted sincerely in unison. Master Zhou is good. Old Master Zhou stroked his beard and nodded, and had a good initial impression of these students. When it was time for the school to end, the students wanted to go back one after another. Yin Zhaoxian stood in the courtyard of the school, handing the letters belonging to the students to them one by one, and would also give some personal advice. Seeing the kind of friendship between teachers and students, old Master Zhou also felt emotional. He has taught private schools for many years, and how many students have deep feelings for him. In the evening, Yin Zhaoxian went home with Yin Qing and his son. Yin Qing didn't speak until he was walking on the path of Tianyafeng and could see Zhu and Xiaoga from a distance. Then Yin Qing spoke. Daddy, the dates are ripe. Looking up, the jujubes in the courtyard of Juan Pavilion are already covered with branches, and almost all of them are ripe. Yes, this year there are fruits, and they are ripe. Yin Zhaoxian smiled. It's strange to say that since Mr. Ji left, this jujube tree has not bloomed or produced fruit for 2 years, but it has produced fruit again this year. Yin Qing chuckled. Maybe it's because I know that Dad is going to rush for the exam, so I deliberately got the result this year. Anyway, we're lucky again. You child. The father and son walked forward, talking and laughing. passed by Ju and Xiaoga, looked at the attractive dates on the branch, and there was a faint fruit fragrance flowing out. Maybe it was because Yin Xing's words reminded Yin Zhaoxian, or maybe it was because the father and son became interested. After returning home, they hurriedly finished the dinner that Yin's mother had already prepared, and the father and son took the key to Ju and Xiaoga and prepared to pick dates and eat them. In the evening, Hongsha hangs in the sky. In front of the small pavilion, Yin Zhaoxian uses a key to open the copper lock and slowly pushes open the courtyard door. Squeak! There was the sound of the door hinge turning, and the two father and son were stunned before entering the door, because there were actually people in the courtyard. Naturally, this person is not Ji Yuan, but an elderly man wearing a round neck gown and a straight blouse, looking up at the jujube tree. Who is the old man? Why is he in the courtyard of Ju and Xiaoga? Yin Zhaoxian frowned and asked, and subconsciously looked at the wall of the small pavilion. This height is not something an old man can climb in. Is he a quack? The old man smiled when he saw that Mrs. Yin was just thinking about it for a while. You must be the good friend in the county that Mr. Ji said. Dare I ask Mr. Master's name? Do you know Mr. Ji? Yin Xingxian's father asked in surprise. But Yin Zhaoxian did not dare to be negligent when he heard that the other party knew Ji Yuan and answered with hands clasped. I mean Zhaoxian, this is the young son, Yin Xing. I don't know the name of the old man, and I don't know where he met Mr. Ji. The old man looked at Yin Zhaoxian carefully for a while and bowed his hand in return. The old man's last name is Ing Hong. He once ran into Mr. Ji in the rain in the neighboring county, and he is also a friend of Mr. Ji. Seeing the old man's calm demeanor, and his appearance doesn't look like a thief, and the other party said that he is Mr. Ji's friend, Mrs. Yin walked into the garden a little excitedly. It turned out to be Mr. Ji's friend. Unfortunately, Mr. Ji has been away for a long time, so we won't be able to see him here. Yin Zhaoxian explained with a smile. Well, this old man knows. The old man laughed and continued to look at the jujube tree. I've been here for the past 2 years, but the jujube tree hasn't produced any fruit. This year, it can be regarded as fruitful. At the beginning, Mr. Ji only gave me 2 jujubes, which was really not enough for me. Yin Zhaoxian was slightly puzzled. This person has been here for the past 2 years? I have no impression. Do I sneak in like this every time and leave when there is no result? However, it is very understandable to hear that the old man is greedy for fresh dates. Whoever has eaten this date will never forget it. So Yin Zhaoxian laughed and said, It must be because Mr. Ji didn't bring many dates when he went out. The old man came here a good time. You can eat all the dates in this yard. Ji Yuan had originally asked Yin Zhao to share the jujubes first, so if friends came from afar, it would be no harm if they wanted to eat more. The eyes of the old man who was looking at the jujube tree on the opposite side lit up, and the jujube branches in the yard were trembling at this moment, as if a gust of wind happened to blow. Master Yin was joking. It's inconvenient to open up to eat if you can't get enough to eat. How about this? I'll just take one bite. I wonder if Master Yin agrees. 1 bite. Yin Zhaoxian was surprised, and at the same time, he also had some doubts in his heart. Could it be that this friend of Mr. Ji is also an extraordinary person? That's right, just 1 bite. Does Master Yin agree? The old man stroked his beard and nodded, as if I only had a taste of it. What do you disagree with? Yin is just taking care of jujube fruits for Mr. Ji. Since he is Mr. Ji's friend, the old man can eat as much as he wants. Chinger, we will pick the fruits for the old man. Okay, let's pick the fruit. Yin Xing couldn't bear it long ago, and now he finally heard that it was time to pick dates, but before he could move, the old man spoke again. No need, no trouble. Speaking of this, the old man raised his head again, and the corner of his mouth opened an arc, imitating Yin Xing's tone. Ha 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 ha! Eat dates, Song-ho. Wow-hoo! Amidst the inaudible dragon chant, a gust of wind suddenly blew up in the courtyard, shaking the whole jujube tree. Countless dates were swept off the branches by the gust of wind, and along with the gust of wind, they were sucked into the open mouth of the old man. Yin Zhaoxian and Yin Xing stood unsteadily and raised their hands to block the front, startled and afraid. After only a few breaths, the brief gust of wind stopped, and the two father and son were shocked to find that at least half of the fruits on the jujube tree in the courtyard had been gone, but the branches and leaves were not damaged much. It's just that the posture of the jujube tree, swaying in the wind, feels a little weird. Creak, creak. There were bursts of chewing sound from the mouth of the old man beside him, and the fresh fragrance of the jujube also overflowed. Not bad. Good taste, very good taste. Mrs. Yin's heart is still beating violently, even if she has a little mental preparation, but this is too different for what she imagined. Master Yin, this old man only took one bite and never broke his promise. You can't casually accuse Mr. Ji of today's incident, ha. Even though Yin Zhaoxian's heart was twitching, he still tried his best to calm down and bowed his hands towards the old man. Yin is too blind to see a real person. The old man promises to do what he says, and he only took one bite, but it scared Yin and his son. If there is another time, I hope the old man will remind you first. Ing Hong has been carefully observing Yin Zhaoxian from the time he first met to when he swallowed the jujube, and his aura is also very upright. Now, when he heard what he said with a lingering fear but still calm and easy, he nodded with a smile. As expected of Mr. G's only friend in the county, it's the old man who frightened Mrs. Yin, so don't blame him. Don't dare. After going back and forth, although there were lingering fears in the heart, the atmosphere became harmonious. They took off a plate of dates and sat down at the stone table to chat with each other. The father and son of the Yin family added to each other about the story of Ji Yuan rescuing the red fox and releasing it with Yin Qing. The old man also smiled happily. Although the old man obviously concealed some things in his words, Yin Zhaoxian didn't ask questions, let alone casually ask the old man, who was obviously not immortal, to follow him, but just listened and talked. The two chatted very happily, and the old man named Ing Hong seemed to think of something suddenly, and slapped his head and screamed. Almost forgot. While talking, he usually took out a thin-necked porcelain jug and 2 porcelain cups from behind, and put them on the stone table. This old man owes Mr. Ji a drink. It's a pity that Mr. Ji is miraculous. If you can't find it, you can't count it. I came here to see if the dates are ripe or not, and to see if he has come back. Since I met Mr. Yin as old friends, please ask Mr. Ji to drink it from Mr. Ji first. How about appreciating the taste of this wine? Why not? Yin Zhaoxian is also free and easy, although he seldom drinks alcohol, but he thinks he can't embarrass Mr. Ji. Why don't he just have a drink? The old man smiled and said nothing, and poured a glass for him and himself. Master Yin, please. At the request of the old gentleman, the two raised their glasses to drink, and Yin Zhaoxian only felt the sweet, rich, and lingering taste of the wine after drinking a glass of wine. A wave of heat flowed through his body, and his cheeks turned red. Good wine. Before finishing his sentence, he lay down on the stone table and remained silent. Yin Qing, who was only eating jujubes at the side, panicked. He looked at the old man and then at his father. He knew that the old man would not harm his father, but he was still worried. Old man, my father, is he okay? Ha! It's okay. Master Yin is too strong to drink. He's drunk. The old man raised his glass and drank the wine in his glass, laughing cheerfully. Go home and get a blanket to cover your father. Let him sleep in the yard tonight. Go. Yin Qing swallowed her saliva and nodded. Not daring to disobey the old man's wishes, she hurried out of the yard and ran home. After Yin Qing left, the old man's smile subsided slightly, poured another glass of wine, and stood up holding the glass. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the jujube tree in the courtyard. Hee, let me buy you a cup too. After saying that, he raised his glass and poured it to the root of the tree. The wine didn't even wet the soil when it was submerged in it. When Yin Qing hurriedly took the blanket and came back with Yin's mother, who looked worried, there was no one else in the courtyard except Yin Zhaoxian, who was lying on the table and fell asleep. Yin's mother first approached the courtyard to see her husband, and found that his cheeks were red, and he was sleeping soundly on his stomach. Then he looked in the courtyard. There was no one there. Qinger, didn't you say that a scary old man got your father drunk, and he left? Yin Qing also looked left and right, and ran to the courtyard gate to look around, but he didn't see anyone. Maybe he's gone. Mother Een touched her husband's face and found that it was a little hot, but she couldn't smell much alcohol. Chinger, come here and help your mother. We will take your father home to sleep. How much wine did your father drink? It's not much. I see Dad poured it after drinking a glass. Een Ching-tang ran back from the courtyard gate, just about to help his father up with Yin's mother, but suddenly thought of the old man's words and hurriedly stopped his mother. No, the old man said, let Daddy sleep here tonight. We better not touch Daddy. Let him sleep. While Een Ching was speaking, he had already covered his father with a blanket and carefully stuffed the hanging part of the blanket onto his father's chest and tied a knot. Mother Een looked weird. What's the matter? If your father catches a cold while sleeping here, he's going to take the exam soon. Don't delay the trip due to illness. Mom, that old gentleman. Speaking of this, Een Ching looked around guiltily, then walked to his mother and whispered in her ear. The old man is Mr. G's friend. Maybe not a mortal. It's better to listen to him. When Mother Een heard this, the movements of her hands also stopped. Ji Yuan is a strange person. In Ning'an County 2 or 3 years ago, this topic was an exaggerated chat topic for other villagers and neighbors, but it was an affirmative sentence for the Een family. Today, 3 years later, there are not many people in Ning'an County who still mention Mr. G, and it is estimated that Old Man's son from the Sun Ji noodle stall will occasionally say something to Een Jiaoxian. But Yin's family will never forget Ji Yuan, so after hearing what his son said, Mother Een gave up her plan to take her husband home to sleep after thinking about it. Then, let your father sleep here overnight? Well, Mother, don't worry, I will wake up several times at night to see Daddy. Mother Een heard her son's words, reached out and knocked on his head, and put her hands on her hips. What do you mean getting up several times at night? Your father is drunk, so will inevitably be uncomfortable at night. You brought tea to watch your father here in the first half of the night, and I will replace you in the second half of the night. Do you understand? Een Ching rubbed his forehead and replied weakly, Got it. There's always a feeling in my heart that my mother loves my father even more now. In the middle of the night, Een Ching's feeling became even stronger. He fell asleep for a while, and it had been a long time since he heard the watchman knocking on the clapper of the third watch, but his mother didn't come. Although it's not autumn yet and the weather isn't too cold, it's still uncomfortable to sleep on your stomach in this courtyard. So Een Ching had to pour a cup of tea and take a sip and wait for her mother to come over, only to find out that the clapper rang on the fourth watch. At that time, my mother came late with an apologetic face. Dawn of the second day. Oh. When Tiania Fang heard the first rooster crow, Een Jiaoxian opened his eyes naturally. Feeling a blanket covering his body, he turned his head and found that his wife was also lying beside him covered with a blanket. Looking around inexplicably, he found that it was still the yard of Juan Xiaoga, and there were teapots and cups on the stone table. Strange, why am I sleeping here? After thinking about it carefully, Een Jiaoxian remembered what happened yesterday. There was an extraordinary old gentleman who claimed to be a friend of Mr. G. He not only swallowed half the fruit of a jujube tree in one gulp, but also offered him a glass of wine, and then there is no intermediate memory. Een Jiaoxian raised his head and looked at the top of his head. Sure enough, half of the fruit of the jujube tree was missing. It didn't look like a dream. Could it be that I was drunk and passed out after drinking a drink? Just thinking about it, Een Jiaoxian suddenly found something wrong with the jujube tree. Why is a small part of this jujube red? I saw that the sporadic jujubes on the branches had turned red as a whole, which was very eye-catching in the green of the trees, but I just looked at it and didn't think much about it for the time being. Een Jiaoxian rubbed his forehead, but he didn't feel any hangover and headache. Then he looked at his wife, probably staying here with him all night, and his heart was both touched and warm. I wanted to wake her up, but now, although the crowing of the cock was starting to start, but seeing that it was still daylight, I couldn't bear to disturb my wife. Taking off the blanket on his body and putting it on the stone table, Een Jiaoxian stood up and moved his legs and feet. After sitting for a whole night, he didn't feel any soreness at all, but felt refreshed. Let's go tomorrow. Another gust of autumn wind is blowing. The rice fields are already golden on the ground, and the maple leaves on the fruit-hanging branches are red in the depths of the mountains and wild clouds. In the boundary of Jianfu, Izhou, on a low peak in the depths of Junyuan Mountain, there is a grotto more than 2 feet deep. Inside, there is a scrawny man in ragged clothes sitting there motionless, his eyes open and closed all the time, looking towards the front chessboard. Pot! As soon as a white porcelain chess piece fell, it turned into pieces of porcelain at the fingertips. The figure shook and finally woke up. Buzz, buzz! The green vine, sword leaning on the outside of the grotto, was buzzing with excitement, and the entire sword body and scabbard were shaking nonstop. Hey! Ji Yuan opened his mouth, but couldn't make a sound. His dry throat could only make a hoarse exhalation sound. In the blurred vision, you can see the fallen leaves and dead branches beside you. You can see the excrement of animals in the mountains. You can hear the sound of the autumn wind blowing in the forest. You can hear the flowing of spring water in the mountains, and you can smell the bursts of ripe or green and fruity aroma. The moment he woke up, Ji Yuan tried his best to empty his brain and controlled himself not to think about any unnecessary things. There was only one thing to do, and that was to eat and drink water. Ho ho! Standing up from the grotto, staggeringly, while leaning on the cave wall, Ji Yuan staggered out of the cave, while the Qingting sword floated up amidst the sound of the front and followed closely behind. Smelling the fruity fragrance, I came to a wild persimmon tree, looked up and saw a blur, but I couldn't reach it when I tried to grab it. Instead, my body swayed and I almost fell down. Rup! The sword blew and chanted, and the green rattan sword was unsheathed for the first time in 3 years. The whole mountain seemed to be shone with light. Ji Yuan knelt down on the ground, tremblingly picked up the fruit on the ground. This wild persimmon is not much bigger than a jujube, and its yellowish-red appearance is very attractive. But Ji Yuan didn't care about anything at all. He picked them one by one and put them in his mouth without washing or wiping them, and he didn't spit out the seeds. Mouth full of juice. After more than a quarter of an hour, all the fallen fruits were eaten, and Ji Yuan didn't stop and continued to search frantically in the mountains, eating all the edible fruits, and finally came to a mountain stream with a plop lie down by the stream. Ji Yuan buried his head in the stream. Gulu, 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 gulu. Drink water until the stomach bulges and shrinks, and then bulges and shrinks again. I don't know how much mountain spring water I drank in one breath. There are small fish, shrimps, mountain crabs, loaches, and so on in the stream, and I swallow them one by one. Belly, clatter. With disheveled hair, Ji Yuan raised his head, letting his body lie wet on the rocks and panting heavily. Whirring. After lying down for another half an hour, he recovered some of his fate before sitting up. He raised his hand and looked at his palm fingers. He was originally as thin as a bone, but now he looked better. He didn't know how much wild fruit he ate and how much water he drank in the past half day. He only knew that all his actions before were just try to protect himself instinct. The time it took to play chess this time was far beyond Ji Yuan's expectations. Although I don't know the exact time, it was definitely not short, but my consciousness was deeply shaken at that time, and I was no longer in a completely clear and rational state. Just like when he started playing chess in a muddle-headed obsession, Ji Yuan just imitated that feeling in the moment of soberness and used his strong willpower to empty out all other thoughts, leaving only the instinct of forging. Because Ji Yuan is also very aware of how much he had in the past, and he would be fine if he didn't eat or drink for a few months, but if it was longer, his life might be in danger. In his previous life, when he just walked out of the chessboard, he encountered the search and rescue team who would die if the time was broken. This reminded Ji Yuan more than once of the Mandarin duck method mentioned by the old man Su in Shanggu village, Sui Yuan County. The self who just woke up may be similar to the state of Baigan digging his heart. Ji Yuan didn't dare to take this risk, didn't dare to let himself guess and analyze how long had passed, and didn't dare to bump into others and be told what to say, at least not until his body was replenished. Otherwise, it is very likely that the Mandarin duck law will be broken, and the wake-up damned person will be beaten with a stick, resulting in the loss of life. But now it's all right. Ji Yuan eased his breath and smiled self-deprecatingly. At first it was just a slight sneer, then the smile gradually widened, and finally it was crazy. Hey! Ha 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 ha. Rumbling, rumbling. Laughter shook the whole field, and the birds and beasts in the mountains and forests fled. After laughing for a long time, Ji Yuan gradually stopped and took a deep breath with soothing breath. His who? He didn't move his body, just looked up at the sky. The branches of the trees were still blurry in his peripheral vision, but at least he wasn't completely blind. At the moment when his eyes were bloodshot, Ji Yuan was really afraid that he would be completely blind from now on. Fortunately, at least I can still see things now. As for whether I know how much or not, it is secondary, and I am used to it anyway. At this moment, although Ji Yuan looked disheveled and ragged, but in fact there was not much dirt on his body surface, and even his hair was just wet and stuck to it, but in fact there was no clumping at every strand. Therefore, Ji Yuan's body does not have any peculiar smell. As for the dust on the clothes, it is unavoidable. Looking at the sky, I was thinking about the exaggerated chess development process in my mind. In the dream of chess development, I calculated the changes in the same way. Although I couldn't fully understand the key to the catastrophe of heaven and earth, I still got a lot of results. Why? Ji Yuan sighed. First of all, he is afraid that someone in Ji will not have the chance to join some famous family of the Immortal Mansion. Otherwise, Ji Yuan himself will also be transformed into one of the immortal auras. In the case of not being able to confirm that one hand will determine the universe, doing so is to cut off the chess path, and it is very likely to hinder the evolution of the Daohua chess in the artistic conception of mountains and rivers. This is the so-called being in the game, but also detached from the outside, not easily getting too deep into the game. But Ji Yuan can't really stay out of it. After all, he also lives in this world and has his own emotions. If he wants to play chess, he also needs new chess pieces. Playing chess inside the cave wall for several years, Ji Yuan already had a preliminary understanding of the moves and moves in his heart. Glimpse at the moment of the great catastrophe of heaven and earth. In fact, it explains a sentence very well. Heaven is born to kill. The principle of Tao is also heaven and earth, the thief of all things, the thief of people, the thief of all things. The three thieves are suitable, and the three talents are safe. As the saying goes, Tao gives birth to one gives birth to two gives birth to three gives birth to all things bear yin and embrace yang, and the spirit is harmonious. All meanings can be summed up in one simple word: harmony. Ji Yuan doesn't have the idea of fighting against the immeasurable catastrophe with his own strength. He doesn't have such a great heart and strength, but he knows that he can lead the way, arrange the world to make the best use of the situation, and try to gather the power of all beings to pave the way for confrontation. At least in this way, even if he failed, Ji Yuan also has a clear conscience. As a person who aspires to become an immortal, after knowing such a terrible calamity for the common people in the world, and knowing that he has the ability to influence or even change the result, no one will think that the calamity after thousands of years is none of my business. The idea, not to mention the real immortality, always has to be faced. If you can't do it, you have to do it. If you can do it, you have to do it even more. It is necessary to improve the cultivation base. Otherwise, Ji Yuan will run out of life before the game is finished. It is also necessary to search for predestined people in the world. This person refers to humans, gods, ghosts, gods, Buddhas, and even demons in the world, and we must try our best to make predestined people into a chess game to make them grow. Otherwise, there will be no children in the middle of the game available. The Big Dipper kills the Nanda metamorphosis, and the black and white chess pieces have their own magical effects. Fate has no size. Even a mere child in the world may not be unable to affect human aura in the future, but fate is fate, and you can't ask for it. Chess players and chess pieces must not lose their original intentions. Life is like chess, no regrets when you make a move. Still thin, Ji Yuan stood up slightly wobbly, with his fists clenched by his side. He looked up at the changing sky with blurred vision. Yin and yang are in harmony, and the world is boundless. There's only one chance in this world, but the time is still plenty of time. but I still have more chances. Perseverance is always there. The way of chess is yin and yang. Let's wait and see. Standing in the mountain wind for a long time, Ji Yuan finally gradually regained his sense of normalcy, and the skin and flesh on his face also returned, not as scary as before. He stretched out his hand to stroke his wet long hair. The wooden hairpin went somewhere, and then he looked at the clothes on his body. They were torn and torn. Fortunately, they were not naked, but they should not be able to withstand the strong tearing. Hey, make it look like a ghost. With a sigh, Ji Yuan waved his hand, and 5 chess pieces appeared together, and the spiritual energy in the mountain was rolling in. After 3 years, Ji Yuan has changed from the state of mind to the cultivation base. The biggest change is the state of mind, but it seems that it has not changed much, but it has changed again, and it seems to be true from the heart. Cultivation is intuitive. The chi of the 5 elements senses the energy of heaven and earth. Although it is still a long way from perfection, there is no reality of Chao Yuan, but there is the appearance of Chao Yuan, just because the mana is holding back. After 2 days and nights of practice, Ji Yuan has returned to a state full of energy and mana. The land of the alchemy room has exceeded 10 acres, and he is not considered a person with shallow morals. Even the golden bridge connecting the pill furnace to the mana dantian was filled with a layer of flames. But the most amazing thing is that Ji Yuan found that he is really spotless now. He doesn't know how to avoid dust and deliberately uses other techniques. But he is spotless. The wind and dust blew past, but slipped away from my body. Even if the muddy water in the stream was just picked up by the long hair, I saw the mud falling off quickly, while the clean water remained on the hair tip. This is something that puzzled Ji himself, because there is no similar record in biography of the outsiders and Tong Ming Su. Of course, Ji Yuan doesn't hate this kind of thing. He took a step forward and leaped vertically in the mountains, and with a single move, the ivy sword flew towards Ji Yuan by itself. You have worked so hard for so long. Buzz! The long sword whistled softly in Ji Yuan's hand, without any hint of resentment. After a while, Ji Yuan returned to the grotto, where he sat cross-legged for 3 years, and found that the quality of the wooden chessboard was good. It was still intact after removing the rotted corners, but there were many broken ceramic pieces on the board. The box is already empty. I searched around in the grotto, but didn't find my own luggage and umbrella, which should have been left in the inn at the beginning. There is nothing valuable in the baggage, just a set of clothes with slits under the armpit, and a roll of bamboo slips, Tong Ming Su and Wai Dao Zhuan, together with a purse, including jade. Huaishan's 2 small jade sticks, and Wei Wuwei's jade pendant. It's the chessboard. It should have been snatched back then. Ji Yuan rubbed his head. This should be the first time in 2 lifetimes that he ran away without giving money, except for grabbing candy when he was a child in his previous life. With a simple move, a dead branch on the ground flew up and landed in Ji Yuan's hand. The bark was stripped off, and the excess branch was broken off, and a clean branch 6 inches long and slightly curved appeared in Ji Yuan's hand. Stretch the hair one by one, insert it with a wooden stick, and the simple bun hair is shaped. It looks as loose as it was 3 years ago, but it looks more natural. Let's go to Gentian-Fu City again. Ji Yuan seemed to say something to the ivy sword, and also seemed to be talking to himself, stepping out of the dragon's mind with one step, as if shrinking to the ground. On the way to Gentian-Fu City, Ji Yuan also thought about a question. Why didn't he see the catastrophe when he came to this world before, but had to wait until the time before Yanxi? When Ji Yuan couldn't figure it out, he made a hypothesis, and then found out that if this happened when he just came to this world, then Ji would die without a life. And at the previous juncture, it happened to be the moment when Ji Yuan consciously cultivated himself. It was the time when he realized that the first stage was complete, his body and mind were in harmony with nature, and he had the ivy sword in his body. Perhaps it was almost at a point where he could bear it, and some kind of mystical method triggered the fateful observation, which made him know many things that he didn't know before. As it turned out, it was a close call. In fact, Ji Yuan had also been vaguely aware of this a long time ago. The experience of the chess pieces in 2 lifetimes also made him a little psychologically prepared, But at that time, he thought that it was very likely that the chess pieces would need to be completely solidified to be an opportunity. Self-endurance. As for who was the master who set up the chess game, why the chess game in Atushin was so bleak at the beginning, whether they were dead or alive, and why he was needed to trick someone into playing chess, it is not something that can be figured out now. Tease the autumn season, and the things sold on Zhenyanfu Street are more diverse. Because of the season, the melons and fruits in Fuqing are more abundant at this moment. Before Ji Yuan enters Zhenyanfu City, there are already lively cries from inside. Almost every once in a while, you can smell the aroma of fruit and hear the cries, such as pomegranate, orange, persimmon, and so on. Ji Yuan, who has experience once, will naturally not show up in ragged clothes this time, but uses a trick to blur his vision and goes straight to the clothing store in the city. There are only a few spells that Ji can count with his fingers, and they're almost out of his reach, especially the improvement of mood brought about by Yinchi has a qualitative impact on the use of spells. Ji Yuan found a decent clothing store in the city and went in. There happened to be two women looking at the clothes in the store. Before entering the store, Ji Yuan smelled a faint smell of rouge and gouache. Probably not ordinary people. After all, no woman from an ordinary family would spray this thing on a regular basis. Guest officer, do you want to see the fabric or the clothes? Or do you want to have a tailor-made or buy ready-made? I think you have a well-proportioned figure, and many of the clothes in the store are suitable. There was only one clerk in the store, and when he saw Ji Yuan coming in, he immediately greeted him. But although he couldn't see Ji Yuan's ragged clothes, he caught a glimpse of the weird hairpin on his head. No matter how you looked at it, it looked like there was a crooked branch, and the look in his eyes suddenly looked a little weird. The woman next to her seemed to have just seen something she liked, calling out to the shopkeeper. "Shopkeeper, shopkeeper, this pink silk is really nice. How much is it for a piece? How about making clothes?" A mouth is not a few feet, but a horse, and the shopkeeper is immediately happy. Hee, the two girls are really discerning. These pieces of pink silk were shipped all the way from Wanzhou. The silk is woven. You can feel how smooth it is. It must be comfortable and beautiful when made into clothes. "Oh, how do you calculate the price?" One of the women said impatiently. "Oh, after all, this is the high-quality silk and satin shipped from Wanzhou, so the price will naturally be more expensive. This one, 10 taels of silver. 12 taels?" The two women hadn't spoken yet, and Ji Yuan was a little startled. This silk is really worth more than gold, and a piece of cloth can only make a few clothes, but it is worth a year or two of ordinary people's consumption. No wonder ordinary people can't consume it all. Rise. "Okay, this one is all I need. Wrap it up for me. We will find someone to make the clothes ourselves." "Hey, good, wrap it up." The shopkeeper's face was full of joy. The two girls didn't even pay back the price. They really made a profit today. And while they were picking up the silk, they saw that Ji Yuan also imitated what the two girls did just now, stretching out his hands to touch the various silks and satins hanging up. This guest officer, "Hey, guest officer, this shop is a small business. Here are all one, silk that." The shopkeeper tried to express his concerns tactfully. Ji Yuan retracted his hand and smiled at him. "Okay, I'm just touching to see how the silk is different today. Shopkeeper, help me choose 2 clothes. No, how about 3 clothes?" In order to avoid trouble, Ji Yuan had already taken out a piece of silver from his bosom when he was speaking, which immediately made the shopkeeper more happy. Okay, wait a moment. Guest officer, I will wrap the silk and satin for these 2 girls first." The 2 women are also quietly observing Ji Yuan. After all, there are only 4 people in the shop. The visitors' eyes never fell on them, or they just glanced at them. They didn't feel angry that their beauty was ignored, but they were surprised that the sight of the visitor seemed to be unclear at all, and they only touched the cloth just now, and their eyes didn't see the cloth at all. What's more, the clothes are upside down, and the bun hair is so loose, but it can arouse disgust. It should be very funny to use a branch as a hairpin, but I can't laugh when I look at it. When Ji Yuan entered the store, he glanced at the 2 women. Their spirits were really not rich, but full of energy and blood. Hearing the long breaths of the 2, they were probably Lian Jiatzi, but he didn't want to pay too much attention to it. You two girls, the peach blossom silk is wrapped this money. Hey, quite a few of yours. Hey, good. The shopkeeper hurriedly went to the front of the stage and picked up the small scale to weigh. And after confirming, he handed over the silk and satin to the two, and waited to see the two women leave before immediately entertaining Ji Yuan. Guest officer has been waiting for a long time. What style do you want? Confucian shirt robes, double-breasted long clothes, strong corsets, and regular clothes. All of them are ready-made in our shop. Well, bring me a blue shirt, a white shirt, and a gray shirt. All of them need wide-sleeved robes. By the way, I also need to bring inner lining, and I need both underwear and pants. Okay, it's just a whole body from the inside to the outside. I know. Let me measure your skills first. The shopkeeper took the wooden ruler from the counter to measure for Ji Yuan, and the value was measured in 2 or 3 strokes. But he had the illusion that the touch of the clothes on the customer's body was a bit strange, but he didn't think much about it. As if in order to ease the recklessness of his previous words, he chatted with Ji Yuan when he was picking out clothes for him. The two female guests just now are really strange. They are obviously not ugly, and they insisted on messing up their faces. I don't know if they really don't know how to make up or do it on purpose. Maybe I really don't understand, but why didn't the shopkeeper remind them just now? Ji Yuan laughed when he heard the words, since he couldn't see clearly anyway. The shopkeeper looked outside. How can this be? Wealthy female guests are the most unfavorable, especially their appearance. As I said, can they recognize good words or bad words? Makes sense. The shopkeeper is a sensible person. Ji Yuan is also happy, sweeping away a little of the previous depression. It is rare to have the feeling of hearing a joke from the previous life. Hey, right? Come on, guest officer, try on these outfits. They definitely fit you. During the conversation, the shopkeeper had already picked out a coat for Ji Yuan. After about a quarter of an hour, Ji Yuan came out of the clothing store, already changed into a brand new white shirt, and carrying a cloth bag bought from the store, which contained 2 other outfits, which cost a total of 600 won. One day, in one place with that peach blossom silk. As for the tattered clothes still in his hands, Ji Yuan folded his palms together, and the tattered clothes turned into shreds and floated under the street gutter. The direction Ji Yuan is heading at is exactly where he went to the street where he grabbed the chessboard. Vendors generally don't like to change places to sell things unless necessary. It is very likely that the peddler is still in the same place. Just chatting with the shopkeeper in the clothing store, I have already learned that it is already 15 years of Yuanda, which is not too different from Ji Yuan's vague estimate. He bought a change of shoes on the way, and after walking for less than 2 minutes, Ji Yuan found the previous street by feeling, and he heard the peddler's voice again. Jade ornaments, newly arrived jade ornaments, jade bracelets, jade pendants, jade rings, all of them are good jade. The hawker was yelling vigorously, but not many people stopped to look at the stall. When they were thirsty, they picked up a bamboo jar to drink water, and found a gentleman in white shirt standing in front of the stall. The peddler cheered up and hurriedly greeted him. Guest officer, I see that you must be a learned person. Let's buy a piece of jade. Scholars say that a gentleman is like jade, and a gentleman is like jade. Look, these jade ornaments here are so green. Although Ji Yuan couldn't see the specific styles of these jade wares, but jade is very special. Good jade has its own breath, like the piece of jade given by Wei Wu Wei. The ones on the booth, not to mention the breath, he stretched out his hand to feel the aura. If you look around, you will know that not only the workmanship is poor, but the jade quality is also inferior. Ji Yuan skipped the green ones and picked out a hairpin with a grayish in color to ask the peddler, how much is this hairpin? The peddler looked at it and found that the rough jade hairpin was the worst kind in his stall. Seeing Ji Yuan's appearance, he hesitated for a moment and quoted a price. 31. A jade hairpin is only 30 coins? I can't get enough of it. It's not enough. I think it's worth a tael. Ji Yuan talked to himself, pulled off the branch above his head, directly inserted the jade hairpin into the bun, and then took out a small handful of broken silver from his bosom, which would only be more than 1 tael, and not less than 1 tael. Here, this jade hairpin is worth the price. You don't need to look for it. Not bad. This jade hairpin is really good. The peddler blankly held the broken silver handed over by Ji Yuan and looked at the man in the wide-sleeved white shirt talking to himself in a daze, and left without looking back. This person just leave? When Ji Yuan was about to walk 20 steps, the peddler seemed to have just recovered and looked at the money in his hand. This must be 2 or 3 months of profit. After the hawker hesitated again and again, he finally gritted his teeth. Hey, that guest officer, the jade hairpin is not worth so much. It's really useless. Ji Yuan stopped. With a smile on his face, he looked back at the peddler over their meaning. Guest officer, I really don't need so many. In fact, the hawker felt a little regretful the moment he yelled, but since he yelled all the yells, he didn't care so much. He regretted it, but he still felt a little happy in his heart. However, the peddler saw that the gentleman in white was only looking at him from a distance of 20 steps away, but did not come back, so he had to talk to the old man who was selling persimmons next to him. Uncle Chun, please show me the booth. I'll go after that guest officer. I'll be right back. Let's go. The old man was a little envious and jealous just now, but he made a lot of money for nothing, but now he admires this young man a little. Seeing that the old man agreed, the peddler hurried out of the stall and chased after Ji Yuan. Because of the yelling just now, some spectators stopped or walked back slowly, talking about something, and others who saw the whole story explained in a low voice, and some people who saw the end guessed together. At the other end, Ji Yuan didn't leave, as if he was just standing there waiting for the hawker to come after him. Seeing that he really came out of the stall and chased him, he opened his eyes slightly. The peddler walked 3 steps at a time, and soon arrived at Ji Yuan and handed over the money in his hand. Guest officer, let me tell you the truth. This black jade hairpin is carved out of coarse material, and it is worth 20 or 30 coins at most, 1 or 2 more. It is a bit hot for me to keep it. If you give me 50 coins, I will not accept it. If you really like it, give me copper coins. I can't find big coins. After finishing this sentence in one breath, the peddler's breath became much smoother, but he found that he finished speaking in a hurry, but the gentleman in white on the opposite side just stared at him up and down without saying anything. Could it be that I spoke too fast, and he didn't hear clearly? Just thinking about it, Ji Yuan finally spoke, but the topic had nothing to do with hairpin silver. May I ask who is the name of the little brother? The peddler was a little stunned. The other party didn't accept the money, but asked his name. My name is Lin Tian, and I've been setting up a stall here all the time. Sir, you should keep the money. How about I don't sell this jade hairpin? No hurry, no hurry. I like this jade hairpin very much. I'm sure I'll buy it today, but I still have a little doubt and want to ask Brother Lin, if I give you a tael of gold this time, would you still buy it? Will you chase me out and pay me back? This question is really inexplicable, but it also arouses people's daydreams. Lin Tian hesitated for a while and answered honestly. Guest officer, you are joking. I have never seen a tael of gold in my life, and I can't answer it, but with so much money, I might just take it and run away, Ji Yuan frowned, and then reached out to take the broken silver from the peddler. That's right. I didn't ask a good question. Let's go and look at your stall again. By the way, it is said that the dishes in Zuixianglu and Junyanfu are good. Brother Lin, have you been there? The peddler became more and more confused when he heard the words. At noon, the peddler Lin Tian didn't know what was wrong, so he followed that Mr. by shirt surname Ji to Zuixiang building inexplicably. Now Lin Tian and Ji Yuan are sitting face to face on the 3rd floor of Zuixiang building, looking at the scenery outside the window of the building, looking a little cautious. Mr. Ji, it's too expensive for you. I'm just giving you a rough jade hairpin. I heard it's extremely expensive here. Seeing Lin Tian dare not speak loudly, Ji Yuan was also happy. No matter how expensive it is, can it still cover 3 years of food expenses? Ji Yuan said another sentence that made the peddler sound inexplicable, and he didn't know how to answer it this time. Chopped chicken and fish head soup, braised cabbage, and steamed meat cake. The waiter in the inn dragged the long ending of the name of the dish, and actually carried a tray in each hand, carrying 2 plates in small steps all the way to Ji Yuan's table by the window. This balance can be regarded as practice makes perfect. Lin Tian and Ji Yuan didn't wait for Xiao Air to speak. They immediately took the initiative to help him put down the plate and brought out a total of 6 dishes inside. This is baotou fish soup. This is boiled chicken. This is sauce and vinegar plate. This is braised cabbage, steamed meat cake, and stir-fried 3 fresh foods. This is furong soup. Drink it while it's hot. This is homemade orange syrup. By the way, this plate of persimmons is an after-dinner snack. Guest officer, your dishes are all served. Just say hello if you need anything. The owner of the store speaks quickly and quickly introduced all the dishes. Okay, thank you, little brother. Ji Yuan bowed his hands to the waiter in the shop to express his gratitude, while Lin Tian bowed his hands embarrassingly. Hey, take it easy, take it easy. Seeing Xiao Air nodding his head and leaving, Ji Yuan greeted Lin Tian, who was already salivating, moved his chopsticks, and took the lead in eating with a white chopped chicken dipped in the ingredients. When Lin Tian saw that Mr. Ji was eating, he couldn't restrain himself and started to eat too. He can't eat this kind of food in a big restaurant once a year. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, Lin Tian had already burped, but Ji Yuan stopped after drinking some more fish head soup, looked at Lin Tian, who was flattering his stomach, and asked, "Brother Lin, I really like this jade hairpin. 1 meal might not be enough." Don't, sir. I'm afraid of you. Are you a well-off relative of our Lin family? Why don't you eat a persimmon first? This persimmon is sweet. Hearing that Ji Yuan started again, Lin Tian was really frightened. Ha! I don't want to eat persimmon for the time being. Brother Lin, let Rong Ji talk to you a little more. Well, this persimmon is so sweet. TSK. Tell me, sir. Ji Yuan tapped 2 fingers on the table with one hand, while looking out the window, listening to the noise in the market. If you were to give Lin Xiaoga a choice, would you choose to advance bravely in the rapids and become rich and rich, or would you choose to live in peace and tranquility if you were a little rich? After Ji Yuan finished speaking, he opened his eyes wide and turned to look at Lin Tian. Although his eyes were deceptive, Lin Tian stopped his hands and mouth. The surrounding noise seemed to be much weaker. Lin Tian didn't notice this, but he couldn't help but put down half a persimmon and wiped his mouth with his hands, faintly feeling as if he was facing an important juncture in his life. Mr. Ji, I don't have much knowledge or ambition. What I want is to have a wife and have 2 children. I can live a stable life, provide for my parents, and have someone provide for me. I'm very satisfied. Hearing this, Ji Yuan sighed and closed his eyes slightly again. It's just that people change. The more you get, the more you desire. Of course, it's good if you can be content and happy. Okay, Brother Lin, you have a loud voice, so please call me mistress and tell me to pay the bill here. Okay. Lin Tian picked up the half persimmon again, ran to the stairs on the 3rd floor, and shouted, "Shower! Check out by the east window on the 3rd floor. Come on." The mistress downstairs seemed to be talking loudly with Lin Tian, each yelling with a sense of tact. Seeing Lin Tian running away, Ji Yuan dipped his right hand into a cup of sugar water, wrote a word sway on the table, and then tapped the table with his middle finger, and the character formed by the traces of sugar water was drawn into the air along with his fingertips. The 2 middle fingers clasped together and flicked. Whoosh! The water character Sway quickly flew to the stairs, and Lin Tian happened to turn around at this moment. With a snap, the word Sway hits the center of the eyebrow. Lin Tian only felt a chill on his forehead and reached out to touch it, but he didn't feel anything, subconsciously raised his head to look at the ceiling, and then came back to the table. The persimmons are even more delicious than what Old Mansion sells, so eat more. Ji Yuan smiled, looking at the sky outside the window. He overheard a few scholars downstairs discussing the state capital imperial examination with a little excitement. It's already the dawn of Guibang. With a wave of his hand, the white man in the sleeve has appeared. Compared to 3 years ago, its solidity is only inferior to that of the tiger demon Lu Shanjun, who has practiced for nearly 200 years. In Chunhui Mansion, Jizhou, where the Gonyuan of the state examination is located, a group of candidates who are either confident or anxious are waiting outside. Gonyuan is a special place for examinations at all levels of the imperial examination, but the scale will vary according to different levels. Candidates who have obtained qualifications in the county examination will go to a state capital to take the state examination. On the Jizhou side is Chunwei Mansion. The tribute courtyard of Chunwei Mansion has high eaves and deep roofs. It is a large closed house with a large area. There are wooden doors, screens, and other things inside, and it is divided into simple small rooms. All candidates have to complete the essays alone here. However, this is the period before the exam, and it is also the most tense period for everyone, including Yin Zhaoxian. A group of scholars and scholars, large and small, have already lined up in 2 long rows outside the Gong Yuan, whispering to each other or flipping through the pages from time to time. Books. Unlike Ji Yuan's previous life, most of the candidates waiting for the exam here are adults. Although Yin Zhaoxian laughed at himself that he was no longer a young scholar. In fact, his age is really not that old here, and there are even some gray-haired candidates in the queue. Yin Zhaoxian didn't hold his feet temporarily, but looked at the tribute courtyard with some emotion. Back then, Yin Shu was full of vigor, easily won the first prize in the county examination, and ranked first in the prefecture examination, but finally missed the first place in the prefecture examination with a difference of 3 places and lost the qualification to go to Zhilijiangyi Prefecture. The failure of the imperial examination made Yin Zhaoxian quite depressed. In addition, an elder in the family died of illness, and his wife and children needed support and care in life, so he settled down in Ning'an County like this. Some scholars can rely on their wives to support them and continue to study hard and refer to them all the time, but Yin Zhaoxian is not such a person, and he does not want to make his wife suffer too much. With his knowledge, there are so many wealthy households in the county that people invite him to be his teacher. Although the easy life is good, sometimes it will wear down your energy. Even if the family life is better and you have savings, Yin Zhaoxian did not think about taking the imperial examination again. It was not until 3 years ago, when Ji Yuan left, that he left a letter, allowing him to show his ambition. At this time, state officials would come out of the examination room after inspecting the examination room and nod to the guards who were maintaining order. The officer pumped his true energy in his chest and lungs and shouted, "The prefectural examination starts now. All tributes can bring pens, inkstones, tables, food boxes, etc., and paper and water are provided by the tribute courtyard. Before entering the tribute courtyard, please prepare your own application letters, official documents, etc., and accept the body search by the guards. Admission is now." There were hundreds of referees this time, and most of them were admitted from various prefectures and counties in Jizhou by virtue of their talents and learning. A number of guards who are skilled in martial arts will search the bodies one by one and check their belongings. They will even use chopsticks to rummage through the food in the food boxes of the tributes to see if there is anything hidden. The 4 officials sitting next to each other checked the official documents of each tribute one by one to confirm the identity of the person who came. Apart from the lack of cameras and the occasional relationship door, the whole process is actually more rigorous than the modern student reference. Yin Zhaoxian was carrying his test preparation box, in which he bought gong shi meal from a restaurant near the Zigung Yuan apart from his stationery supplies. While he was still being searched, a state official nearby, who was checking official documents, suddenly asked him, "You're Yin Zhaoxian?" Yin Zhaoxian froze for a moment, then cupped his hands at him. "Exactly. Does this lord recognize me? I don't know it, but when I went to Huafeng Academy, I read the children's life chapter and night tour chapter of On Birds brought by the students, which is somewhat interesting." Yin Zhaoxian hurriedly bowed again. "I'm a humble kid. I don't dare to take it as a compliment from an adult." "Well, go in. I hope you'll be ranked first. Students should do their best." The official ticked Yin Zhaoxian's name on the booklet with a pen and handed him the license plate, indicating that the guards could let him go. Watching Yin Zhaoxian enter the tribute courtyard, the official stroked his beard before proceeding to examine the next tribute. Inside the Gong Yuan, the compartments were slightly different from the original ones. Yin Zhaoxian looked at the number plate and found his own number dinged 27. After waiting for about 2/4 of an hour, after all the students had entered and found their seats, there were examiners who checked the official documents and grades one by one to ensure that no one was seated wrong. At the front of the examination room, The examiner stood still and shouted, "Today's exam time is 2 hours. As soon as the time comes, light the scroll incense and hand in the paper before it burns out. Otherwise, it will be invalid. Now, show the exam questions." As the voice fell, guards on all 4 sides of the examination room hung up large white cloth-based plaques, on which the content of the examination was written. There are 2 exam questions, namely on policies, drought control, and a poem on Uchiyo. Different from the county examination and the government examination, the state examination no longer focuses too much on basic skills such as silent writing, but begins to focus on ability. This year, it is particularly rare to have a discussion topic on the state examination, which has attracted many candidates to discuss below. Quiet. The guard luck yelled. The exam begins, the leak is opened, and the gong is sounded. The officials on the side held the wooden cloth hammer tightly and hit the gong hard. When the voice fell, it was like a knock on the hearts of all the tributes. Everyone hurriedly sat down. Some were thinking hard, and some had already begun to write. I believe that poetry is not difficult for most talented people, but the difficulty is theory. Yin Zhaoxian has a clear idea. Perhaps hundreds of people write the same thing about drought control, but there are not many scholars who can really write something useful. Yin Zhaoxian first is one of the exceptions. Drought is not a disaster. It is said that people depend on food as their heaven. When drought arises, man-made disasters will come. Man-made disasters will cause epidemics and diseases. If governance is not good, resentment will arise, and malaise will be perilous. Yin Zhaoxian writes coherently from the very beginning, not only with clear thinking, but also because of copying Ji Yuan's copybooks from time to time. His calligraphy has also greatly improved. After the exam, it was time to submit the papers for review, and many officials from the state government participated in it. In the end, even a magistrate and prefect read Yin Zhaoxian's on drought control. Although the weather in Jizhou is almost every year, officials are not destined to die in one place. Many of them have experienced drought in other states. I know Yin Zhaoxian's article considered the weight of the article in all aspects. Li Ho, the magistrate, even said, although there are a few empty and daydreaming parts in his writing, it is more comprehensive and detailed. Officials with shallow talents and weak capabilities can already cure drought based on this strategy. It is highly rated. Because Dajin State Test is often held in autumn, when the list is released, it is mostly when the sweet-scented osmanthus is in full bloom, so it is also called Guild List. Half a month later, the list of honorees outside the tribute courtyard of Chunwei Mansion was announced. Yin Zhaoxian didn't try his best to get to the front to see the others like the others. The result has already been decided. It's not something you can change if you squeeze your head here. However, there are some positions on the list that can be seen clearly from the periphery without being crowded too far. The name at the top of the Jizhou Guibang is the largest, and the first column is written in large characters. 1 Ji Yuan, Yin Zhaoxian. Who is Yin Zhaoxian? He is Ji Yuan? Who knows Yin Zhaoxian? I don't know. Many discussions from the front gradually spread to the rear. Although Yin Zhaoxian had long expected that he would get the first class, he never expected to get Ji Yuan. His heart twitched twice at this moment, and he rubbed himself quickly. At the beginning of the state examination, until the general examination and palace examination, the first place takes the word Yuan, which is Jin, Hui Yuan, and champion, all of which are the achievements of Guangzhou Yaozu. In the future, if others call Yin Zhaoxian, they will probably call him Yin Ji Yuan respectfully. With the announcement of the identity of the final list, whether it is sincere or not, it is customary to congratulate the listees, and Yin Zhaoxian is naturally the focus of attention. Even if Yin Zhaoxian believed that he was not strong enough to drink, it was impossible for Yin Zhaoxian not to drink on that occasion. In the end, the person who was escorted to the inn by the guards was almost unconscious. In the middle of the night, there is a red shadow looming from outside the city of Chunwei Mansion. When it is close to the city, it is like walking up the city wall and stepping into it. There are not many places in the city that are still lit. Hong Ying is walking on the street like a dream, and suddenly sees Yin Si parading past, then flashes across the street corner with a smile. Aheha! Waiting for the two parades to pass by with the dark wind, Hong Ying continued to move forward with a smile. The speed of crossing the streets and squares was extremely fast, as if they had their own purpose, and soon came to the Guixiang and near the Gonyuan. Looking up at the inn, Hong Ying slid into the second floor of the inn like a red ribbon. There are occasional hoarse and painful sounds from the inn. Ho! Aho! After a while, Hong Ying finally found the room where Yin Zhaoxian was. Crack, squeak. The door automatically unlocked and opened. Hong Ying walked into the house, and the door closed automatically behind him. Looking over the table, one can see an official document of Ji Yuan on it. Ji Yuan. Hong Ying slid to the side of the bed, and a slender white hand with long red nails stroked Yin Zhaoxian's chest along the way. Hong Ying's body shook, and his arm was bounced away, and Yin Zhaoxian immediately regained consciousness at this time. Seeing a woman suddenly appeared in the room, Mrs. Yin subconsciously shrank in, looking a little panicked. Seeing a strange woman in the room was more terrifying than seeing other monsters. You, who are you? What a shame to enter a man's room at night. Yin, you can call me Mrs. Hong. I haven't seen a scholar like you for many years. Do you think I'm beautiful? The woman sat on the head of the bed, wrapped in light gauze, looking back at Yin Zhaoxian from the side. Originally, he just wanted to absorb some yang energy and life essence, but now his eyes were full of sternness. It's just that Yin Zhaoxian's scalp is numb and his hands and feet are cold. Under the pressure of Howren's righteousness, for a moment, he seems to see a red skull. This is a monster. Yin Zhaoxian was thinking about what to do in his mind. The first one to veto was shouting for help. Although it was only for a moment, he was sure that it was not an illusion, and the woman in front of him was not an ordinary person at all. Different from his former friend Ji Yuan and the old man he met at night, the one in front of him is obviously a ghost, and his shout may kill him on the spot. Forcing himself to pretend that he didn't see anything, Yin Zhaoxian showed the aura of a master. This girl, men and women can't get married. Yin already has a family and no intention of marrying a concubine. You'd better go out. Don't ruin our innocence. Despite the fear in his heart, Yin Zhaoxian still calmed down and said these words fluently. He didn't say anything and hoped that the woman in front of him would retreat by herself. After all, this is where the state capital of Jizhou is. Maybe the other party is afraid. Mrs. Hong scratched her head and posed for a while, but she was a little surprised to find that the scholar was not charmed. It is rumored that a person with great righteousness is not afraid of the temptation of evil spirits. Is it true? Break his awe-inspiring spirit first. In a flash of thought, Mrs. Hong spoke delicately and numbly. Yin Yuan, does your wife have my graceful figure and my beauty? Madame Hong stood up and twisted her body, put one hand on her lower abdomen, and lightly covered her lips with the other and smiled at Yin Zhaoxian. A powdery air that was invisible to the naked eye drifted away. Yin Zhaoxian only felt that his lower abdomen was hot, and his breathing was a little short of breath, but he couldn't help it when he was clear-headed. He clenched his teeth and gave Mrs. Hong a hard look. You girl, you don't know what's good or bad in life. Your parents gave birth to you and raised you, but you come here to humiliate yourself. Yin is not the kind of person you think. This drink was half genuine anger and half venting fear. As soon as the voice came out, the arrogance in his body filled up in vain, and a faint white light flashed. It's just that although the white light has a lingering aura, it is still shallow after all. And when it comes to Madame Hong, she squinted her eyes and waved her sleeves before disappearing, and Madame Hong's patience also dissipates. Interesting. Yin Yuan, to tell you the truth. Mrs. Hong stretched out her hand while speaking, and Yin Zhaoxian found himself floating up in the air, heading towards Hong Ying opposite, and was stuck to the neck by a hand with long nails. The arm collided with Howren Chi and rubbed it to produce a burst of tiny electric currents, which made Mrs. Hong feel a slight sting. But she didn't care, but moved her face closer to Yin Zhaoxian, who was suffocating and suffering. I can't even say that I'm afraid of the city god of Chunwei Mansion. You, a little mortal scholar, can't escape from my hands. Ha ha ha. Ho ho ho. With a charming laugh, she finally became a little hollow and hoarse. Yin Zhaoxian's face turned pale and then turned blue, and he firmly grasped the claws on his neck. And he saw the face of a bloody skeleton under the collision of Hao Ranqi and Yao Qi. Under the suffocation, Yin Zhaoxian's consciousness was a little blurred, and the picture of his wife and children appeared in his mind, as well as the strange friend Ji Yuan who insisted on playing with his son. Demon, monster, monster, Mr. Ji, save me. At this moment, Ji Yuan, who was far away in an inn in Zhenyanfu, woke up in vain. A white piece appeared in his hand, and found that it was entwined with black air and flickered. Master Yin? Generally speaking, Ji Yuan can't feel the daily changes of chess pieces, but at some key nodes he can get a sense of tianxin, and it is obviously not a good thing at this moment. Concentrating and calming down, Ji Yuan could even feel a faint ferocious evil spirit from the chess piece. Although the chess piece had a mighty aura rising, it was too weak. Master Yin is very dangerous. As Ji Yuan's best friend in this life, at the moment when the other party is in crisis and Ji Yuan is helpless, he is very anxious for a moment. Ji Yuan doesn't even know what happened to Yin Zhaoxian, only knows that it is extraordinary. I have to think of a way. I have to think of a way. Forcibly enter the stance to manifest the artistic conception of mountains and rivers. The chess pieces are placed in the mountains and rivers, and the other 4 chess pieces in the sky are safe and sound. Ji Yuan is like an illusory giant of heaven and earth, holding a giant star in his hand, frowning and thinking hard. Suddenly seeing the pill furnace on the top of the mountain in the distance, the first thought was to replenish the pill energy for the chess pieces, while the second thought was the real fire of samadhi. Whether the real fire in the furnace is useful is unknown, and whether Baizi can withstand the real fire in the furnace is also unknown. But Yin Zhaoxian is obviously in danger, so he can't allow himself to think about it. He can only try according to the idea of a consonant move. It seems that Tao, Rongtian, and Earth move with thoughts, and Ji Yuan in the artistic conception of mountains and rivers appears next to the alchemy furnace in an instant, and the raging real fire burning inside can be seen through the hole. Introduce a ray of elixir into Baizi, making it temporarily stable, just about to roll it in the elixir furnace, but suddenly stopped. Ji Yuan said with a voice in his mouth, "Chi." As the sound of the Tao fell, dark and yellow clouds emerged around the alchemy furnace that had gathered into clouds since Yinchi. After careful consideration, Ji Yuan let a ray of dark and yellow air to wrap around Baizi. Master Yin, hold on. Without further hesitation, he resolutely threw Baizi into the alchemy furnace. Boom! Baizi ran through the real fire of samadhi in the furnace, and was ignited almost as soon as he touched it, and at the same time, the flame light rubbed against the black and yellow air to create a stream of light. The Xianhuang Qi and the awe-inspiring righteousness emanating from it jointly resisted the billions of real fires, and the chess pieces made a dangerous sound of creaking and creaking. Ji Yuan's scalp tingled when he heard that. Seeing the situation was not good, he quickly took the traction on the other side, let Baizi fly out from the hole on the other side. He didn't dare to let him stay in the pill furnace for a long time. In just such a moment, the chess piece has become extremely hot in the artistic conception, and there are fine cracks on the surface, but there is still a faint smell of wine, which makes the chess piece gradually return to roundness, and puts down the heart raised by Ji Yuan a little. Ji Yuan's small operation in the artistic conception is projected to the distant place, where Chunhui Mansion in Jizhou is located. It is not a small movement. Yin Zhaoxian's original feelings were the pain of suffocation and the fear of monsters, but all of a sudden, it was just drizzle. For a moment, he felt as if he was falling into a pan of oil, as if 1,000 arrows were piercing his heart, as if struck by lightning, and as if he was being burned by a raging fire. The pain made his consciousness confused. In terms of physical performance, Yin Zhaoxian became extremely hot in an instant, and his body surface was as red as cooked shrimp. ZZ. Madame Hong was about to lean close to her face and forcibly ingest Yin Zhaoxian's yang energy and literary energy, but at this moment she was let go by the heat. Before he had time to be surprised, the dark night scene in front of him had turned into a gray-red light. Boom! A blazing flame full of emptiness shot up from Yin Zhaoxian's body, piercing through the clothes, rooms, and other entities, and at the same time, it also swept into the Red Lady, who was too late to be astonished. A red and gray flame flashed. Ah! The woman's shrill screams resounded through the corner. Bang, bang, bang. Smashing the door of the inn, smashing through the opposite guest room, smashing the wall of the inn, Madame Hong was already half-body, scorched black on the way, and smashed all the way out of the inn. Ho, ho! Madame Hong's hoarse voice was trembling. Her anger and fear were hard to conceal, and she didn't realize it without checking for a while. But she was tricked by a little scholar, and her anger rose to a monstrous level. Ah, Yin Zhao first, I want you to die. The evildoer is presumptuous. Rumble. In the direction of Myasifang, the roar of the city god of Chunhui Mansion is like a bell, and the sound waves that ordinary people can't hear are rolling in. Madame Hong looked bitterly at the inn where there was still illusory heat and smoke rising, and she couldn't figure out where the expert was helping Yin Zhaoxian. She gritted her teeth in resentment, and finally waved her sleeves and flew out of the city. Bold monster, stay here. 2 night parades drew their knives in the middle of the road, and the ghostly light of the knives covered Mrs. Hong. The latter didn't even try to avoid it. She just grabbed the knives with her bare hands and flew away together with the 2 ghosts. After letting go halfway, the nails scratched dozens of times in an instant, dismembering the 2 Yin servants, and then Mrs. Hong sucked in her mouth, and all the Yin chi flowed into her mouth. Bastard! Amidst the roar, a golden light mixed with the power of incense came and collided with Madame Hong's violent demonic aura, and a burst of thunder erupted. Boom! Madame Hong let out a muffled snort, endured the blow, and rushed out of the city, flying 10 miles away into a mountain in an instant. Almost at the next moment, the city god of Chunhui Mansion and the chief officer of the Department of Yin-Yang Division of Merit and Demerit moved here, but they couldn't smell the aura of the monster fleeing from the mountain bag. Evil obstacles kill me too. Chi kills me too. Although Cheng Huang roared angrily, he was still in doubt. Dajin has always been peaceful, and Jizhou is a state of civil security. Today, such a strange monster appeared in his own jurisdiction, and he retreated calmly after being discovered. Did this just appear, or has it not been discovered before? The city god of Chunhui Mansion's face was sinking like water. Still unwilling to leave, the Dharma image hovered high in the sky and kept scanning the hills, while the 2 judges of the Merits and Demerits Division and the chief officer of the Yin and Yang Division were beside him. The eyes of the chief officer of the Department of Yin and Yang appeared illusory, and the 2 spirits glanced down. The judge of Merit and Demerit, Wen Wu, took out the booklet with one hand and the judge's pen in the other. As long as there is a clue, the book will be locked immediately. This monster has already become a climate, and I don't know what it is, but it was only a short while away. The chief officer of the Onmyoji Division was shocked, angry, and puzzled. The city god of Chunhui Mansion squinted his eyes to look at the hills and then at the direction of the city. I'm afraid this monster has been doing evil in Chunhui Mansion for a long time without being discovered by us, and I don't know how many mortals have been caught in the dark. The 2 judges and the chief officer of the Onmyoji Division were all sullen and silent, especially the envoys who were parading around at night, just now, which showed that this monster didn't take the Yin Division of Chunhui Mansion seriously at all, and it was a shame to provoke him face to face. There are also many restrictions on the jurisdiction of the city gods, Yin Division's supervision. Some monsters and ghosts can still escape the Yin Division's supervision for a while, and it may not be impossible for those with deeper skills to live among mortals even if they hide their breath. It's just that for some evil spirits who understand the power of the Yin Division, the means of harming people should not be too drastic. Because when the locals are born, the elders in the family will often go to the temple to pray for blessings and worship their ancestors at home. Once the evil spirits harm mortals with violent means, there will be a light change in the register of the Yin division, which will be discovered by the ghost guards on duty and then reported to the chief officer, so that the Yin division will realize that something has happened. But it's not that evil spirits with deep knowledge or proficiency in strange techniques can avoid it, such as getting along day and night and slowly eating away, such as the most common seduction of beauty to make the victim willing. At this moment, the city god of Chunhui Mansion was a little annoyed, and with a wave of his sleeves, a golden chain was thrown towards the hill below, piercing through the rocks and soil, as if illusory, stirring underneath for a while. But it was of no avail. After about a quarter of an hour, Cheng Huang and his subordinates finally admitted that they had completely lost the trace of the monster and could only return to Fuqing to make plans. Let's go and take a look at the other side of Fuqing first. The flames that burst out just now are also very strange. You should also check the books in the underworld as much as possible. Even if they were prepared in their hearts, the two judges secretly complained when they heard this, but there was nothing they could do about their duties. This so-called search the books as much as possible, but that is the population of 200,000 Chunwifa City. Even for ghosts and gods, it is not a small project. Been busy for a few days. As for Lord Chengwang, naturally he doesn't need to personally participate in this kind of account reconciliation. On the side of the inn, Yin Zhaoxian fell to the ground and curled up. Although the source of the intense real pain in his body had faded away, the aftermath of that feeling still stimulated him. Moreover, Yin Zhaoxian's body temperature is extremely high now. His whole body is still red, and the sweat that just flowed out was evaporated immediately. If there is not always a gentle force in his abdomen to soothe the pain in his body, he would have been unable to hold on long ago. Ho, ho, ho! After a while, the pain finally disappeared, and Yin Zhaoxian's body temperature slowly dropped to the level of a high fever. It may only have passed for a short while in the outside world, but to him, every breath felt like years and moons. In fact, it really didn't take long, because just now there was a big movement of Mrs. Hong being knocked into the wall of the inn by the backlash, and only then did the noisy voices sound, which shows that the time is short. What happened just now? I don't know. It seems to be thundering. Hey, didn't you hear a woman screaming? Yes, it's so creepy. Several holes have been smashed into the inn. Didn't it be pierced by lay? Oh, this is Ji Yuan. Really? The two servants and several tenants of the inn finally found Yin Zhaoxian, and someone rushed in to check, sniffed and found that he was still breathing and felt his forehead was hot. Call the doctor quickly. Call the doctor quickly. By the way, I still have to report to the official. Almost all the tenants of the inn were woken up at night. Some came out to check, and some lay awake and hid in the house. Of course, there were also a few scholars who had been sucked in the yang energy beforehand, and they were still unconscious on the bed. There was a rush in the inn. Rescuers reported to the officials, and some people went outside with lanterns to check the broken wooden boards and bricks, and then another official came. After all, the Gui Bang has just been announced, and another stage UN is suspected of being attacked, which is definitely not a trivial matter. Beyond the naked eye, on the high roofs of inns and other buildings, the city god of Chunhui Mansion and the chief officials under his jurisdiction look down, and many Yin and Yang officials are also investigating the case, just like the officials of the Yang world. Met without knowing it. Just now, a burst of flames sprang up and drove the monster back. But at this moment, there is not even a single curtain in the inn without scorching marks. It is very strange. The city gods seem to be able to see through the roof, seeing the situation in Yin Zhaoxian's original room in the inn, and then turned his gaze to Yin Zhaoxian, who had already been transferred to another place. It is rare for ordinary scholars to have a trace of arrogance in their minds, and it is easy to dissipate, but this person's arrogance and righteousness can be manifested, which is really rare. What your Lord said is true, but he is only a mortal, and it is impossible to have that kind of power to repel the monster that has become the climate. The chief officer of the Department of Yin and Yang has seen Yin Zhaoxian's situation nearby, and knows that this person has no martial arts and no spiritual energy. Of course, Yin Zhaoxian is not ordinary because of his outstanding talent, literary spirit, and awe-inspiring appearance. This person has become a man of righteousness. Maybe he really saw the monster's heels. After a while, I will entrust him with a dream and ask him if he saw it or not. After the Chenghuang finished speaking, he turned around and left with his subordinates and returned to my Asifang. Although the dreams of Tuomeng and immortal cultivators seem similar, they are not the same technique. The former can be regarded as the talent of ghosts and gods, while the latter is a strange technique that requires immortal cultivators to practice. In the end, the doctor's diagnosis for Yin Zhaoxian was that Yin Zhaoxian was infected with wind evil. Keep warm, take some medicine and sweat, and the symptoms that have turned into low-grade fever will subside at this moment. And Yin Zhaoxian also woke up for a while after the doctor came, although soon he fell asleep again because of exhaustion, but it also made some guards and innkeepers breathe a sigh of relief. When Yin Zhaoxian was sober, he only told the official that a woman in red who claimed to be Mrs. Hong had attacked him, but he didn't say that what he saw was a monster. He didn't want to be regarded as a crazy Ji Yuan. When the time came to the fourth watch, a moment after the watchman knocked on the clapper, Yin Zhaoxian's room was filled with incense and a sinister wind, but compared to others, the presence of the city god did not bring a sense of coldness to people. The city god of Chunwei Mansion glanced at the boy guarding Yin Zhaoxian's room, who was dozing off on the table, then looked at Yin Zhaoxian, waved his sleeves, and his figure disappeared. Yin Zhaoxian, who was sleeping on the bed, immediately frowned. In his dream, he found that he was sitting in a dark room with a bed under his buttocks, and in front of him was a half-body shrouded in darkness, who could not see clearly but looked like a high-ranking official sitting at a table. On the stool, the more Yin Zhaoxian wanted to see clearly, the more he felt blurred, and the other party exuded a depressing aura. "Where am I? My lord, who are you?" "Yin Ji Yuan, don't be afraid. I am the city god of Chunwei Mansion, and I am here to ask you something." The city god's voice was like a bell, which sounded in front of him and echoed around him. This was to help Yin Zhaoxian calm down. People's thoughts and dreams are often unclear. Their emotions will be magnified, and sometimes they will do some stupid and illogical things. When he heard that the other party was the city god, Yin Zhaoxian was also shocked and hurriedly bowed his hands in salute. Yin Zhaoxian met Lord Chenghuang. "Well, Yin Ji Yuan, let me ask you, can you see the face of the woman who attacked you in the inn earlier? It's hard to tell others about this kind of thing, but you must tell the truth to Chenghuang." And Yin Zhaoxian thinks at this moment that it is very likely that Chenghuang saved himself when he was almost killed by a monster just now. "Thank you, Lord Chenghuang, for saving Yin at a time of crisis. The woman just now is not immortal. I vaguely saw her as a blood-colored skeleton, calling herself Red Lady." Chenghuang frowned. "Madam Red?" "Exactly. The other Yin didn't know about it either. At that time, he was really dizzy and in pain." Chenghuang smiled, and he could imagine a scene where an ordinary person who may have never seen a ghost in his life meets a monster, thanks to his righteousness. However, Chenghuang suddenly thought of the flames before, and this Yin Zhaoxian might have another adventure. "By the way, there is one more thing. Yin Jin, when a monster was about to attack you, there was a strange flame that appeared and repelled it, but there was nothing burnt in the inn. Did someone give you any protection?" When Chenghuang asked, Yin Zhaoxian knew that he hadn't saved him at the most dangerous moment just now, and the first thought in his mind was fate, followed by the old man who swallowed half a jujube tree in one bite that night. "To be honest, I was lucky enough to meet a friend who has the ability to impress ghosts, gods, and monsters. He is not an ordinary person. When I was parting from my friend, I received a book from him, but I dare not reveal his name without his consent." Chenghuang nodded slightly, as long as he understood the reason. "It must be this person who protected you. He must have seen Yin Ji Yuan's arrogance at that time and helped you." Chenghuang pondered for a moment and realized that Yin Zhaoxian probably couldn't give any clues. "Thank you, Yin Ji Yuan, for clarifying the confusion, and I'm leaving." In the dream, the city god cupped his hands slightly. Yin Zhaoxian hurriedly returned the gift, and the dream disappeared in a trance, and Yin Zhaoxian fell asleep again. Ji Yuan, where Juntian Mansion is located, stayed up in the middle of the night and had been carefully guarding the white piece belonging to his friend Yin Zhaoxian and the artistic conception of mountains and rivers. Once the alchemy covering the surface of the chess piece was absorbed, Ji Yuan would immediately make up for it. Be so careful because the heat on the white piece has not subsided. In fact, Ji Yuan knew that it would not be very useful for him to guard like this, and as long as he didn't stop it, the chess pieces would go to the pill furnace to absorb the overflowing traces of pill energy. But after all, it was my best friend in this world who had an accident, so I couldn't sleep anyway. But fortunately, I was waiting, and I've been working hard to refine the energy of the 5 elements and the mana dantian. Although the old dragon he met back then was also considered a scheming friend in name, but in fact the friendship was not that deep, but it was just chatted once. Until it was almost dawn, Bai Zi's temperature finally subsided and stopped repeating, which made Ji Yuan heave a sigh of relief. Withdrew from the artistic conception of mountains and rivers, Ji Yuan, who had been sitting cross-legged, lay back on the bed. Then recalling the situation that made me nervous for most of the night before, I laughed at myself. This samadhi is really hot. So cruel. After laughing at himself, Ji Yuan's expression became serious. Master Yin, what exactly did you get into? At the moment when the ray of flame from the samadhi true fire collided with Mrs. Hong, Ji Yuan could also feel that monster aura, and even vaguely heard that scream of resentment. The other party obviously hated Yin Zhaoxian, even though he should have attracted the city god of Chunhui Mansion later. But after that, Ji Yuan didn't know whether the city god took down the monster or not. What if it doesn't win? Ji Yuan also squinted his eyes. The distance cannot quench the near thirst. He and Master Yin are separated by a state. The straight line is more than 2,000 miles, and there are mountains, rivers, and rivers in the middle of various complex terrains. And maybe there's a little road idiot. It's hard to get there all the time. Samadhi real fire can be used once, but it must not be used a second time. Otherwise, Master Yin may be killed by the real fire in the furnace before the monster dies, and the monster will definitely be on guard. But even though the monster has become a climate, even if Ji Yuan was there in person, he didn't dare to confront it, but he was caught off guard and seriously injured by the real fire of samadhi. Although it was only swept by the flames and not actually burned, the flames were not the light of a handful of small flames, but the flames of the infinite real fire in the alchemy furnace, which was by no means pleasant. Ji Yuan kept thinking about countermeasures, and wanted to come up with a way to ensure that his best friend was safe. It would be best to kill that monster. After all, Master Yin is not only an important white child in the human world, but also Ji Yuan's best friend. Cut. Just now, Ji Yuan's own thoughts suddenly made him realize something, and he turned his gaze to the side of the bed. Now that he is planning to travel, the ivy immortal sword has been floating and hiding behind him. But because the fairy sword itself has become a sword spirit, the body of the sword is hidden by itself. Not to mention that ordinary people can't see it. Even the immortals who have not reached a certain level of Taoism can't see it. It feels like a book of heaven. Because in a sense, Tianlu is also a kind of imitation of spirituality. So it is easier to do this with the fairy sword itself that breeds spirituality, and it is more proactive. There are only a few people who can see it except for the master. At the same time, Dun became the sword-endowed supernatural power after the ivy sword and sword spirit became self-contained. Seeing Ji Yuan looking at him, the ivy sword beside the bed floated up and flew to Ji Yuan's side. Although I may not be strong enough to face that monster in a hurry, I have the ivy sword. There is no chance of getting ready. Thinking of this, Ji Yuan sat up again and pulled out the Qingting sword from its sheath, so that half of the sword light could not be seen. It's up to you this time. Although I didn't quite understand what the master meant, the ivy sword still responded. Ji Yuan took a deep breath, and the sound of the word qi was contained in his mouth without uttering it. The mysterious and yellow air in the artistic conception of mountains and rivers came out along the golden bridge and guided the tip of his right finger along with Ji Yuan's mana. The fingers seemed to be as heavy as 1,000 weights, and the fingertips were even more red and bleeding. Ji Yuan pointed at the sword with his right hand, Xian Huang Qi gushed out together with mana and blood, and wrote a word repeatedly in seal script many times. Chop, 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 chop. After each character is written, the next character will be more difficult to write, and the mana consumption will be greater. In the end, the mana of the Dantian will be exhausted. It needs to convert part of the mana from the Danqi to write a character, and then convert part of it to write a character. After finishing all writing, the sword body can fully accommodate 49 characters of cut. Ji Yuan's face was already a little pale and dizzy, and the sky outside was already 3 o'clock noon. When the last word cut fell, Ji Yuan resisted the dizziness, and Jizi received a ray of righteous yang energy from the sky to seal the sword body. The black and yellow blood-colored handwriting on the IV sword gradually disappeared while flashing, and the original appearance of the sword body was restored. Hu ho ho! Ji Yuan, on the other hand, sat leaning against the wall beside the bed with a little exhaustion and touched his itchy nose with his hand, and there was indeed a trace of blood. Qingting Sword's 3-year-old Lingzong front is still there, and the fact that it cut wild fruits on a mountain before is naturally not counted. Ji Yuan used the mysterious and yellow spirit to execute the edict, and wrote 7 or 49 characters in succession, which is bound to combine with Qingting the sword of Xianjian killed the injured monster. Ji Yuan didn't know whether it was a monster that turned into a shape and turned into a climate, so he used all the methods to suppress the bottom of the box. However, although he was not sure if it would work, but during the writing process, Ji Yuan had no fluctuations in his thoughts of killing, and used this to gain momentum for the ivy sword. The green vine sword is now suspended in front of the bed, neither whistling nor flying wildly, as if it is pressing down on a thick air force, making it hide its sharpness without uttering it. When Ji Yuan recovered a little, he summoned the scabbard and slowly put it on the ivy sword himself, then went to the bed in the guest room to prop up the wooden window, turned his head to the ivy sword and said, "The flames of the Samadhi real fire are not that easy to bear. You go to Master Yin's place quickly, use the breath of real fire to find the evil spirit, and kill him. Remember, it is a monster in form, and you have only one the sword will slide down after that. If the sword fails, you must not love to fight." Hum! The green vine sword's sharp sound was subtle but powerful, and the restrained sword intent made the air within 2 inches of the sword slightly blurred. "Well, let's go." Ji Yuan's tired voice fell. Whoosh! The green vine sword had already turned into a stream of light and flew out of the wooden window, and then soared into the sky. It rose to high altitude in a dozen breaths, borrowed the power of the wind to travel rapidly, and the air machine pointed to the Chunwei mansion in Jizhou. The speed was actually beyond fate imagination. The spirit is difficult to conceive, the spirit is difficult to achieve, and the method of fate is as mysterious as practicing the Tao. That is how many immortal artifacts and treasures are there in the entire world of immortality. And the reason why the Qingting sword can make Ji Yuan, a person who has always been conservative in measuring size, it is also designated as a fairy sword, because the sword spirit has been completed and it is agile. Ji Yuan looked at his own fairy sword flying into the air and stopped thinking about whether it could be done and murmured, "I'm a little envious." Another wave of dizziness came. Ji Yuan shook his head, returned to the bedside, began to sit cross-legged, and performed the guiding qi formula to draw the spiritual energy to gather. As bursts of spiritual energy gathered to nourish the body, Ji Yuan's discomfort gradually faded away. The time went back to midnight the previous day. In Jizhou, at the junction of Chunwei Mansion and Duming Mansion, there is a Wafeng Mountain. In the mountain, there is a deep ravine called Haifenggu. Even if the local people enter the mountain, they will never go there because if they accidentally slip into the Haifenggu, it will be difficult to climb out again. So many mountain travelers died. That night, a faint yellow halo passed under the Haifenggu. Madame Hong staggered out of the soil layer, and a yellow talisman in her left hand was reduced to ashes. Ho ho! Raising his hand tremblingly, he looked at his right arm. The nails were completely scorched and curled up, and the entire right arm connected behind the nails was also completely scorched black. Bloody skeletons were exposed in many places, and there were also many places on his body. Burnt black. The feeling is even more painful. Madam Red, what's wrong with you? As if feeling the chaotic evil spirit, a figure appeared, looking at the panic-stricken Mrs. Hong in astonishment. Ho! Accidentally, I got caught. Quickly help me in. The visitor didn't dare to be negligent, and hurriedly helped Mrs. Hong into a cave below the Haifengu. And there was another mystery in the cave. There is an open mountain mansion space in a bloody flood. Although there are no pavilions, there are stone tables, stone chairs, and carpets, and there are various alcoves in the winding caves. Huh, Madam Red? How so? So the city god of Chunwei Mansion actually has such a trick? Could it be that old dragon made a move? Impossible if that old Jiao makes a move. Hee. Mrs. Hong may not be feeling the anger of Mrs. Hong. There were several surprised voices in the cave, all surprised at why she had such a not-so-light injury. Hey, don't guess. Part of this injury came from the city god of Chunwei Mansion, but the main reason is that I was caught off guard by a mortal scholar. Mortal? That's right. The scholar's arrogance and righteousness have become phenomenal, and he must have obtained some kind of protection method from an expert in the immortal way. I was greedy for a while, and I got some kind of burn wound without checking. Thinking back to that kind of firepower, Mrs. Hong was also a little scared, but although the fire was terrifying, it was not impossible to resist. Even if she was caught off guard by all the power, she still suffered serious injuries. This painful burning the feeling is really unbearable, has been lingering. However, for a moment, Mrs. Hong had a vague illusion, as if what was in her was just a ray of flame on the periphery of the monstrous sea of flames. Seeing a few bewitching or introverted or arrogant people around her looking at her at the entrance of their respective alcoves, Mrs. Hong was ashamed and upset by those inquiries that could not be said to be much friendship, and asked the man who was supporting her, I'll go back to the alcove to heal my wounds. Is there still blood in the cave? At this moment, because of the faint blood light in the hole, it is slightly brighter than the Haifengu outside. The man actually only has half of his face, and the lower half of his face is a furry half face like some kind of beast with fangs. There are 4 more, all of which were bought from the Jianghu gang in Ji Yuan Mansion. 2 of them are mortal fighters with strong vitality. Using the greed and ignorance of mortals is also a way to avoid the inspections of the gods and other gods. Obviously, these monsters are no longer the kind of ignorant spirits who practice hard in the mountains and seek Taoism, and it is not the first time to do this kind of thing. Well, send them all to my alcove. After I recuperate, I'll find new blood food myself. When Mrs. Hong heard that there were 4 more, she was also relieved. Hey, it's okay for Mrs. Hong to be natural. The man helped Mrs. Hong, who used to be pretty and charming, but now she was in a panic, walked to the depths of the cave, watched her enter a cave that smelled of pink and fat, and then left. In the depths of another fork in the demon cave, there is a stone room. Inside the thick stone door, several young men and women with desperate faces are huddled in the corner. Originally, 20 people were locked here together, but in just half a month, there were only a few of them left. There is no food, only 2 buckets of clean water every day, but hunger is secondary, and fear is the root of their daily torture, because they already know that they are captured by monsters, the kind that they thought only existed in the older generation. A monster who eats people without blinking in the mouth. The person who was taken away never came back, and no sound was heard, but there is no need to think about what will happen. But not everyone died from monsters, and 3 people committed suicide because they couldn't stand the fear. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of water oozing from the stalactites on the stone chamber made the dark stone chamber even more dead silent. There was a sound of footsteps gradually approaching in the distance, and the 4 people in the stone room suddenly became tense, and their breathing trembled slightly. Demon, the monster is here. The monster is here. Woo-woo. Hey, I don't want to die. The half-faced monster went to the stone room, looked inside, and could smell a smell of urine, but the stone room is closed, and there is no place for daily excretion, so it may not be because someone is incontinent. Hee. The monster smiled and stretched out his hand to push, and the stone door was slowly pushed open, accompanied by a burst of sparks with the stones on the ground, making a friction sound of pow. Don't be afraid anymore. You'll be free today. His eyes swept over the two warrior men, and the half-faced monster grinned again. Maybe the two of you can still enjoy some sex before you die. Well, it seems unlikely today. Thinking of Mrs. Hong's state, the half-faced monster might not be in a good mood today. Not long after, for young and strong men and women who were already unconscious came to Mrs. Hong's alcove. Looking at the four young faces, Mrs. Hong just waited for the half-faced man to leave and then rushed forward. Madame Hong opened her mouth and inhaled, and the inhalation sound changed from small to loud. A burst of bloody mist floated out from the 7 orifices of the 4 men and women. The 4 people in a coma twitched on the ground. Their skin surface gradually shriveled, and their struggling movements became more and more intense. Weak. After about a cup of tea, they had completely turned into 4 mummified corpses, and a thick blood-colored mist filled the closet of Mrs. Hong. Lying down on a stone bed covered with animal skins, Mrs. Hong began to breathe out slowly. Strands of spiritual energy from the black wind ditch slowly gathered in the cave and then floated into Mrs. Hong's alcove. The aura mixed with the bloody mist flowed into Mrs. Hong's body along the small red mouth where she inhaled again, and the scorched half of her body began to be filled with blood visible to the naked eye. It was dawn on Wafing Mountain, and the angle of the sun rose higher and higher with the passage of time, but there were evil spirits in the depths of the valley. It wasn't until late afternoon that Mrs. Hong finally stopped her healing practice. The blood-colored mist in the cave had been exhausted, and she barely suppressed the burning pain, or barely to the point where she could bear the pain. It's just that for some reason, a great uneasiness vaguely arises in my heart, as if a catastrophe is imminent. Is it related to this flame injury? After all, it is also a skeleton blood demon who has practiced for a long time. Although the viciousness blinds the spirit of Tianxin, there is still a bit of a vague feeling. The city god of Chunwei Mansion can't see through the earth-escaping talisman, so it certainly won't bring this kind of feeling, and the old dragon in the river has never cared about things outside the river. And even though he has a god position, he is still a demon clan. Besides, that old Jiao may not even know about it now. In the high-altitude gale, the ivy immortal sword flying across the land of nearly one state has the Chinese characters spiritual, ivy, hidden front Wanzhong on its scabbard. One of the hidden characters has been hidden in the streamer, and a turbulent sword intent pervades the whole place like a substance. The blade of the sword tore apart in the demon cave. This feeling in my heart was unprecedented. It had reached the level that made Madame Hong restless. She couldn't care about her face after thinking about it. She left the alcove and sat down at the stone table in the hall. "Come out. I have something to ask you." Madame Hong snorted, and after a while, voices came from all directions in the cave. Madame Hong has recovered? I don't think so. What's the matter? 3 strands of evil spirits filled the air, and 3 figures also came to the cave hall, looking at Mrs. Hong, who seemed to have recovered. I will be responsible for getting the blood food for the next season, and now I want to ask you one thing. Speaking of this, Mrs. Hong pondered while recalling. Have you ever understood a certain kind of flame that does not burn tables, chairs, wooden beds, curtains, and stone mud, and its color is red and gray? The monster next to him had seen Madame Hong's injury before, but he hid in his closet without seeing her clearly, and now he was a little curious. Is there such a flame? Some kind of real fire? But it doesn't hurt the real thing? The 3 demons spoke one by one. Hearing Madame Hong sneering and raising her arm, the silk sleeve slipped off to reveal her scorched right arm. Is this also called not hurting the real thing? For a while, all the monsters couldn't think of a reason. Another female monster smiled while covering her mouth. Could it be that Sister Hong is afraid, thinking that she has offended someone who shouldn't be offended? After hiding in Dajin for these years, only Yuhai Mountain can still be regarded as a fairy mansion. How? Zheng! At this moment, like a silver string ringing from 9 heavens, the sound of a sword being unsheathed suddenly resounded, passing through the mountain wall and coming straight to the cave. When the four demons heard this voice, they seemed to recall the horror of being a small monster trembling in the thunderstorm when facing the thunder. Scalp tingling, flashes of lightning, almost instinctively reacting, filled with monstrous demonic aura. The four demons dodged towards the four directions of the cave hall, respectively. Brush! In the eyes of the other three demons, the next moment is full of silver light. Cut! A voice as majestic as heaven and as plain as a whisper followed the light. After a few breaths, the darkness in the demon cave was no longer there, because a huge opening more than 10 feet long and 1 foot wide had been broken through the rocky cliff above, and the afternoon sun was shining in. And Mrs. Hong's evil spirit has melted away like snow. The three transformed monsters raised their heads tremblingly with ashen complexions. An unsheathed fairy sword was pointed at the bottom of the Hafing ditch from 100 feet above the sky. High above the sky, the green vine sword came through the land of Ejo at that time, and under the lock of the air mechanism, it was immediately unsheathed to kill the demon. When the 10,000 zhong sword light flashed by, Mrs. Hong didn't even have the time to react. She was completely wiped out. At this moment, the scabbard is suspended beside the ivy sword, and the ivy immortal sword is still hanging high, pointing at three monsters below. No, for to be precise, and a monster with a half-human face hiding in a certain place in the monster cave. Although the most prosperous sword has been released, the invisible sword intent under the introverted green vine sword energy still paints half of the sky, overwhelming the sunlight, making the four demons below face the sky, thunder like little monsters, but they dare not move at all. It seemed that he had a feeling in his heart that if he dared to act recklessly, murderous intent would come towards him. The lessons learned by Mrs. Hong are vivid in his memory. The green vine sword in the sky is also a little suspicious now. The master just let it kill the monsters who were burned by the real fire of Samadhi, but didn't tell it that after killing the monsters with a sword, there were still several monsters exposed. Of course, at this moment, the ivy sword is already slashed out with a sharp and unparalleled sword, and I clearly remember the words of the master that you can't love to fight, but the monster below doesn't dare to move when it sees it, so it doesn't need to rush away. It's not that it's afraid on. However, even though the monsters below are afraid, they have regained their composure a little bit from the state of panic. At least it seems that the fairy sword has no plans to kill them together for the time being, nor does it see its master by its side. Don't move any of us. That is a fairy sword. It is definitely aimed at Madame Hong. Its owner should have no other orders other than to kill Madame Hong. So the fairy sword is hanging in the air now. After all, some monsters still miss some companions, or they are afraid that their companions will do stupid things and implicate themselves. Then, what shall we do? When will we wait? Another female monster asked in a low voice. Wait. Wait until a mortal sword loses patience and flies away. Or a snake girl. You can try to escape. Huinha, and I will be grateful. Shiji didn't even dare to get angry, for fear that her anger would affect her demonic energy, causing the fairy sword above her head to misunderstand something. And the man on the other side also said with a little resentment, what kind of existence did this red lady provoke? No wonder she recruited us just now. She must have been too disturbed to be alone at that time. Oops, this fairy sword is so powerful. I'm afraid it has already been seen by the city god. I would rather fight with the city gods, ghosts and gods, and die by the sword for no reason. Perhaps because the three monsters said a few words, the blade of the high-altitude green vine sword turned and pointed at the last monster who spoke. The three demons immediately seemed to have been hit by the immobilization spell and the dumb spell, and they didn't even dare to breathe under the headstand, and the Huinha pointed by Jianfeng's face was even more rigid, with an expression uglier than crying. Inside the city of Chunhui Mansion, the golden body of the city god is still hanging in the sky above the city god temple. Looking towards the distance in the direction of Duming Mansion, there was just a blazing sword light shining there, and there was even more of a demonic aura that could not be ignored. although Yuan Fong is on the edge of Chunhui Mansion. As the city god of the mansion, it is not impossible to enter even if it is under the jurisdiction of a certain county city god. The summoning bell in the town god's temple has been ringing for a while, and 16 of the 24 divisions have already gathered, and there are also seductive envoys who are on a daily parade and open their umbrellas. Walk! With a wave of his sleeve, the city god of Chunhui Mansion unleashes the power of incense and earth-only supernatural powers, leading his subordinates to move away together. The city god of Duming Mansion also made the same choice as the city god of Chunhui Mansion, and even the city gods of several large counties at the junction of the two mansions showed their dharma together, which already made the subordinates of each department appear on the edge of the jurisdiction. If necessary, we will definitely venture out of the county to fight together. Wafing Mountain itself belongs to the boundary of the two prefectures, intersecting many counties, and a divine light flashed on each side of the two prefectures. The city god of Duming Mansion and the city god of Chunhui Mansion showed their dharma faces, looking at the sky after looking at each other from a distance. A celestial sword with unparalleled sword intent hangs high in the sky, and the gaze turns to the Haifengu in Wafing Mountain. The blade of the sword points to the four transformed monsters who dare not move at all. Brush, brush. 3 more divine lights flashed, and the city gods of the two prefectures and the 3 major counties also moved here with their subordinates. And even the city gods of 3 nearby counties actually left their jurisdiction and left their subordinates, and flew here alone in the form of Dharma. Now the situation is suddenly subtle. Ghosts and gods gathered on Wafing Mountain, and the 4 monsters in Haifengu were frozen. These monsters have thought about countless bad situations in their lives, but this strange situation is obviously not included. And the green vine sword didn't go away, let alone put the sword back into its sheath and hung in the sky together with the scabbard, with the momentum of being ready to go. It seems that ghosts, gods, and monsters are all waiting for the movement of the ivy sword. One side expects it to take off, and the other side hopes it will cut down. The city god of Chunhui Mansion looked at the Haifengu and the terrible crack in a mountain above, and he must have felt the might of the immortal sword before that. Could it be that the fairy sword came here at the command of the Lord, and has already cut off the target? At this moment, it just sees that there are still monsters, but there is no order, so it is specially suppressed here. The city god of Chunhui Mansion thought so much in his heart. No matter what, these monsters could not let them escape. As the city god, he could see the resentment and hostility under the Haifengu at a glance. It was definitely a real evil spirit. Demon. As the city god of the state capital, the city god of Chunhui Mansion is still the most powerful on the surface. At this moment, he first cupped his hands with the fairy sword in the air, and then immediately opened his mouth. Xianjian has the spirit to suppress the evil spirits here, and help us to subdue them today. Everyone, as the city god of the county government, we must arrest the villains and destroy the evil spirits. While speaking, the golden body shone with divine light, and the power of incense and fire mixed with magic power rose, and the chief officer of the subordinate division had already completed the description of the monster, making it invisible within the jurisdiction. It should be so. Today, we will eliminate the demon together. The soul-hunting envoys of the two prefectures and counties cast an array and locked the soul. One after another, the umbrellas were raised to block the sun, the judge's pen, the whip for beating the soul, the book of fixing evil, the crown of wishful thinking. The instruments of the law of the underworld were activated one after another in response to the law. The power of many ghosts and gods has risen. They have transported manna and incense, and there's a tendency of unity among the shining light. The stones and trees at the bottom of Haifengu on Wafing Mountain swayed, and the 4 monsters below couldn't bear it any longer. Their whole bodies were full of monster aura, and there was a roar of monsters. Run away! After saying that, he charged up the demon light to resist the magic light of many ghosts and gods of the underworld. And even some monsters set up the demon wind to bear the magic light several times and wanted to fly out of Wafing Mountain. It's just that the moment he just left the mountain, the fairy sword above his head burst in a sword light, looking like he was about to cut down, and Yao Feng stopped in fright, as if breaking. Ha 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 ha! Stay here! A light golden chain flew out from the sleeve of the city god of Chunhui Mansion and shot at the demon wind like a spirit snake, entangled him in an instant, and then slammed it up the mountain. Boom! On the mountain, rocks exploded and trees fell. For directions, lock the soul. Start. The four sides of Wafing Mountain were shot towards the sky with hooks, and many of the City Gods Association subordinates in the two prefectures cooperated with each other. And for a while, there were gusts of chilling wind in Wafing Mountain. It's been a long time since I haven't seen the shape-changing monster, but I didn't expect it to be 3.5 when I saw it. Today, I will refine my soul and transform it into a soul. The city god of Chunhui Mansion seemed to want to vent out all the anger he suffered yesterday, and it seemed like it cost nothing to use his mana and incense light. Every time he used his magic light, he was as powerful as ever. A large number of hooks are shuttled in the mountains, and often a monster will be drawn by at least a dozen chains if he is not paying attention, making the soul turbulent, and then eating the light of other ghosts and gods. But the deadliest thing is not the attack of ghosts and gods, but in this kind of contest between monsters and gods, there is always a fairy sword in the sky, and everyone knows that no one can withstand the power of its sword. Rumong is fighting with distraction. The first one of the 4 demons below couldn't hold on was the half-faced monster, who was directly pulled out of the body by dozens of soul hooks. The snake girl had already turned into her original form, and she was heading for the depths of the demon cave, trying to escape with the help of underground water veins. Where to go? The arms and sleeves of the Fa Xiang of Du Ming's mansion city god kept stretching, and the palms kept getting bigger, almost following the snake princess into the depths of the demon cave, grabbing the snake's head. Hiss, roar. Red Skull, you lowly servant girl will die. Boom, boom, boom. The big snake bumped wildly in the cave, causing the peak of Wafing Mountain to tremble. The people in the 3 counties close to Wafing Mountain can also see a dark cloud covering the mountain when they look in the direction of Wafing Mountain, and there are rolling thunders coming continuously. It was getting closer to evening, and smoke rose from the homes of the people in the mountainside villages. Some people occasionally looked in the direction of Wafing Mountain, but the cloud over there still lingered, and the thunder was much weaker. It's a weird day in the afternoon. The sun is still hanging. It's cloudy on Wafing Mountain. It's been raining for so long. Hey, isn't the sky in the mountains like this? Some villagers chatted at the head of the village while waiting for their mother-in-law to prepare dinner and call themselves. It won't rain tonight, will it? I'm not sure. If the clouds don't disperse after dinner, I'll bring in the clothes to dry outside. The villagers outside here are still chatting, but the situation of the monster in the mountain has taken a turn for the worse. After the half-faced monster was drawn out of its demon soul, the second unlucky one was Snake Princess. Because she wanted to escape through the mountain in panic, her original body was pinned down in the cave by the city god of Du Ming's mansion. Countless soul shackles were whipped behind him repeatedly, causing the snake girl's demon soul to be shaken and separated from her body, and then more soul shackles were tied up immediately, and the priests of all divisions locked and pulled the soul together with the soul ecstasy envoys. In the end, the remaining 2 monsters had to face the great city god of the 2 houses and other ghosts and gods alone in the big formation, and they couldn't last long at all. On the eve of sunset, looking at the horizon, the sky is a glowing red sunset. In the depths of Wafing Mountain, the mountain near Haifenggu is full of fallen trees and rolling rocks, and the dust in the mountain is still in the air and has not been completely dispersed. The battle between the ghosts, gods, and evil spirits in the 2 prefectures of Jizhou has come to an end. 2 of the monsters were taken away by their souls, and the other 2 were finally beaten to death, but it is lucky that they may die completely. Above Wafing Mountain, the green vine sword was sheathed horizontally in the air at this time, and the sword intent in the sky was immediately contained in the sheath, and the starry sky that was faintly visible in the sky became a little clearer. The ghosts and gods from all walks of life seemed to feel the disappearance of the sword intent and looked up at the fairy sword in the sky. Without waiting for any reaction from the ghosts and gods, amidst the slight sound of the front whistle, the fairy sword directly turned into a stream of light and rushed to the sky, gradually fading and disappearing from the sight of the ghosts and gods, and entered the sky wind. I don't know where this fairy sword belongs to. Thanks to the help of this sword, I was able to subdue the evildoer so smoothly today. Well, I don't know where Jin Guang has gone. It must be somewhere far away. The scene where many city gods gather is extremely rare, and this meeting is just a few chats on both sides of the mountain. At the bottom, the ghost messengers of the two prefectures and the chief officials of the department of Yin and Yang probed into the demon cave to check, and then found a source of resentment, and found hundreds of bones in the dark, and sent all the town gods and subordinate officials of the two prefectures very angry. It's just that these dead people are likely to be people taken captive from other prefectures in Beppu. Otherwise, so many mortals died at the mouth of evil spirits, and the Yin division of the two provinces would not be unaware of it, which also shows that these monsters know how to drill. The loophole of the underworld. When everything was over, the sky had already turned into night, and the city gods of the two prefectures and counties stood on both sides of the axis of the wafting mountain midline, clasping hands with each other. Everyone, it's over here, and I should go away. This group of evildoers is related to a case in this prefecture. The Red Skull, that the snake demon cursed angrily, is the criminal. Why don't I let the Yin division of Chunwei Mansion lead the case? Go back and interrogate, and then tell everyone what the result is? The city god of Chunwei Mansion faces forward, and the city gods on the left and right clasp their hands. Zhao Changwang doesn't need to be too polite. Chunwei Mansion is the capital of Jizhou, so it's most appropriate for you to take him for interrogation. The city god of Duming's mansion also expressed his opinion, and the city gods of other counties have nothing to do with it. Thank you, Li Chengwang. Thank you all, Chengwang. We'll have a date later. You city gods will meet in the future. There will be a period in the future. This scene is really rare. After the city gods of several parties bid farewell to each other, they either fled or moved away, leaving only a mess in the depths of Wafing Mountain. Fortunately, very few mountain people would approach the location near Haifeng, and needless to say, if you probe into the bottom of the Haifeng ditch, otherwise you will be scared to death when you see the bones in the depths. From the perspective of the villagers near the mountain, the cloud in the direction of Wafing Mountain finally dissipated shortly after dark, and the thunder stopped completely, and they could see the starry sky on the other side of the mountain, so they continued to dry their clothes in the yard with confidence. In the Guixiang and next to the Gonyuan in the Fuqing of Chunhui Mansion, Yin Zhaoxian has recovered from his fever. Even though it is night, he is still reading a book under the light in the room with some uneasiness. Hey, I provoked a monster. What should I do? I can't stay in Chunwei Mansion all the time. What should I do at home? What should I do with my fame? The city gods entrusted dream last night, as an ordinary person, should be blurred when the sun shines in the morning, but Yin Zhaoxian remembers it clearly. In the dream, the city god of Chunwei Mansion didn't seem to know much about the origin of the monsters, and finally had the possibility to display his ambitions. It would be too unwilling to be eaten by monsters for no apparent reason. I don't know if it's okay to go to the temple and ask for an amulet. In the afternoon, the magistrate of Chunwei Mansion also sent someone to visit him to inquire about his condition. At that time, Yin Zhaoxian also looked like he was failing. Others thought it was because of illness, but in fact they were all worried. If only Mr. Ji were here. Looking at the words on the book in front of him, Yin Zhaoxian still couldn't concentrate. His eyes seemed to gradually become blurred. He dozed off, and soon fell asleep leaning against the table. Ji Yuan, Ji Yuan. Hearing someone calling him, Yin Zhaoxian raised his head and found that there were two guards in black official robes standing in the room at some point. One person wrote on his hat, "Night Patrol, but not Day Patrol." Another person's hat reads, "Tube Yin regardless of Yang." Although feeling a little abnormal, Yin Zhaoxian stood up and asked, "Who are the two bad guys?" Seeing Yin Zhaoxian's question, two men who looked like servants bowed their hands to him. Ji Yuan, the city god of Chunwei Mansion, welcomes you. I hope Ji Yuan will make it convenient for you, and come with us. What a shame. Zhaoxian was startled. You two servants, is it possible that Zhaoxian, have reached the end of my life? He. Don't be afraid, Ji Yuan. It's not that your lifespan is exhausted, but that Lord Chenghuang has something to invite you. Yes, I will send you back later. Don't worry. It's not as good as dying. Zhaoxian made up his mind and agreed to heir and left with them and experienced the feeling of walking through the door miraculously. After leaving the inn and walking through the streets, it didn't take long for Zhaoxian to step into the underworld step by step as if walking through the mist. For a mortal, this is definitely a special experience. Although they're all like looking at flowers in a fog, they really got a glimpse of the busyness of the underworld, saw many ghosts, and saw the judges in the underworld reviewing official documents. There was whipping and screaming from one direction. The scream that impressed me the most seemed to come from a woman, so shrill and terrifying. Ji Yuan, that screaming over there is a vicious monster. There are many people who have been killed before, and the punishment is far from enough. Zhaoxian didn't dare to say more and didn't dare to ask more questions. Following the errand, he arrived at a large hall, which was very similar to the main hall of the town god's temple in Chunwei Mansion, on which the city god of Yifu sat. Zhaoxian didn't dare to be negligent, and hurriedly bowed to the city god. Ning and Zhaoxian met Lord Chenghuang. Chenghuang got off his seat and led him to a seat on the coffee table. Ji Yuan doesn't need to be polite. Please sit here. Seeing Zhaoxian with a tense face, Chenghuang said straight to the point. Ji Yuan, the evildoer who attacked you before has been completely wiped out, and all other evildoers have also been captured and exterminated, and they can no longer harm anyone. When Zhaoxian heard this, the body that had just sat down anxiously got down from his seat and bowed to the city god. Thank you, Lord Chenghuang, for eliminating evildoers so that I can feel at ease. Ji Yuan doesn't need to be too polite. Maybe I still need to thank you this time. After Chenghuang said this, he continued without waiting for Zhaoxian to be puzzled for too long. Ji Yuan, you once said that you met a strange friend. When the monster wanted to harm you last night, you were injured by the means he left behind. Does your friend carry a sword with him? Generally, the immortal artifacts of the pregnant spirit can also cultivate. They are not very good at it and do not like to be hidden in the things of heaven and earth. So Zhaoxian may have seen the body of the immortal sword before the city god asked about it. Sword? Zhaoxian thought about Ji Yuan's daily life and shook his head. I've never seen it before, but Shower once said that he has seen Mr. Dancing with a sword. Falling leaves, wind, and flowers follow the sword. Seeing it is like seeing the morning sun, and it feels like flowers blooming and flowing water. Tian was bright and young, with a pure heart. Seeing Ji Yuan dancing the sword, he could feel the aura of shortcuts more clearly, and what he felt was not just the appearance of Ji Yuan dancing the sword. Zhaoxian had never seen it before, so it was difficult to explain clearly, so he could only describe it roughly. However, Chenghuang's face was quite serious when he heard it, and the original 60% guess in his heart was almost 90%. Ji Yuan, although that friend of yours may already know something or may not care about it in the heart of such an expert, but if you meet him again in the future, please pass it on for him. Zhaoxian saw Chenghuang handing over an ebony sign the size of a little finger with a strand of black tassel on it, with no pictures on both sides, so he didn't know what it was. But since it was given to him by the city god, he naturally did not dare to neglect it, and took the small wooden sign with both hands respectfully answer. If you see Mr., I will definitely hand it over to him. Okay. Thank you, Ji Yuan. I've delayed you for so long. I should send you back. When the city god saw off the guests, Zhaoxian didn't dare to stay in the underworld for too long. He repeatedly bowed to say goodbye. The city god also bowed his hands slightly in return, and it was those two servants who took Zhaoxian back. Passing by somewhere, looking at the dark red in the direction of the division of punishment, there are many noisy grievances and screams from time to time. Suddenly, there was another sound that made teeth sore like sawing and whipping, which was unique among many sounds. I said it all, I've said it all, kill me. The woman's clear, sharp, and mournful screams made Yin Zhaoxian tremble with fright. Ji Yuan, don't stop, follow me. Under the reminder of Yin Air, Yin Zhaoxian hurriedly accompanied him. Okay, I'm tired. On the other side, in an inn in Juntianfu, Ji Yuan, who was practicing on the bed, felt his heart skip a beat and opened his eyes to look in the direction of the window. After about 2 breaths, with a flash of light, the Qingting sword flew into the room, hovering in front of Ji Yuan, screaming with excitement. Seeing the excited state of King Tengjian, Ji Yuan also smiled with relief. It seems that he succeeded in killing the demon. Is there something out of the ordinary? Qingting sword and Ji Yuan have the same heart and mind. But after all, Ji Yuan can only feel its emotions, understand a general idea, but don't know its exact meaning. Oh, it's all solved? Qingting sword rotated the blade, as if asking for credit. All right, you're the best. Ji Yuan also laughed. I don't know exactly what happened, but the fairy sword has a spirit, and whether the matter has been resolved is clearer than ordinary people, so it should be fine. Speaking of this, Ji Yuan stretched out his hand to hold the ivy sword, gently pulled out the blade, and looked at it carefully, and found that the invisible cut character left behind was only a little dimmer, but there was still a mysterious yellow energy faintly entangled in the sword. Isn't it all cut with one sword? Ji Yuan asked, and then felt a burst of pride on the ivy sword. It seems that he really didn't cut off all the power. It's true when Ji Yuan thinks about it. I may have piled up a little too hard before, which consumed a lot of the mysterious and yellow energy in my artistic conception. But this is also of great benefit to the ivy sword. In the final analysis, it is not a loss. After all, he has nurtured a lot of internet culture in his previous life. No matter what he saw or guessed, this mysterious and yellow energy that seems to be meritorious is gathered in the fairy sword. In addition to tempering and making up for the lack of material of the original ivy sword, there's also a mysterious change contained in it. Ji Yuan put the sword back into its sheath, placed the green rattan sword obliquely on the head of the bed, stretched his muscles and bones, and looked at the stars hanging in the sky outside the window. It's time to sleep. Lie on your side in front of the bed with your hands on the pillow. Exhale with aura in your breath, and the 5 elements in your body flow with your breath. Ordinary people breathe to the chest, warriors breathe to the abdomen, but every time Ji Yuan breathes out, the aura reaches the toes and circulates the whole body. The next day, when the cock crowed, Ji Yuan woke up naturally because the things he was worried about were resolved. He slept very comfortably last night, and there was also a hint of harvest in practice. That's enough, it's time to go out. Standing up and putting on his coat, he picked up the bundle hanging on the bed, and Ji Yuan walked towards the door, while the ivy sword, which had been quiet all night, floated up, followed Ji Yuan with the sword sideways, and flew behind him with 2 punches place. Squeak! The door of the inn was opened with a sound, and the willow branches, a pinch of salt, and a face towel prepared by the inn boy had been placed on the stool outside the door. But now the fate is not stained with dirt, except for the occasional pat on the water for refreshment. I no longer need to brush my teeth and wash my face. Went to the counter downstairs, checked out the room, and took the rent, and Ji Yuan went out. This inn is exactly the inn where Ji Yuan stayed at that time. Why come here again? I also have the idea of finding my lost luggage back then. However, it has been 3 years, and of course the bag and umbrella can't be found. There is nothing else, but the bamboo slips is a pity. Juntian Mansion is still as lively as ever. Walking in the city, Ji Yuan can occasionally smell a faint fragrance of osmanthus, and I don't know which courtyard's osmanthus tree is blooming. Walking along the entrance of the inn to the west gate of Fuqing, I bought more than a dozen dry biscuits and a barrel of pickles in bamboo jars, bought an umbrella, and walked out of Juntian Mansion without looking back. Far away, about 6 or 7 miles away from Fuqing, I looked back with my eyes wide open, and the direction of Fuqing was full of rising people. Colorful clouds gathered on the city, love, desire, hatred, and resentment, which is also the norm in the market. With a smile, Ji Yuan's walking speed began to change. His feet seemed to shrink to the ground, and he even hummed a tune in his mouth. Tread, song, and walk. Seek fate, heaven, down, cc, all benefits. After experiencing Yinshi, Ji Yuan often unconsciously visualizes the mountains and rivers of the artistic conception in front of the real world, and it is the same at this moment. The feeling of heaven and earth. Originally, Ji Yuan thought about going back to Dishing Mansion first, but he changed his mind and thought otherwise. When holding Baizi before, he confronted monsters across the air, and under the short-term aura induction, Ji Yuan knew that Yin Zhaoxian had a new aura of culture, and he sensed the roaring power of the city god from afar. So he must not be in Ningen's hometown. The timing is so coincidental, and there's a new pregnancy. Ji Yuan can guess with his toes that Mrs. Yin must be Guibang High School, so next spring he will definitely go to Jiangyi to take the general examination and even the palace examination. For Yin Zhaoxian to be listed in the imperial examination, he must first go back to Ningen County, and then at an ordinary speed. Even if there may be a long journey by boat, car and horse on the way, it is impossible to go from Ningen to the distant Jili Jiangyi Prefecture. You have to leave now. Dajin is already an important step in Ji Yuan's decision to set the general trend of humanity, and his good friend Yin Fuzi is also the key one. Sooner or later, he has to go to the imperial city of a country to see the weather. The government met, and it happened to be able to take a trip to the Tongtian River on the way. In this life, Ji Yuan's second friend and the first dragon he knew was in the Tongtian River. I don't know if it is the righteous god of Jianghe or just lives in the river. This day is already the noon of the second day after Ji Yuan left Juntian Mansion. There is a tea shed with several carriages parked beside the official road ahead. It is a good place for passers-by to rest their feet. Ji Yuan can't see it clearly from a distance, but he can see it. How many copies of popularity can be counted to tell how many people there are? This meeting may be because a lot of guests had just arrived, and the two shops in the tea shed, one old and one young, are a bit busy. When Ji Yuan arrived in front of the tea shed, he saw their tea-making and closing tables, and had to go when passing by. Burn a fire in the stove so as not to cut off the boiling water. Guest officer, please find a seat and sit down. I will greet you right away. The old man who was making tea yelled at Ji Yuan. Don't get in the way. Don't get in the way. You are busy. Ji Yuan replied. Looking at the 8 tables in the tea shed, almost all of them are full of people, chatting with each other, drinking tea and eating cakes. There are only 2 vacant tables in the other corner, so Ji Yuan will go there up. On one side of the 2 tables are 2 women with a child. The child turned a teacup upside down, and a chopstick bang, bang, bang kept beating the teacup. Refreshment with tea. On one side was a burly man with a bamboo hat on the table. Ji Yuan walked to the table without thinking. Brother, I wonder if I can sit here and have a rest? The strong man had seen Ji Yuan a long time ago. Seeing that he really wanted to sit here, he replied blankly. Please. Thank you. Ji Yuan cupped his hands towards the strong man and sat down, leaning his umbrella against the table and waiting for the shopkeeper to come and say hello. If you don't mind, sir, you could drink it first. The strong man pushed his teapot forward, pointed at the teacup on the table, and said to Ji Yuan, I happen to be a little thirsty, so I'm not welcome. Faced with such a man who looks like a normal person, Ji Yuan naturally has no pressure. He took a teacup and lifted the teapot and poured himself a cup. Mr. is free and easy. He doesn't look like an ordinary gentleman at all. Seeing you walking from the official road alone, without an animal for transportation, don't you feel tired? Although the tone of the strong man's speech was flat, it had a different taste in Ji Yuan's ears. Turning his head to look at the other table beside him, besides the child on the table who was still knocking on the teacup tirelessly, 2 women who seemed to be wearing strong clothes were also looking at him, with a faint sense of familiarity in the blur. And it seems that the words of the strong man have affected something. Ji Yuan feels that the aura of many people in the tea shed has also changed. Damn it. I guess someone just had a cup of tea and got into trouble. The atmosphere in the tea shed became a bit weird. I didn't take a closer look at it just now. Now Ji Yuan opened his eyes a little longer and looked around and found that there were only 6 or 7 people who were truly innocent from the weather, including himself and the tea shed shop owner. The other people's normal auras have changed at this moment. In terms of chi and blood, the strong man in front of him is the most, followed by the two women next to him. All of these people's eyes are obsessively observing Ji Yuan, and they are not facing each other. That is to say, they are regarded as a group of people. Although Ji Yuan was helpless, he was really not afraid. After all, he was just an ordinary warrior, not to mention that he could not threaten his own safety. If he ran away without causing trouble, it is probably impossible for anyone to follow him. So he just picked up the teacup and drank the tea, then looked helplessly at the strong man opposite. Brother, the livestock for transportation is too expensive, and it's not easy to take care of. It's better to walk. It's a little tired, but it's better than comfort. Ji Yuan said something, then turned his head to look closely at the 7 or 8-year-old boy knocking on the teacup, although it was not clearly visible at first glance. But the more he looked at it, the more strange it became. He endured the pain and opened his eyes a little wider. Suddenly, it was found that there was a layer of gray mist on the boy's body. It was this layer of fog that prevented Ji Yuan from discovering the specialness of this child in the first place. And after seeing through the fog, the little boy's appearance was extremely clear, with a sense of agility. Seeing Ji Yuan looking at the child beside him, one of the two women beside him narrowed his eyes and spoke. "Sir, you are so kind. It seems that we met in Juntian Mansion a few days ago, but this time we met outside the city." Another woman also said, "Could it be possible that the husband fell in love with us two sisters the other day?" Ji Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't even see clearly what the two women looked like, but the voice was indeed the right one. "I was a little curious about the boy at first, but now I feel that there will be a conflict, so there's nothing to say, and I've seen a lot of strange things." Ji Yuan sighed and smiled. "Yes, there is such a coincidence in this world. Whether the two girls believe it or not, I don't want to cause trouble. Since I don't welcome you in this small tea shed, I have no choice but to leave." Ji Yuan would not really be at loggerheads with this group of people. Because of a misunderstanding, it was unnecessary and boring. After drinking the cup of tea in his hand, Ji Yuan stood up while the strong man was staring at him and said apologetically to the boy who was about to come to greet him, "Young man, you don't need to say hello. I won't rest here anymore." After saying that, Ji Yuan lifted the burden on his shoulders, picked up the umbrella, took another look at the child who was about 7 or 8 years old, left the bench, walked out of the tea shed, and continued walking west along the official road without any regrets. Meaning, inside the tea shed, the strong man and the two women both looked at the back of Ji Yuan. Their bodies tensed up slightly, and they were ready to deal with the other party's sudden turn and violent attack. After just a cup of tea, Ji Yuan's back in sight has been blurred, and there is still no sign of turning back. To be honest, at such a long distance, it is meaningless to make trouble or not. It is too far away. Is this person really just a passerby? The strong man was puzzled and looked at the two women beside him, and one of them answered with a frown. "But we have indeed seen him before, so we won't admit it wrong. That day in Jenny and Few's clothing store, it was also like this, a free and easy feeling." Another woman also said, "This person is obviously not an ordinary person. As Mo Tong said, Juntian Mansion is not a short distance away. We only saw him in the city 2 days ago. How could he be here today by walking alone? Unless he rode a horse on the way. Otherwise, wouldn't you be exhausted?" Well, I just tried to say something, and the person seems to have noticed something, but the tone is quite helpless. The strong man, Mo Tong, kept staring at the distance of the road while he was talking, and Ji Yuan's figure was getting weaker and weaker. The child who had been knocking on the bottom of the teacup finally stopped the noise of bang, 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 and looked at the direction of Ji Yuan's departure. He whispered to the woman next to him, "I want to eat crispy fried meat. Only pancakes and jerky. Do you want to eat it? Don't eat. You won't eat, even if you're starving to death." The child said something stubborn and started to bang, 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 and knocked, and the woman next to him also rolled his eyes. Anyway, he ate naturally when he was really hungry. 3 days later, on a rainy night, on the Jiaya Mountain at the junction of Juntian Mansion and Xining Mansion, Ji Yuan was walking on a mountain road holding an umbrella. Jiaya Mountain is named for the fact that the overall mountain looks like a banana leaf from the highest peak. The scale of the mountain is not too large. It is not as good as the Laohua Mountain where the two boys of Yuhuai met. It stretches for more than 30 miles between the two prefectures, occupying a radius of only a dozen li. Mr. Jida has a habit. Once it rains, he always likes to slow down when walking because he can clearly see the beautiful scenery of mountains and rivers in rainy days and touch everything on the earth with the sound of rain. The same is true at this moment. A rain has been falling nonstop since before nightfall, and Ji Yuan has walked slowly for so long and heard the location of a house in front of him. When I got closer, I smelled the scent of sandalwood and looked at the furnishings inside, and it turned out to be a mountain temple. Putting the umbrella into the eaves, closing the umbrella, and throwing the water, Ji Yuan pushed open the temple door and observed the small temple with a relaxed expression. This mountain temple is only a few feet square in depth. Although it looks dilapidated and there are no people living in the temple, it should not be regarded as a deserted temple. After all, the altar table is still neat, and there are still tributes left. I will come as sacrifice, of course. Most of the time, there is no one. Taking a closer look at the statue of the mountain god, the appearance of the depiction is different from that of ordinary people. Although wearing robes, the facial bones are more prominent, and there are two bulging bags on the forehead. A swirling cloud pattern made Ji Yuan not sure whether the two represented horns or lumps. There is no trace of the divine light of the golden body and Dharma on the mountain god statue, but there is indeed the power of incense sticking around, but it is extremely weak, and one can tell that it is not a righteous god at a glance. Combined with the appearance that is not like ordinary people, it should be a natural spirit. I want to use the power of incense and fire to assist in accelerating the linking of the mountains and mountains to achieve the position of mountain god. According to nature, such little gods with ghostly bodies can't stay in the temple, and only come back to collect incense and taste tributes when they feel that the villagers are offering sacrifices. Ji Yuan's eyes were wide open, and within a few moments he could see through the statue that the so-called mountain god was still far behind. Moreover, although Jaya Mountain was small, it was still a mountain with a radius of more than 10 miles. It's not as simple as a small manor village's land. With the weak incense in this small temple, it has been collected and maintained for many years. Plus, the self-cultivation is not slack. Plus, it is a monster body, and it will take 100 years to achieve certain results, but it is only a certain result. Accidentally, if you die halfway, everything will be over. Cultivation is difficult. Ji Yuan sighed, and after closing the temple door, he complained to the god statue, dragged a futon to the corner, and sat down to rest. I took out Outlaws from my arms and read realistic novels on this rainy night, which also has a special flavor. There is an iron brazier in the mountain temple, which should be used for burning paper, and there are firewood sticks and charcoal fire beside it, which seems to be convenient for the villagers and pilgrims who have a temporary rest, but they don't need firelight at all. It is cold, so naturally there is no need to light a fire. After reading the book for less than half an hour, I switched to Tongming policy. I happened to turn to the book about the guessing and understanding of the god-holding art. I don't know the art of restraining the gods. Ji Yuan subconsciously glanced at the statue in the temple. Qiu Feng from Yuhuai Mountain had sent him a chapter on the gods, and he had already studied it thoroughly. After more than 10 years of study by Qiu Feng, there are many records of experience, and the degree of completion is actually quite high, but the key essence is missing, so it is not very meaningful except for the use of itself to help the spiritual practice. But in fact, ever since Ji got the magic power of decree, which is a panacea, to a certain extent, he already has the ability to restore the magical power. After all, the real decree is a level higher than the decree. But the theory belongs to the theory. No matter how high the feasibility is, it has not been proved by facts after all. Of course, Ji Yuan looked at it, but he didn't really plan to give it a try, and he had nothing to do. The little god of the lewd shrine is also a god, so he can't just bully the god with virtue. Just as he was thinking about something, Ji Yuan's heart suddenly moved, and he heard some special noises. Not long after, The temple door was pushed open from the outside with a bang, and 7 wet figures rushed into the temple. Natural fate. Ho! Ho! Probably didn't catch up? Probably not. How is the young master? Still in a coma. Mo Tong, how is your injury? No problem. Ji Yuan looked at a group of wet men and women over there, and there was a bloody smell wafting from them. Both the number and the condition were much worse. They were the same group they had met in the tea shed before. Ji Yuan looked at the group of people panting and flustered, and then looked at the 7 or 8-year-old child, who was pale and unconscious in the arms of one of the women. In Ji Yuan's eyes, it doesn't look like he just passed out, but lost his soul. But judging from the frowning and shaking of his eyelids from time to time in his physical body, the lost soul should not be damaged, and its connection with the physical body should not be broken. Although the only time that Ji Yuan saw the loss of soul was when he dealt with the perfect female snake in Shanggu Village, Sui Yuan County. At that time, a merchant was overly frightened and was frightened out of his body for a short time, but he also thought that the child now, the lost soul state, seems to be a bit special. It's interesting, it seems that he ran out by himself. With Ji Yuan Fa's eyes open, there was no sign of convulsions on the child, and there was no trace of any evil spirit left. After careful consideration, there was a speculation that his soul ran out of the body by himself. Something special. The number of people has decreased by more than half, and it is in this state again. I don't know what kind of attack it encountered. If he was chased and killed by strong men, bandits, and vicious people, Ji Yuan felt that he could take care of him. But if it was about worldly grievances and hatred, maybe it would be more appropriate to be a spectator. But rather than being curious about what happened to them, Ji Yuan was more curious about what was so special about this child, and then thought about what kind of trouble they would suddenly find themselves here. Luckily, he jumped out by himself. Cough, cough. Coughing the 2 of them lightly immediately made the tense people react like a self-defense reflex. Immediately, 3 people drew their knives. Who's there? Ji Yuan moved and waved his hand so that they could see him, but he didn't stand up so as not to arouse the frightened birds. Ji really can't hide anywhere, but this time I was disturbed by you. Swords have no eyes, so don't hurt a good person. It's you. Are you waiting for us here? The man named Mo Tong asked in surprise and caution. Ji Yuan's voice was powerful and recognizable, so he was instantly recognized. Ji Yuan had expected to be asked this way, shook his head, and smiled. I'm just a passerby. I didn't want to cause misunderstanding before I made a sound to remind me. If I really have evil intentions, wouldn't it be better to do it secretly? After finishing speaking, Ji Yuan pointed to the brazier on the side and the charcoal in the corner. Would you like to light a fire and have a barbecue? 1 autumn rain and 1 cold. Be careful of the wind and cold. Ji Yuan's few words were gentle and polite, and they were also well-founded, which made the guards of the few people drop a little. The strong man, Mo Tong, hesitated for a moment, then bowed his hand towards Ji Yuan apologetically. It's me who misunderstood, mister, and still looking at Haihan, but it's not convenient for me to start a fire right now, so I might have to leave soon. They put away their weapons a little farther away from the door, walked to the opposite corner of Ji Yuan behind the statue of the mountain god, and dragged the remaining 2 futons over to let the boy lie on them. 2 well-dressed women tended to the boy while the others tended to the wounds. The young master wasn't hurt, let alone bumped. How could he faint? Could it be that he was frightened? Sister, don't think too much. The young master is not injured. He will wake up. Can you not be in a hurry? No matter how you scream, you won't wake up, and it's useless to lose your true energy by pinching someone. How can you not be in a hurry if you tell me? Hey, don't be impatient. Now I can only find a doctor afterwards. That's all Mo Tong could say. A warrior at the side helped Mo Tong tie up the knife wound on his chest with the cloth strips torn from his body. The latter looked at the direction of Ji Yuan, and then at the gate of the mountain temple. The rain tonight has helped us a lot. If it weren't for that, we wouldn't be able to get rid of the entanglement easily. It's a pity that more than a dozen brothers were lost. When Mo Tong said this, he deliberately looked at Ji Yuan, wanting to see how he would react. But it seemed that because of the dim shadow he was in, He couldn't see whether Ji Yuan was panicked by the dead. Ji Yuan's attention was basically on the boy, looking at the slight twitching of his eyelids. The soul seemed to be running around at the moment, and it shouldn't be too far away from the physical body. Strange, since the soul can move and is not far from the body, why doesn't it come back? Ji Yuan was also a little puzzled. It's not fun for the soul to wander outside, but a very dangerous state. Once it can't come back, it will lose contact with the physical body after a long time. Then the physical body is either really dead or demented. Is there another reason? Thinking of this, Ji Yuan thinks it's better to have a conversation first and find a chance to ask. Everyone should be friends of the rivers and lakes. Our two meetings can be regarded as fate. Can you tell me what kind of bandits and bandits Ji met? Just now, after hearing what you said, Ji felt that this child might have been lost by the old folks in his hometown. Soul disease. Dementia? The older woman among the women sounded suspicious and looked at Ji Yuan. Literally, it is not difficult to understand what causes this disease, but it is somewhat unbelievable. That's right, it's the same for people who have lost their souls. They can't wake up no matter what, or they can't help themselves all day long. So what should I do now? Concerned about the confusion, Mo Tong also asked subconsciously. In my hometown, people who have lost their souls either have their family members go to the places where the patients often go to call for their souls to return, or they go to worship the Lord of the land. What Ji Yuan said is an indigenous method that ordinary people really use, and it can be regarded as effective, provided that there is no special factor for the loss of soul disease. The few people over there looked at each other after hearing this, and didn't speak for a while. Of course, it is also useful to ask the mountain gods. The land and mountain gods and other mountain and water gods are best at this within their own jurisdiction. Ji Yuan's words didn't sound like a gentle gentleman or an old man from the village could say. It's just that these warriors couldn't tell the difference. Several people heard this and subconsciously looked at the statue in the temple. At night, the statue looked a little eerie. The heavy rain outside has been crashing, and the mountain temple fell into silence for a while. Just as Mo Tong was about to say something, he saw the gentleman in the corner over there suddenly stand up and stop him with a gesture, as if he knew he was about to speak. Ji Yuan took a breath and sniffed. His brows were also furrowed at this moment. Then he turned to look at the unconscious boy over there. It seems that it is indeed an unusual situation in the world, so we have to take care of it. Ji Yuan's whispers were inaudible. They didn't know what he was muttering. Before they asked, they saw him walk a few steps forward to the altar of the statue and asked in a neutral voice, "Protect your young master. I'll go and meet the things outside." As soon as Ji Yuan's words fell, the gate of the mountain temple slammed, and he let the wind and rain blow away, but the rain blew in and passed by Ji Yuan's side. It's just that others couldn't see clearly in the dark night, but outside people see clearly. There are 3 people in the rain outside. They're all dressed up in quack outfits, wearing swords and sort of looks like that. But Ji Yuan knows that although these 3 are human beings, they are not pure human beings. "Sir, this matter has nothing to do with you. Hurry back. There are 4 of them in total. All of them are extremely skilled in martial arts. We have killed many brothers, sir. Don't do stupid things." Mo Tong and several warriors around him stood up at once, drawing their weapons one after another. What surprised Mo Tong and the others was that the 3 people outside didn't rush in immediately, and there was a faint sense of alert in the dimness. Extraordinary martial arts. Ji Yuan smiled and nodded. That's right, martial arts are indeed extremely high for a warrior. Ji Yuan opened his eyes. 2 more points. Half to test the truth, half to continue with real emotion. I've seen a lot of people, demons, ghosts, and gods, but this demon is really rare. It's interesting to use the flesh of a few mortal warriors as a body to snatch this child. These words made all the warriors in the mountain temple confused, but the situation and the scene made them feel strange. Hee. It's a strange thing today to meet a cultivator in this poor land. I advise you to avoid this muddy water, otherwise we will have to change the body of a cultivator. Ji Yuan was standing in front of the mountain temple. He couldn't see any magic light on his body, but he avoided the rain, and the 3 people outside were also a little confused. There are many kinds of demons, There are inner demons that breed. There are invisible and external demons. There are demons that conceive, and those who deviate from the fundamentals of practice fall into demons. Most of them tend to be very evil and rarely crazy. There are 4 of you, so the remaining 1 should go after the child's soul, and you are here to take the body? The warriors in the temple couldn't see it, but in Ji Yuan's eyes, the faces of the 3 enchanters outside the temple were already emitting black air. Even if they couldn't see through Ji Yuan, they planned to give it a try. Even if you save this little boy's body, his soul will definitely be captured by us. Why not? That's not necessarily the case. Ji Yuan interrupted with a smile and a clear voice. It is completely understandable to try a new trick in this situation. With the sound of an order in his mouth, the magic power changed according to his heart. Ji Yuan gently raised his right foot and stepped on the ground, as if there was a strange ripple rippling in a trance. I invite the mountain god of Jiaoyan Mountain to meet you. A gust of wind and mist seemed to appear in response to the sound, spinning and rising on the ground in the temple. The pupils of the 3 demons outside shrank sharply for a moment. Gusen, run! The 3 people outside ran away in 3 directions at a speed exceeding the limit of the martial arts of their bodies, and one of them fell to the ground after running tens of feet, but it was not tripped but another burst of magical thoughts. Gas separation. Just slip away so simple? Ji Yuan frowned, apparently underestimating the deterrent power of the desperation technique. He stepped out at the same moment, chasing one of the figures as if he shrunk to an inch. Although Ji Yuan has realized that he has no means to capture the 3 demons alive, but he can still give it a try. Although the martial arts possessed by the demonic thought was fast, it was not as fast as fate, and he was overtaken in just a dozen steps. The escape of the predecessors is like smashing rain curtains, but the pursuit of fate is like raindrops passing by. Before getting close to that person, there are already drops of rainwater forming waterlines around Ji Yuan, and there were about dozens of them in total, forming a spiral coil. With Ji Yuan flicking his sleeves, like an immortal pointing the way, the circle of rain quickly traveled through the rain curtain in an instant, covering the warrior with rising devilish energy from top to bottom. Brushed the waterline to tighten it like a steel cable. Boom! Caught off guard, the warrior lost his center of gravity and fell on the mountain road. His whole body rolled several times on the mountain road due to inertia splashing a lot of water. The water line seemed to be tied with ropes, making him unable to move. Seeing that the body could not escape, the devilish energy in his body suddenly filled up, and he had the idea of escaping from the body. Ji Yuan came rushing through the rain. Seeing the scene he couldn't think about for a while, he turned his head and used his immature thoughts as a spell. The voice of the imperial edict was brewing with a hint of blackness, and he stretched out his hand and pointed in the direction of the fallen warrior. Make it to me. The next moment, the martial artist's body froze upon hearing the sound, as if all functions had lost their response, and the surging devilish energy was locked in his body, only fearful eyes watching Ji Yuan gradually approaching. It really works? Ji Yuan's head was slightly dizzy, but even with his current state of mind, he was still extremely excited in his heart, although it seemed that the people who were fixed were all small characters, so what? This is a fixed body method. There is no record of this kind of technique in Tongming, Su, and Weidao Zhuan, so I have seen it in the TV series Journey to the West in my previous life. Well, in fact, Ji Yuan also knows that this nondescript technique is far from the body-fixing technique he remembered in his previous life. At this moment, it is just an imperial order that cuts off the influence of the demonic energy on the body and seals the demonic energy in his body. But being unable to hold back has already made Ji Yuan see the direction of feasibility. The remaining 2 demons have already escaped for a long way, especially the one who escaped with the demonic energy and even flew away. But it's just that there is no way to catch it, and it's easy to kill it. Judging from the current situation, it is not so much that these 3 are demons. It is better to say that they're just 3 strong and special demonic thoughts, and the demonic energy seems to come from the same source, leaving more or less has the same meaning. Ji Yuan didn't think about it anymore. and turned his head to Qingting Jian and said softly, "Go, Zheng." The sound of the sword coming out of its sheath was accompanied by a flash of sword light, and it almost caught up with the burst of devilish energy in the next instant. The cold light shattered it, and the sword light slashed in another direction. Turning around in the mountain, the person who was running wildly with lightness, Kung Fu, suddenly fell down in the rain from the state of running at high speed and slid far away, rubbing against the rocks. After a while, Ji Yuan came back, carrying the person who entered the body with devilish energy entwined by the water line. The mist in front of the mountain temple had already dissipated, revealing a stooped spirit wearing a nondescript short gown, with hairy hands and feet, protruding face and forehead. At this moment, Jing Guai stood tremblingly at the entrance of the mountain temple without daring to breathe. When Ji Yuan turned back to look at him, he immediately held his breath, and then, as if he had realized something, he hurriedly opened his mouth. "Jiao, Gong Muhua, the mountain god of Jia Mountain, pays homage to the immortal elder and is willing to listen to the immortal elder's order." While talking, he imitated others and bowed his hands in some funny postures. He has already frightened others, and it also proves that his restraint of gods is really effective. He thought that if he didn't get the advantage, he would not act obediently. He casually threw the person in his hand into the temple and hurriedly bowed his hands to the mountain god in return. "God Gongshan doesn't need to be too polite. I took the liberty of inviting you here this time to ask you for a favor." While speaking, Ji Yuan pointed to the comatose boy over there. "The child's soul should run away in the banana leaf mountain. Afterwards, maybe there will be a person possessed by a demon chasing after him to bring the child's soul back. As for the demon-infested person, it will take care of it." After Ji Yuan finished speaking, the ivy sword that was flying back had manifested. Although the mountain god of Jia Mountain couldn't see the ivy sword, he heard the sound of the sword and saw the light of the sword just now. And now he saw the immortal sword by his side, and he didn't dare to neglect Ji Yuan's order. "Receive the decree of the immortal head, and the little god will go right away." After saying this sentence, the ghost turned into fog and escaped into the mountain wall in front of it, while the Qingting sword sensed the movement of the mountain spirit and also flew into the air to chase after it. Inside the mountain temple, Mo Tong and the others were speechless from the beginning of the startling change, staring blankly at the changes at the entrance of the mountain temple. "Mr. Ji, we this..." Mo Tong wanted to say something, but found that his tongue seemed to be tied up, and he didn't know what to say. Those conversations just now are second to none. What really shocked everyone in the temple was the scene where Ji Yuan summoned the mountain god of Jia Mountain. To some extent, his mental state was similar to that of the three demons who saw this scene. Even if his head had been kicked by a donkey, he would have thought that he would meet a god tonight, and he felt at a loss when he was excited. Ji Yuan just stood at the gate of the temple and looked at the rain, turned around to look at these people, and felt that there was nothing to say. The matter was just as they saw it, so he just comforted him. "Your young master's soul will be retrieved by the mountain god. Don't worry, just wait for a while." Several people heard the words and subconsciously looked at the statue of the mountain god in the temple again. Although the mountain god that had just appeared was somewhat different from the statue, it was indeed similar in general. At this moment, Mo Tong and the others finally regained their breath. Except for one of the girls who couldn't get up while holding the baby, the others all stood up and bowed their hands to Ji Yuan to thank him. In Jia Mountain, the soul of a 7 or 8-year-old boy is really running back and forth in the mountain, always followed by a nimble warrior chasing him. The warrior's whole body was covered with black energy. Even the eye sockets were pitch black, deeper and more terrifying than the color of the night. "You little child is so good at running. Don't think you can keep running away. Your physical body will be caught soon. And even if you are willing to abandon your physical body and become a lonely ghost, we have a way to drag you back. Don't chase me. Don't chase me. I don't want to be a lonely ghost. I don't want to be a lonely ghost." The little boy's soul was crying and screaming while fleeing, And the last scream was seeing a crooked figure with the appearance of a monster suddenly flashing from the side of the mountain in front of him. A monster! Although the chasing ghost is scary, but in the eyes of children, there is still a person, and the thing that appears in front of him is completely a monster, which is too frightening. The mountain god of the mountain saw that the sword light had flashed by on the other side, and the warrior who was chasing the soul had already fallen from the branch borrowed from the lightness kung fu. His throat twitched and hurried to chase the child's soul. "Don't be afraid, boy. I am the mountain god of Jia Mountain, and I am here to find you. You are a monster." The child didn't seem to stop crying, although the boy's soul is very special and he runs fast. But Gong Muhua is a mountain god connected to this mountain range to a certain extent, and is not too big to catch a child's soul on his own land difficulty. This is called specialization in the art industry. In the mountain temple, Ji Yuan and several warriors waited for about a cup of tea when they saw a cloud of mist swirling up from the floor of the mountain temple, which was the former banana leaf mountain god. Although the other warriors were limited and couldn't see anything else with their naked eyes, Ji Yuan could see that the mountain god of Jia Mountain was really holding a frightened and struggling child in his hands. The face of this mountain god was obviously not very good when he first appeared, but he immediately changed his face when facing Ji Yuan. I'm going to report back to the elder. The little god is fortunate enough to not disgrace his life, and has already brought back the soul of this child. At this moment, the child suddenly saw the situation in the temple. Not only did he see this monster returning to the life of a man in a long white shirt with black jade hairpins in his bun, but he also saw Mo Tong and the others, and his sense of fear dropped a lot, and no longer struggle. "Well, thank you, Gong Shanshan." Ji Yuan cupped his hands towards the mountain god, and then said to the child's soul, "Go." The soul returns to the body. It's not good to be outside for a long time. Hearing the words, the mountain god quickly let go of his hand, but of course he was still prepared, as if he was afraid that the child would escape again. The child looked at Ji Yuan, and when he was walking towards the physical body, he suddenly remembered who Ji Yuan was, and asked in a low voice, "Are you Mr. Big who was chased away by Mo Tong in the tea shed?" Ji Yuan smiled. "He didn't chase me away. I left by myself, go." Ji Yuan Yin waved his sleeves, and the child's soul flew towards the physical body on the futon over there, as if borrowed from the wind, and then plunged into it. The child was shaking his eyelids and frowning from time to time in a coma. Now looks peaceful, as if he is in a deep sleep. Even if Mo Tong, the two girls, and a few others couldn't see the soul of their young master, they naturally understood what happened after hearing the words of the mountain god and Ji Yuan, combined with the reaction of their young master, and excitedly moved toward Ji Yuan and Ji Yuan. The mountain god, Gong Muhua, kept thanking him. "Thank you, immortal elder, for your help, and thank you, Lord Mountain God, for rescuing my young master of the Mo family. Thank you, immortal chief and Lord Mountain God." "Thank you so much here," but Ji Yuan just nodded, waved to the mountain god, and went out of the temple together, leaving a few people in the temple to check on his young master. The mountain god stepped aside and did not dare to leave easily. When he reached the eaves of the temple outside, seeing him like this, Ji Yuan said in a slightly apologetic tone, "Thanks to Gong Shanshan's help this time, the mountain gods are better at finding souls in the mountains. If you accumulate virtue and do good deeds like today, more and more villagers will believe in Gong Shanshan, and it will also help you get upright as soon as possible. The teachings of the immortal elder should be remembered, and should be remembered." Gong Muhua, who looked more like a ghost than a mountain god, just nodded and said yes, but he didn't dare to leave rashly without Ji Yuan's consent. He rarely saw people cultivating immortals, and he didn't expect to win the big prize this time. Gong Muhua has little knowledge and doesn't know what the so-called spiritual restraint is, but it doesn't mean he can't feel the magic and power of this strange art. He was practicing underground before, and suddenly felt that his body seemed out of control. The supernatural power linking the mountains and the ground veins activated by himself, and he was forcibly led to the mountain temple. At the same time, a clear thought appeared in his heart, telling him that someone summoned him the mountain god left. What kind of mana is this? What kind of supernatural power is this? It was completely beyond Gong Muhua's comprehension. At that time, besides fear, I was still afraid, for fear that because of my obscenity and sacrifice, some immortal master would not understand it and cut off my life with a sword. Later, when I arrived at the mountain temple, the master of the immortal family really brought a sword, and it was a real immortal sword. Fortunately, it has finally been proved to be Ji Yuan saw that the mountain god was obviously frightened by him, and he felt even more sorry, but at Gong Muhua's stage, sending him the usual decree had little effect. Moreover, the Taoism of this mountain god is really superficial. If it is really followed by a complete edict, it may not be a good thing for him to consume a lot of Xianhuang energy, not to mention his practice. Yes, but it seems even more inappropriate to worship at the incense sticks. God Gong, there is nothing good to repay for your love this time. How about this? As long as you don't slack off in your own practice, and can uphold the duties of the mountain god and do a lot of good deeds, I will give you a fortune in the future. This kind of supernatural powers and immortals really don't need to talk nonsense if they want to deal with themselves, and the true cultivation of the righteous way has always made promises. So Gong Muhua understood that this reason should be the truth and bowed to thank him again and again. The little god will never forget the teaching, and the little god will try his best to do it. But good luck is not good luck is second. Now that Gong Muhua is feeling uncomfortable with his back on his back, he wants to leave quickly. The pawn that Ji Yuan was expecting did not appear, seeing that although this monster mountain god deserved the enthusiasm, what he really wanted in his heart was to send away this plague god as soon as possible, which also made him sigh in his heart. In the final analysis, this mountain god is still too shallow and ignorant, and has never encountered a bottleneck, and does not know how to cherish the fate. If it is replaced by the old turtle Mujiang in the spring, his reaction will be absolutely different. Ji Yuan lost interest, and his tone became flat. Well, if there is nothing wrong, Gong Shanshan can go back to practice, and there is nothing wrong with Ji. Yes, the little god resigns. After saying this sentence, the mountain god turned into a light mist and floated into the rain, and disappeared after flashing on the mountain wall. Ji Yuan turned his head and looked inside the temple. Seeing off the mountain god, there was still a captured prisoner in the temple. He turned and walked back to the temple. The child over there had woken up, chattering really loudly with the people around him. Tell me how you escaped in the mountains. Seeing Ji Yuan come in, the temple became quiet all of a sudden. Ji Yuan saw that Mo Tong and another male warrior were holding their knives in the direction of the demon. And of course his eyes fell on the entangled waterline very curiously. A quarter of an hour later, a group of people sat around the lit iron basin, and the fire was naturally created by fate. Since the pill furnace was replaced with Samadhi real fire, although Ji Yuan only has a small fire control technique, he can lead open fire in the void. Of course, this cannot be Samadhi real fire. At best, it can only be regarded as wildfire, but it is used to light firewood. Stirring the fire or something is enough. And since so many things happened tonight, fortunately, Ji Yuan waved his hand and took away the moisture from the clothes of all the men and women, making everyone dry again. Now Ji Yuan has sat by the brazier and listened to the crowd's narration for quite a while. In other words, you have been protecting young Master Mo for a long time in Junyanfu City, because you noticed someone sneaking around outside the mansion and coming and going without a trace, and the police couldn't find anything. Even young Master Mo started to have nightmares frequently, so he chose to leave Juntian Mansion and run home because of the emergency? Exactly. Mo Tong answered quickly. Ji Yuan thought for a while before continuing to ask. Since some cultivators once wanted to accept young Master Mo as an apprentice and cast spells to help young Master Mo hide his aura and let him stay in Juntian Mansion to wait for him to come back, then there must have been some foreshadowing for young Master Mo estimate. While talking, Ji Yuan saw the child staring at him and listening seriously, then smiled at him. I can't guarantee that your cheat master has seen your problem earlier and let you hide in Juntian Mansion to cover up your popularity. I need to leave temporarily because I have something to do, but I didn't expect that you almost fell into the evil spirit's way." The little boy named Mo asked curiously. "Mr. Ji, why did they arrest me? Did my master provoke them?" Hearing Mo's question, Ji Yuan looked at the corpse on the other side. After he couldn't ask any questions just now, he held his sword finger and tried it. Sure enough, the Shuzi from the Zhou family sucked the devil's energy and turned it into virtual black the son of. Because these four possessed warriors have poor temperament and perseverance, their souls have been infected with demons for a long time, and they have long been assimilated into demons. When the demon energy dissipates, their souls will disappear, and their bodies will immediately lose their vitality. To be precise, it's not them. Although the four demons acted and thought independently, they were essentially corroded by a ray of demonic energy containing demonic thoughts. It was still the warrior's soul that played the role of thinking, but it can barely be regarded as a clone of a demon. This is the first time I have seen a person with a special aura like young Master Mo. He even escaped without training. Absorbing souls or occupying magpies' nests. What other purpose is there? Others don't know. This kind of thing is not clear about fate, let alone other people, so there was a brief silence around the brazier. "Mr. Ji, are you more capable or my future master?" Seeing the child's expectant look, Ji Yuan smiled without any psychological burden. "It must be that your master is more capable." The night passed, and everyone in the temple didn't know when they fell asleep last night. Someone woke up when the sun was shining high in the mountain, and then pushed the others to wake up. The door of the mountain temple is still closed, and the rain outside has already stopped. Mo Tong got up and looked around, but he didn't find Ji Yuan. "Where is Mr. Ji? Mr. Ji is gone?" Someone opened the gate of the temple and searched around, but there was no sign of Ji Yuan, so he understood that the immortal should have left. Mo Tong, will the magic spell that Mr. Ji left last night be useful? What if we encounter evil spirits and monsters again? A woman asked worriedly. Seeing a demon for the first time, the impact on the three views is second. The key is the sense of powerlessness that arises in oneself. But before Mo Tong could speak, the little boy Mo started to yell. "It's definitely useful. After Mr. Ji wrote me 2 words with water yesterday, I don't panic now. It must be useful." Mo Tong also said comfortingly, "I and other mortals can speculate on how immortals behave. If it doesn't work, follow Mr. Ji's suggestion. Once the young master notices that something is wrong, we will quickly hide in the town god's temple. That's the only way." The group tidied up, put the 3 futons back in their place before leaving, and then solemnly kowtowed to the statue of the mountain god. If there was no sandalwood in the temple, they would definitely have to offer a stick of incense. After finishing all this, he left the mountain temple and closed the temple door to leave. In fact, Ji Yuan left directly because he left the decree to hide Mo's aura and even change his aura, but also because last night Ji Yuan had observed that Mo's calamity had passed. As for the shocking incident of the soul leaving the body yesterday, the chief master of the other party must have also sensed the change in chi mechanism, so he will rush over quickly. This time, the world's orthodox immortals are either pure-hearted and ascetic, or practicing good deeds, or in the mountains of the sun and moon, or hard-working and enlightening. Although their personalities are different, there are still few insidious people who would count an ordinary child. In this way, you can realize the Tao without tapping your heart, but you can't do it in the opposite way. Ji Yuan has no intention of meeting the other party face-to-face, nor does he want to be treated with too much respect as an ancestor along the way. So let's go ahead. Sure enough, about half an hour after the Mo family descended from Jia Mountain, someone came from the sky with the wind, but the Mo family couldn't see it on the ground. The visitor was wearing a purple robe, hunting in the wind in the sky, just looking for an opportunity to come to Yufeng in the middle of the night. But when he arrived, he couldn't feel the breath of his uninitiated apprentice, and he was suddenly surprised. Looking intently at the ground, he found a child who was obviously much shorter than the servants running around on the road, and he was relieved to be sure that it was his apprentice. Frowning, He calculated based on his apprentice's birth date and last night's chi movement. Except for the hexagram of turning the crisis into peace, everything else was blank. If you can't figure it out, you can only ask the parties involved. Driving down the wind on the ground gradually picked up, and the person who came from the wind appeared as the strong wind blew past, and other people found that there was an extra person in front of him. Who is it? Protect the young master. Mo Tong's people were on guard as if they were facing an enemy, while Mo shouted master. In excitement. He had only met him once or twice, but he was as close as ever. And Mo's reaction made the Mo family heave a sigh of relief after hearing the words, and hurriedly saluted. Meeting the immortal twice in a row made them feel much more at ease. The person who came with a small crown, jade hairpin, purple shirt and long robe, black beard, and beautiful beard about a foot long. He just nodded his greetings to the other Mo family members, then walked up to Mo and stretched out his hand to probe the child with mana, but found that his hand had only touched the child. When he met Mo, the obscure and hidden aura in his body disappeared. Did you encounter a crisis yesterday? Mo was a little scared when asked about this. For robbers came to arrest me yesterday, and the servants couldn't beat me. Then I panicked in the process of escaping. I didn't want to be caught. I didn't know why I ran out. Mo chattered and explained roughly how he survived the danger, and asked his master to stroke his beard and think. The Taoist friend you met was named Ji? What's the matter with this Jia mountain god? Why did he take the initiative to find your soul? Just happened to pass by? Hearing from Mo that the mountain god looks like a monster and not like a human being, his teacher can basically judge that the other party's Taoism is not high. Otherwise, unless it is a complete practice of mountain and water gods, the mountain gods who set up temples will definitely approach the human body. Like this small, if God passes by, you dare not step in the muddy water, do you? Mo's teacher listened to Mo's narration, so naturally some process was missing. And when he heard the question from the fairy elder, Mo Tong, who was beside him, hurriedly added an answer. Reporting to the immortal elder, I can see clearly that it was the immortal elder Ji, surnamed last night, who raised his leg and stepped on the ground and said in his mouth, I invite the mountain god of Jia Mountain to see you. Classmate Mo recounted it with his posture and tone of mind. Lie on your side in front of the bed with your hands on the pillow. Exhale with aura in your breath, and the 5 elements in your body flow with your breath. Ordinary people breathe to the chest, warriors breathe to the abdomen, but every time Ji Yuan breathes out, the aura reaches the toes and circulates the whole body. The next day, when the cock crowed, Ji Yuan woke up naturally because the things he was worried about were resolved. He slept very comfortably last night, and there was also a hint of harvest in practice. Hee, that's enough, it's time to go out. Standing up and putting on his coat, he picked up the bundle hanging on the bed, and Ji Yuan walked towards the door, while the ivy sword, which had been quiet all night, floated up, followed Ji Yuan with the sword sideways, and flew behind him with 2 punches place. Squeak! The door of the inn was opened with a sound, and the willow branches, a pinch of salt, and a face towel prepared by the inn boy had been placed on the stool outside the door. But now the fate is not stained with dirt, except for the occasional pat on the water for refreshment. I no longer need to brush my teeth and wash my face. Went to the counter downstairs, checked out the room, and took the rent, and Ji Yuan went out. This Hong Inn is exactly the inn where Ji Yuan stayed at that time. Why come here again? I also have the idea of finding my lost luggage back then. However, it has been 3 years, and of course the bag and umbrella can't be found. There is nothing else, but the bamboo slips is a pity. Juntian Mansion is still as lively as ever. Walking in the city, Ji Yuan can occasionally smell a faint fragrance of osmanthus, and I don't know which courtyard's osmanthus tree is blooming. Walking along the entrance of the inn to the west gate of Fuching, I bought more than a dozen dry biscuits and a barrel of pickles in bamboo jars, bought an umbrella, and walked out of Juntian Mansion without looking back. Far away, about 6 or 7 miles away from Fuching, I looked back with my eyes wide open, and the direction of Fuching was full of rising people. Colorful clouds gathered on the city, love, desire, hatred, and resentment, which is also the norm in the market. With a smile, Ji Yuan's walking speed began to change. His feet seemed to shrink to the ground, and he even hummed a tune in his mouth. Tread, song, and walk. Seek fate, heaven, down, cc, all benefits. After experiencing Yinshi, Ji Yuan often unconsciously visualizes the mountains and rivers of the artistic conception in front of the real world, and it is the same at this moment. The feeling of heaven and earth. Originally, Ji Yuan thought about going back to Dishing Mansion first, but he changed his mind and thought otherwise. When holding Baizi before, he confronted monsters across the air, and under the short-term aura induction, Ji Yuan knew that Yin Zhaoxian had a new aura of culture, and he sensed the roaring power of the city god from afar, so he must not be in Ningen's hometown. The timing is so coincidental, and there's a new pregnancy. Ji Yuan can guess with his toes that Mrs. Yin must be Guibang High School, so next spring he will definitely go to Jiangyi to take the general examination and even the palace examination. For Yin Zhaoxian to be listed in the imperial examination, he must first go back to Ningen County, and then at an ordinary speed. Even if there may be a long journey by boat, car and horse on the way, it is impossible to go from Ningen to the distant Jili Jiangyi Prefecture. You have to leave now. Dajin is already an important step in Ji Yuan's decision to set the general trend of humanity, and his good friend Yin Fuzi is also the key one. Sooner or later, he has to go to the imperial city of a country to see the weather. The government met, and it happened to be able to take a trip to the Tongtian River on the way. In this life, Ji Yuan's second friend and the first dragon he knew was in the Tongtian River. I don't know if it is the righteous god of Jianghe or just lives in the river. This day is already the noon of the second day after Ji Yuan left Juntian Mansion. There is a tea shed with several carriages parked beside the official road ahead. It is a good place for passers-by to rest their feet. Ji Yuan can't see it clearly from a distance, but he can see it. How many copies of popularity can be counted to tell how many people there are? This meeting may be because a lot of guests had just arrived, and the two shops in the tea shed, one old and one young, are a bit busy. When Ji Yuan arrived in front of the tea shed, he saw their tea-making and closing tables, and had to go when passing by. Burn a fire in the stove so as not to cut off the boiling water. Guest officer, please find a seat and sit down. I will greet you right away. The old man who was making tea yelled at Ji Yuan. Don't get in the way. Don't get in the way. You are busy. Ji Yuan replied. Looking at the 8 tables in the tea shed, almost all of them are full of people, chatting with each other, drinking tea and eating cakes. There are only 2 vacant tables in the other corner, so Ji Yuan will go there up. On one side of the 2 tables are 2 women with a child. The child turned a teacup upside down, and a chopstick bang 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 kept beating the teacup. Refreshment with tea. On one side was a burly man with a bamboo hat on the table. Ji Yuan walked to the table without thinking. Brother, I wonder if I can sit here and have a rest? The strong man had seen Ji Yuan a long time ago. Seeing that he really wanted to sit here, he replied blankly. Please. Thank you. Ji Yuan cupped his hands towards the strong man and sat down, leaning his umbrella against the table and waiting for the shopkeeper to come and say hello. If you don't mind, sir, you could drink it first. The strong man pushed his teapot forward, pointed at the teacup on the table, and said to Ji Yuan, I happen to be a little thirsty, so I'm not welcome. Faced with such a man who looks like a normal person, Ji Yuan naturally has no pressure. He took a teacup and lifted the teapot and poured himself a cup. Mr. is free and easy. He doesn't look like an ordinary gentleman at all. Seeing you walking from the official road alone, without an animal for transportation, don't you feel tired? Although the tone of the strong man's speech was flat, it had a different taste in Ji Yuan's ears. Turning his head to look at the other table beside him, besides the child on the table who was still knocking on the teacup tirelessly, 2 women who seemed to be wearing strong clothes were also looking at him, with a faint sense of familiarity in the blur. And it seems that the words of the strong man have affected something. Ji Yuan feels that the aura of many people in the tea shed has also changed. Damn it. I guess someone just had a cup of tea and got into trouble. Lie on your side in front of the bed with your hands on the pillow. Exhale with aura in your breath, and the 5 elements in your body flow with your breath. Ordinary people breathe to the chest, warriors breathe to the abdomen, but every time Ji Yuan breathes out, the aura reaches the toes and circulates the whole body. The next day, when the cock crowed, Ji Yuan woke up naturally because the things he was worried about were resolved. He slept very comfortably last night, and there was also a hint of harvest in practice. Hee, that's enough. It's time to go out. Standing up and putting on his coat, he picked up the bundle hanging on the bed, and Ji Yuan walked towards the door, while the ivy sword, which had been quiet all night, floated up, followed Ji Yuan with the sword sideways, and flew behind him with 2 punches place. Squeak! The door of the inn was opened with a sound, and the willow branches, a pinch of salt, and a face towel prepared by the inn boy had been placed on the stool outside the door. But now the fate is not stained with dirt, except for the occasional pat on the water for refreshment. I no longer need to brush my teeth and wash my face. Went to the counter downstairs, checked out the room, and took the rent, and Ji Yuan went out. This inn is exactly the inn where Ji Yuan stayed at that time. Why come here again? I also have the idea of finding my lost luggage back then. However, it has been 3 years, and of course the bag and umbrella can't be found. There is nothing else, but the bamboo slips is a pity. Juntian Mansion is still as lively as ever. Walking in the city, Ji Yuan can occasionally smell a faint fragrance of osmanthus, and I don't know which courtyard's osmanthus tree is blooming. Walking along the entrance of the inn to the west gate of Fuching, I bought more than a dozen dry biscuits and a barrel of pickles in bamboo jars, bought an umbrella, and walked out of Juntian Mansion without looking back. Far away, about 6 or 7 miles away from Fuching, I looked back with my eyes wide open, and the direction of Fuching was full of rising people. Colorful clouds gathered on the city, love, desire, hatred, and resentment, which is also the norm in the market. With a smile, Ji Yuan's walking speed began to change. His feet seemed to shrink to the ground, and he even hummed a tune in his mouth. Tread, song, and walk. Seek fate, heaven, down, CC, all benefits. After experiencing Yinshi, Ji Yuan often unconsciously visualizes the mountains and rivers of the artistic conception in front of the real world, and it is the same at this moment. The feeling of heaven and earth. Originally, Ji Yuan thought about going back to Dishing Mansion first, but he changed his mind and thought otherwise. When holding Baizi before, he confronted monsters across the air, and under the short-term aura induction, Ji Yuan knew that Yin Zhaoxian had a new aura of culture, and he sensed the roaring power of the city god from afar, so he must not be in Ningin's hometown. The timing is so coincidental, and there's a new pregnancy. Ji Yuan can guess with his toes that Mrs. Yin must be Guibang High School, so next spring he will definitely go to Jiangyi to take the general examination and even the palace examination. For Yin Zhaoxian to be listed in the imperial examination, he must first go back to Ningin County, and then at an ordinary speed. Even if there may be a long journey by boat, car and horse on the way, it is impossible to go from Ningin to the distant Jili Jiangyi Prefecture. You have to leave now. Dajin is already an important step in Ji Yuan's decision to set the general trend of humanity, and his good friend Yin Fuzi is also the key one. Sooner or later, he has to go to the imperial city of a country to see the weather. The government met, and it happened to be able to take a trip to the Tongtian River on the way. In this life, Ji Yuan's second friend and the first dragon he knew was in the Tongtian River. I don't know if it is the righteous god of Jianghe or just lives in the river. This day is already the noon of the second day after Ji Yuan left Juntian Mansion. There is a tea shed with several carriages parked beside the official road ahead. It is a good place for passers-by to rest their feet. Ji Yuan can't see it clearly from a distance, but he can see it. How many copies of popularity can be counted to tell how many people there are? This meeting may be because a lot of guests had just arrived, and the 2 shops in the tea shed, one old and one young, are a bit busy. When Ji Yuan arrived in front of the tea shed, he saw their tea-making and closing tables, and had to go when passing by. Burn a fire in the stove so as not to cut off the boiling water. Guest officer, please find a seat and sit down. I will greet you right away. The old man who was making tea yelled at Ji Yuan. Don't get in the way. Don't get in the way. You are busy. Ji Yuan replied. Looking at the 8 tables in the tea shed, almost all of them are full of people, chatting with each other, drinking tea and eating cakes, There are only 2 vacant tables in the other corner, so Ji Yuan will go there up. On one side of the 2 tables are 2 women with a child. The child turned a teacup upside down, and a chopstick bang 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 kept beating the teacup. Refreshment with tea. On one side was a burly man with a bamboo hat on the table. Ji Yuan walked to the table without thinking. "Brother, I wonder if I can sit here and have a rest?" The strong man had seen Ji Yuan a long time ago. Seeing that he really wanted to sit here, he replied blankly, "Please, thank you." Ji Yuan cupped his hands towards the strong man and sat down, leaning his umbrella against the table and waiting for the shopkeeper to come and say hello. "If you don't mind, sir, you could drink it first." The strong man pushed his teapot forward, pointed at the teacup on the table, and said to Ji Yuan, "I happen to be a little thirsty, so I'm not welcome." Faced with such a man who looks like a normal person, Ji Yuan naturally has no pressure. He took a teacup and lifted the teapot and poured himself a cup. Mr. is free and easy. He doesn't look like an ordinary gentleman at all. Seeing you walking from the official road alone, without an animal for transportation, don't you feel tired? Although the tone of the strong man's speech was flat, it had a different taste in Ji Yuan's ears. Turning his head to look at the other table beside him, besides the child on the table who was still knocking on the teacup tirelessly, 2 women who seemed to be wearing strong clothes were also looking at him, with a faint sense of familiarity in the blur. And it seems that the words of the strong man have affected something. Ji Yuan feels that the aura of many people in the tea shed has also changed. Damn it, I guess someone just had a cup of tea and got into trouble. When Yin Zhaoxian returned to his hometown from Guibang High School, the county magistrate led a big banquet. At that time, Lao Long went to Ning'an County again, thinking that Ji Yuan might go back to congratulate him. But he didn't. I went to find Yin Zhaoxian again in private, and saw that he had exhausted his drinking power. After careful questioning, he found out that he was almost killed by evil spirits. After further chatting, the old dragon who learned about the conversation between Cheng Huang and Yin Zhaoxian also deduced some other things. Condition. After hovering over Chunhui Mansion for a long time, he finally found Wafing Mountain. Seeing the style of this sword, it is no wonder that the city god of Chunhui Mansion would ask Yin Zhaoxian whether the expert he knew had used a sword. Ji Yuan, I have been looking for you for 3 years, and I can't find anyone. Where did you go? The old dragon was a little dumbfounded. Usually people were looking for him. How could he be looking for people now? And if you can't find it, it's too real. The 4 buns should have been made by old Chen himself at home. The fillings are solid, but the vegetable buns are a bit salty. After eating, Ji Yuan kneaded the dried lotus leaves into balls, threw them into the grass on the bank, and left them to nature to decompose, while the hemp ropes were left on the boat and returned to Old Mansion next time. He took a sip of his wine and looked at the emerald green fishing rod beside him. Today's situation seems to be not suitable for fishing. Just a while after eating the steamed stuffed buns, several big fish swam across the bottom of the river. Although their dark backs were not as exaggerated as Jiaolong's, they were still bigger than the black-covered boat under him. Ji Yuan looked to the south. So many aquarium spirits are rushing there. There must be a big accident somewhere in the Tongtian River, but the aquariums passing by are not in a hurry. It should not be an emergency, what a bad thing. Anyway, this matter should not hinder the mortals outside the Tongtian River, let alone the fate, the place where the aquarium spirits and monsters gather. No matter how strong the curiosity is, it is better not to delve into it. Before I knew it, the weather became colder and colder. On this day, Ji Yuan lifted up the fishing rod with some helplessness and looked at the intact bait, but the fishing rod beside him was still empty. Hey, this fish can't be caught. How many days have passed, and there has been no fish? Presumably, the fishermen on the Tongtian River are having a hard time these days, but after all, it is not the fishing season, and it is estimated that there are not many fishermen out of the boat. It's just that Ji really wants to drink fish soup, but recently he asked Old Man Shan to buy fresh fish, but he couldn't buy it. Aquarium fairies swam by every once in a while, and Ji Yuan calculated it casually, and dozens of ways had passed by as long as he noticed. There are not many monsters in the whole Dajin, let alone not low-level ones, so Ji Yuan doubts whether there are many monsters from outside the country. It's not Chinese New Year yet. The Shui people don't like this, right? Just as he was thinking so, there is the sound of horseshoes and wheels coming from the shore. Ji Yuan followed the sound and looked at the shore and found that there was a caravan of horses and horses coming from the distance on the road. As the carriages and horses approached, Ji Yuan waited and watched for a while. There was a stream of literature in several carriages. They should also be tributes who came to Beijing to rush for the exam, and their level would not be too low, and the family's money would not be small during this battle. At this moment, snowflakes began to fall from the sky, which drew Ji Yuan's attention to the beauty falling from the sky. Calculated, this is the first snow this year, and also the first snow that Ji Yuan has seen in his life. Reaching out to catch one, the snowflakes were immediately melted by the temperature of the palm. He lifted the jug on the side and pulled out the cork. As carriages and horses approached by the roadside, a scholar lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked towards the river. He saw the snow falling in the sky and the vastness of the river, and he also saw a fisherman in a hat on a lonely boat. After all, it is at the feet of the emperor, and Jing's kindness is even deeper. Hee, Brother Sure is in good spirits. I'm about to freeze to death. Another scholar next to him tightened the blanket he was wrapped in and held a charcoal stove in his hand. In the carriage and horse team, a big man in a plush cloak rode out of the team and approached the shore, shouting at Ji Yuan. Boater, do you know how far the Zhuangyuan ferry is? Hearing the other party calling him, Ji Yuan put down the jug and faced them, also yelling to answer. Go south along the river, and you will be there in a dozen miles. The man sitting on the horse cupped his hands in the direction of the awning boat, and then led the horse back to the team. Seeing the relaxed appearance of these team members, Ji Yuan couldn't help thinking about how his friend Master Yin would come. The Yin family is not rich, but not too poor either. There is still money to rent a carriage in the cold weather, and Ning'an County is rare in Wenxiu, so the county will definitely help. Ji Yuan watched the convoy leave, took a sip of Ji's snow wine, and felt that the wine tasted better under psychological influence. At the same time, in the artistic conception of mountains and rivers, Ji Yuan also directed wisps of pill energy from the pill furnace to the chess pieces as usual, and he would do this every 3 days. Now the most solid chess piece is still Lu Shanjuan's sunspot, but Ji Yuan estimates that Lu Shanjun can only completely condense the sunspot if Lu Shanjun truly practiced and successfully transformed. However, in the cultivation of monsters, transforming into a human is one of the biggest tests. It can't be accomplished overnight. Even if there is a predestined relationship to feed the pill from time to time, it's not clear how long it will take. Compared with Ji Yuan's lack of arrogance or impetuosity, the mentality of the two current managers in the Tongti, Jiang Shun and Ying Ruoli, sat in the palace, watching the aquariums start to decorate the main hall, and the aquariums brought corals from the sea to decorate. The seemingly indifferent Jiang God was very anxious. After a while, Lu Guang, the shadow of a dragon, entered Jiangshi Mansion and transformed into a man in brocade clothes in front of the hall. It was his brother Ying Feng. Seeing Ying Feng walking in, Ying Ruoli stood up quickly. How about it? Ying Feng shook his head. Still haven't found it. After saying this, Ying Feng walked closer, looked around, and whispered furtively. Your suggestion last time, maybe you really need to think about it. After finishing speaking, the two brothers and sisters looked at each other with helpless faces. It is rare for the dignified Tongtian Jiang, Jiang Zhengshun, and dignified Longzi to be forced into such a situation. It's just that the two brothers and sisters, who were still frowning a moment ago, were suddenly taken aback and then looked to the north with joy on their faces. On the bank of Tongtian River, on the carriage and horse team that just passed by Ji Yuan not long ago, a strong man in a cloak added charcoal to the young master's heater on the carriage, and then quickly mounted his horse to accompany him. He just turned his head and looked behind him inadvertently, only to find a gorgeously dressed person standing beside a small boat on the river bank tens of feet away. Strange, was there this person over there just now? Hearing his doubts, his companion also turned his head to look. We just passed by, I didn't seem to see it just now. But the two didn't think too much about it. maybe they didn't notice someone coming from somewhere else. On the other side, Ji Yuan was still drinking, but suddenly his heart shuddered, and when he put down the jug, he realized that there was already a person standing by the river. Still the same pair of straight blouses and the same appearance is the old long Ing Hong. Mr. G's elegance is still so good. In a small boat with core raincoat and bamboo hat. He drank alone while watching the snow on the river. Ji Yuan hurriedly stood up and bowed to the old man. It turned out to be Mr. Ing. Don't blame Ji Yuan for not visiting Mr. Ing when he is at his door. Lao Long also bowed to Ji Yuan and laughed heartily. Ha ha! Mr. knew I wasn't at home, so naturally he wouldn't have paid a visit. I thought Mr. G would be absent this time, but you've already been waiting for me here. Mister, do you have any congratulatory gifts? Congratulations? What gift? Ji Yuan was a little dazed, but before he asked embarrassingly, Lao Long said it himself with a smile. Just kidding. Mr. G made a special trip to celebrate the birthday of this monster of the water clan. It's a big face to the sky. Let's go with the old man to Tongshan Jiang Shui Mansion. Birthday? Ji Yuan's first reaction was that it's no wonder so many water spirits are passing through the border. It turned out to be the real dragon birthday banquet. It seems that there are very few water monsters passing through the border, and to participate in the real dragon birthday banquet, even if they pass through some places under the jurisdiction of the gods, 80%, it will also be convenient and will not hinder you. But should the old man invite himself to the birthday banquet? Hey boy, isn't this trying to lure me into a demon den? Imagine that scene. The picture is a bit too beautiful. Mr. Ing, why don't we have a drink together on this small boat? Ji congratulates you on your birthday in advance. Underwater, is it inconvenient for me to go as a practitioner? Besides, this small boat with a black awning it's not good to stay here. Ing Hong has been looking for Ji Yuan for more than 3 years, and he's a little depressed after all. This will not give Ji Yuan any chance to make excuses. Ha ha! Mr. is too worried. They are all wine lovers. Mr. must go to taste the fine wine collected by Sifong Aquarium. As for this small boat, Mr. don't have to worry. After saying that, the old dragon jumped into the small boat, and with a wave of his hand, the boat shook and sank directly to the surface of the water. Clatter! Shui Tao said. Ji Yuan almost couldn't sit still. When he realized it, the awning boat had already submerged and was heading south at the bottom of the river. On the carriage and horse team ahead, the man still felt a little strange, so he turned back again after walking a long way. It's just that when he turned around, he was stunned, rubbed his eyes quickly, and when he looked again, the water surface of the river where he originally asked for directions was still empty, and he couldn't see anything in other directions on the river surface.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.